6. Belgorod. On a hot evening in the summer of 1943, we found ourselves once again in the immediate vicinity of the front. Belgorod had recently been retaken by the Russians, who had set up their advanced positions just beyond the town, inside our own lines. The front, which ran through Belgorod from Kharkov to Kursk, was more or less quiet. The campaign, which had continued almost without a break since our withdrawal from the Belgorod-Voronezh-Kursk triangle, had been exhausting. The Russians were now catching their breath and collecting their innumerable dead before launching an even stronger attack against our positions in September. Kharkov had remained in our hands after the slaughter at Slavyansk, and the Russian breakthrough on our southern front had finally been stopped somewhere near Kremenchug. The Soviets had regained some of their strength and had forced the German and Romanian troops to withdraw from the Caucasus and the Kalmuk plain. They had also pushed us back from the Donets. However, the situation was not yet entirely in their hands, and strong counterattacks from our side often broke their frantic thrust. Belgorod, Kharkov, and Stalino all figure prominently in any account of German counterattacks. 60,000 troops took part in the Battle of Belgorod. I was one of them. 18,000 Hitlerjugend had also arrived from Silesian camps to receive their baptism of fire in this unequal combat, in which a third of them lost their lives. I can remember their arrival very well, in brisk columns, ready for anything. Some units carried flags with inscriptions embroidered in gold letters. Junge Löwen, or the world belongs to us. Platoons of machine gunners arrived, and infantry regiments loaded with bandoliers stuffed with grenades, and motorized regiments with all their heavy equipment. The plain was covered with soldiers, and for the next 3 or 4 days more and more came. Then everything quieted down. By regiment, section, and group, we were all directed to precise locations, where we settled down to an armed watch. Once again, I speak as though we knew of the impending attack. In fact, we engaged in these preparations as part of the normal routine. As in the past, I and my comrades were used for 1,001 chores, which reminded us of the old days in the Rollbahn. It was suffocatingly hot, and the dried yellow grasses of the steppe did not hold down the dust, which was stirred up in clouds by the slightest movement. In the evenings, we sat beside enormous campfires and talked or sang. The front was some 15 miles away, so fires were permitted. There was plenty of time for an abundant correspondence with Paula, and I thought about her constantly. Then, one afternoon, we were assembled for distribution of ammunition. Each man was given 120 cartridges and 4 grenades. 10 of us, 9 men and a non-com, were organized as an assault group. Hals was a machine gunner, one of 2 men with FM Spandaus, each with a number 2 man. There were 3 men with rifles, one of them me, 2 grenadiers armed with automatics and heavy bags of grenades, and a non-com. In total silence, and with every possible precaution, we were led to a shelter near a large farm, right behind the front line. An armoured section of the Gross Deutschland was next to us, with Tiger tanks and heavy howitzers pulled by tractors and camouflaged by real and artificial leaves. We walked past a table set up near one of the buildings, and a fat clerk took down our identification numbers. At another table, a lieutenant in the cavalry was studying a map, surrounded by other panzer officers and a couple of non-coms. With painstaking precision, we were taken from the farm to the place marked for us on the map. Suddenly, at the edge of some woods, I recognized the wide communication trenches which led to the front line, and I think we all had the same thought. Now we're in for it. All around us, other groups were taking up their positions. We formed part of Company 5, which was sent down a communications trench cutting in at right angles and leading to the brush where the trees stopped. The engineers must have really sweated, cutting through all those roots. Everywhere, sections were settling in, improving and deepening their shelters. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening, and the heat of the day was beginning to slacken off. We followed the trench out of the woods and across a range of low hills with wooded crests. An officer with his eyes glued to a map showed us the way. We turned off to the right, which brought us back under the trees, where the heat was trapped and much more oppressive than out in the open. Everywhere, men pouring with sweat were jostling each other, looking for their positions. Finally, we came to a large, half-covered shelter packed with young soldiers from the Hitlerjugend. "Halt!" shouted the non-com who'd been leading us. "You'll split up here and take your positions when the order's given. Your Feldwebel will explain what's expected of you." He saluted and left us with the Hitlerjugend, who were sitting on the ground or squatting on their haunches, talking gaily. I went over to Hals, who had just put down his MG-42 and was wiping the sweat from his face. "Hell," he said. "I was better off with my Mauser. This damn thing weighs a ton." "I'll be with you, Hals. It seems we're part of the same group." We compared left hands, which had both been stamped 5K8. "What does that mean?" asked Ollensheim, who had just come up. "Our group number, Gefreiter," said Hals. "If you're not in the 8th, we don't know you." Ollensheim looked anxiously at his hand. "Damn, I'm 11. Do you know what that means?" "Not I," said Hals. "But ask Corporal Lenzen. He must have an insider tip." "We're going on a picnic," Lenzen said, laughing, secretly displeased that his rank did not let him in on the secrets of the gods. One of the Hitlerjugend came over to us, as pretty as a ripe young girl. "Do the Soviets hang together in combat?" he asked, as though he were inquiring about an opposing football team. "Extremely well," said Hals, sounding like an old lady in a tea-room. "I was only asking because I thought you looked experienced," he said. We were all about the same age. "Let me give you a piece of advice, young man," said Lenzen, whose tiny promotion was, after all, worth a little something. "Fire on anything Russian without the least hesitation. The Russians are the worst sons of bitches the world has ever seen." "Are the Russians going to attack?" Ollensheim looked very white. "We'll surely attack first," said the beautiful young man, whose Madonna face was incapable of a ferocious expression. He walked back to his gang of boy companions. "Do you think someone will tell us what all this is about?" Lenzen said, in a voice loud enough to be overheard by the Feldwebel. "Shut up!" shouted a real veteran, sprawled full length on the ground. "You'll know soon enough where they're going to do you in." "Hey!" one of the Hitlerjugend took him up. "Who's the shit talking like that?" "You shut up too, you crapheads," said the veteran, an old man in his 30s, who must have been taking it for several years now. "We'll have enough of listening to you when you get your first scratch." One of the Junge Löwen got up and walked over to the veteran. "Sir," he said, in the assured voice of a law or medical student, "will you please explain your defeatist attitude, which is sapping the morale of everyone here?" "You just let me whistle my own tune," said the other, who appeared unimpressed by a flowery turn of speech. "But I'm afraid I must insist on a reply," said the young man. "And I say you're a bunch of fatheads who won't begin to think until you've been cracked on your nice little skulls." Another of the young Hitler boys jumped up as if he'd been shot. His features were regular and firm, and his steel-grey eyes reflected an unshakable determination. I thought he was going to rush the older fellow, who wasn't looking at anyone. "Do you think we're still tied to our mother's apron strings?" he asked, in a voice as steady as his look. "We've been through months of training, too, and we're just as tough as you. We've all been in endurance squads. Römer," he said, turning to a friend, "hit me in the face." Römer jumped to his feet, and his strong, nervous fist struck his friend in the mouth. The latter staggered for a moment under the impact of the blow, and then walked over to the veteran, who decided to look up. 2 streams of bright red blood were pouring from the mouth of the Junge Löwe and running down his chin. "Fat heads like me can take it just as well as bourgeois shits like you." "All right," said the veteran, who had decided against coming to blows ahead of H hour. "You're all heroes." He turned away and tried to whistle. "How about writing to your families instead of squabbling like this?" said Auerfeld. "Mail will be collected in a little while." "That's a good idea," Hals said. "I'm going to write to my parents." I had a letter to Paula in my pocket which I'd been carrying around for a couple of days, waiting for a chance to finish it. I added a few tender sentiments and sealed it. Then I wrote to my family. When anyone is afraid, he thinks of his family, especially of his mother, and as the moment of attack drew closer, my terror was rising. I wanted to confide something of my anguish to my mother, and felt that somehow I could do it in a letter. I had always found it difficult to confide in my parents face to face, even the slightest of crimes, and had often criticized them for failing to help me. But on that occasion, I was able to express myself. "Dear parents, especially Maman, I know you must be quite angry with me for writing to you so little. I have already explained to Papa that the life we lead here leaves almost no time for letters. This was not, strictly speaking, true. I had written to Paula at least 20 times, and only once to my family. At last, I want to ask your pardon, and describe something of my life here. I could have written to you in German, Maman, because I'm getting much better at it, but it's still easier for me to write in French. Everything here is all right. I finished my training, and I'm a real soldier now. I wish you could see Russia. You can't imagine how huge it is. The wheat fields near Paris seem like tiny gardens compared to what we have here. Now it's as hot as the winter is cold. I hope we won't have to spend another winter here. You wouldn't believe what we went through. Today we've moved up to the front line. Everything is quiet, and it seems as if we've just come here to relieve our comrades. Hals is still my best friend, and I have a good time with him. I think you'll like him when you meet him on my next leave, unless the war is over before then and we're home for good. Everyone thinks it must be going to end soon, that we can't have another winter like last one. I hope that my brothers and sisters are well, and that my youngest brother doesn't broadcast my affairs too much. I look forward more than I can say to seeing them again. Papa told me that life was hard for you. I hope it's easier now, and that you don't have to do without too much. Don't go short yourselves to make a package for me. I'm more or less all right. Dear Maman, soon I want to tell you about something wonderful that happened to me in Berlin. For now, I send all of you my love. I sealed my letter, and together with the one to Paula, handed it to the postman. Hals, Ollensheim, Kraus, and Lenzen all had letters too. Everything was quiet on that summer evening in 1943. After dark, of course, there would be a few clashes between patrols, nothing more. But that's war. Some of us were rounded up to distribute supper, which we ate late. We were forbidden to touch the few cans we had, for they constituted our total reserve. Dusk was falling when the Felt responsible for our section waved us over to him. We were soon listening intently, as he told us what we would be expected to do. He had a large map of the district, on which he showed us the points we should attain, taking every precaution. When the order was given, we should be prepared to protect the infantry, who would quickly join and then pass us. We were given a list of rallying points and other details, which I only partly understood, and advised to rest, as we would not be called before the middle of the night. We stood and stared at each other for a long time. Now we knew. We were going to be part of a full-scale attack. A heavy sense of foreboding settled over us, and the knowledge that soon some of us would be dead was stamped on every face. Even a victorious army suffers dead and wounded. The Führer himself had said it. In fact, none of us could imagine his own death. Some would be killed, we all knew that, but each one imagined himself doing the burying. No one, despite the obvious danger, could think of himself lying mortally wounded. That was something which happened to other people, thousands of them, but never to oneself. Everyone clung to this idea, despite fear and doubt. Even the Hitler Jugend, who spent years cultivating the idea of sacrifice, couldn't consciously envisage their own ends occurring within a few hours. One might be exalted by a grand idea based on a structure of logic, and even be prepared to run large risks, but to believe in the worst is impossible. Finally, night came, a soft summer night, which brought with it a breath of freshness after the torrid day. Everywhere free of the war, people must have been stretched out on the grass beside their houses, enjoying the season with their friends. Sometimes, when I was small, I used to take a walk with my parents before going to bed. My father believed one should enjoy these summer evenings to the maximum, and kept me out until my eyelids drooped with sleep. Hals pulled me back from my thoughts. "My dear Saget, be sure to look out for yourself when we get going. It would be too stupid to get killed just before the war's over." "Yes," I said. "That would be stupid." All of us were haunted by so many thoughts that conversation was impossible, and each of us was obsessed by the particular question, how shall I come through this time? In the depths of the covered shelter, one of the Jungen Löwen was playing quietly on his harmonica, and the voices of his companions joined softly in the melody. Then the sound of gunfire made us jump. "Here we go," we thought. But everything quieted down again. Lenson came up to us. "The first Soviet line is less than 400 yards from here," he said. "The Felt just told me. That's really not very far." "But it's not too bad either," said the veteran of a little while ago. "At least we can sleep in peace. At Smolensk, the Popov's holes were less than a grenade's throw from ours." No one answered him. "I'm commanding Group 6, said Lenson, "and I have to get right under Ivan's nose to keep him from moving when the assault troops begin their attack. You can imagine." "We'll have it about the same," said the sergeant who would lead us. "According to what I've heard, we'll be right in line with one of their positions." We listened attentively, hoping that our part of the enterprise was not going to be too dangerous. "But the Russian scouts are sure to see us," cried Lindbergh, horrified. "That's crazy." "That will be the hardest part of it, but let's hope the night is dark. Also, we've been advised not to fire before the attack, to get into position without any noise." "Don't forget the mines," said the veteran, who, in fact, had not gone to sleep. "The ground was checked for mines by details from the disciplinary battalion, insofar as possible," the non-com retorted. "Insofar as possible," sneered the veteran. "I like that. All the same, you'd better be careful if you see any wires. Don't go tugging them." "If you keep on like this," Lenson shouted in a threatening voice, "I'll put you to sleep until the attack." He shook his stubby-fingered fist under the older man's nose. The veteran only smiled, but didn't say anything. "What if we run right into Ivan?" asked Grenadier Krauss. "Then we'll have to use our guns, won't we?" "Only as a last resort," the non-com answered. "In principle, we're supposed to take them by surprise and knock them out without any noise." Without any noise? What did he mean? "With the butts of our guns or spades?" asked Hals anxiously. "Spades, bayonets, anything. We've got to get rid of them, that's all, and without raising any alarm." "We'll take them prisoner," murmured young Lindbergh. "Are you off your rocker?" said the non-com. "An assault group can't take prisoners during a mission. What would we do with them?" "Hell," said Hals. "You mean we'll have to skewer them?" "Lost your guts?" asked Lenson. "Hell, no," said Hals, to show that he was a man. But his face was white. I glanced at the spade pick hooked to my big friend's waist. Then we had to stand up so a Hauptmann and his group could get through. "Where are we exactly?" young Lindbergh asked naively. "In Russia," said the veteran. No one smiled at this feeble joke, and the non-com tried to give us a rough idea of our position, some 3 miles northwest of Belgorod. "I'm going to try and sleep," stammered Hals, who was clearly shaken by all these preparations. We lay down side by side, without bothering to undo our bedrolls. The steel of the Spandau which Hals had set up, pointing down the length of the trench, gleamed with a dull lustre. Sleep was impossible, not because of the discomfort of a night out of doors, strapped into all our gear. We'd done that often before, but because of our anxiety about what lay ahead. "Hell, I'll have plenty of time to sleep when I'm dead," said Grenadier Krauss in a loud voice. He stood up and pissed against the wall of the trench. I lay awake for a long time, thinking and thinking. Finally, I did sleep, for about 3 hours, until I was wakened by the distant sound of a motor. My movement woke Hals and Grumpers, the other grenadier, who was lying beside me with his head on my shoulder. "What's the matter?" he groaned sleepily. "I don't know. I thought maybe they'd called us." "What time is it?" Hals asked. I looked at my school watch. 2:20. "What time is dawn?" asked young Lindbergh, who hadn't been able to sleep at all. "Probably very early this time of year," someone said. The sound of engines continued. "If those fucking drivers keep it up, they'll wake every one of the goddamned Ruskies." We tried to go back to sleep, but couldn't. About half an hour later we heard a muted noise of bustle and commotion just beyond the walls of the covered shelter. In the darkness, we guessed that we were listening to some fellows collecting their gear. We all turned toward the sound, trying to grasp what was happening, when a Felt appeared, wearing camouflage. "Groups 8 and 9? He asked in a low voice. "Present," answered the 2 group leaders. "You'll be leaving in 5 minutes, by way of Access C, and will proceed to your respective positions. Good luck." He pointed to a small sign, scarcely visible in the darkness, marked with the letter C. All our reflections came to a dead stop, and our brains emptied, as if we had been anesthetized. Everyone grabbed his gun and checked the critical points of his harness and straps, as Hauptmann Fink had taught us, especially the chin straps of our helmets. Hals lifted the big FM onto his shoulders, and Lindbergh, who was his number 2 man, slipped his slender silhouette in beside the man he was supposed to serve. Only the veteran, our second machine gunner, behaved as if he'd forgotten the object of all these preparations. His movements were not marked by the febrile haste which characterized the actions of all the rest of us. He knew all this from before. He propped the heavy FM against his leg and waited for the order to move out. "I hope you're in good shape," he said to the gun, grinning sardonically. "Group 8, called the sergeant, sounding as if he'd been struck by a sudden electric shock. "After me, and silence." We took exit C, and, sticking close together, followed the trench to the forward positions. Our non-com was at the head of the column. Behind him came Grumpers, the grenadier, who was about 22 years old, then Hals, just past 18, and Lindbergh, not quite 17. Then our 3 gunners, a Czech of indefinable age with an unpronounceable name, a Sudeten of 19, whose name ended with an A, and me. Right behind me was the veteran with his number 2 man, another terrified boy, and finally Grenadier Krauss, who must have been well into his 20s. We moved out in good order, exactly as we'd been taught at Camp F, where we'd sweated so hard. Indefinable noises reached us, coming from either the Russian or the German lines. We crossed several trenches jammed with troops who were still half asleep in the warm summer air, before climbing out of our own trench in the middle of the woods. Young Lindbergh, who was loaded down like a donkey, slipped on the earth embankment, and the magazines of the Spandau he was carrying clashed together. The non-com grabbed him by his straps and helped him climb up. Then he glared at him furiously and kicked him in the shin. We walked to the edge of the wood in single file. The non-com stopped short very suddenly, and we all more or less piled into each other. "It's darker than Hades here," the veteran muttered in my ear. It seemed to me that our guide, having signed us to stop, was now going on ahead. We stayed where we were, bent double, waiting for an order to proceed. Despite our best efforts to keep quiet, we couldn't avoid a certain amount of metallic clatter from all the weapons we were carrying. The non-com came back, and we set out again, walking forward another short distance to the foxholes at the edge of the wood, where our scouts were waiting, as quiet as snakes. We threw ourselves down into their short trench. "As flat as you can," whispered the Sudeten, who, in principle, walked just ahead of me. "Pass it on." One by one, we left the last German positions and crawled out onto the warm earth of no-man's land. I kept my eyes glued to the hobnailed soles of the Sudetens' boots, trying nervously to keep in sight all that could be seen of my closest companion. From time to time the air ahead of me would darken with the looming shape of a comrade who had to climb over some obstacle. At other moments, the soles of the boots ahead of me would suddenly stop inches from the end of my nose. Then I would be gripped by a horrible anxiety. Maybe the Sudeten had lost sight of the fellow in front of him. A moment later he would begin to move again, and the instinctive confidence I felt as part of the group would unknot my throat. During such moments, even naturally reflective characters suddenly feel their heads emptying, and nothing seems to matter except the dry, cracking stick pressing into one's stomach, which one must somehow crush and pass over without making any noise. A new, hitherto unsuspected acuteness sharpens every sense, and the tension seems pressing enough to subdue one's wildly racing heart. We inched slowly forward across that damnable Russian soil, which all of us had already trampled more than enough. We had to crawl around a short stretch of light sand against which we would show up too easily, crushing under our bodies a mat of thorny creepers which we took at first for Russian barbed wire. Then we came to a mossy hollow where we stopped for a moment. Our sergeant, who had a very good sense of direction, was going over our route in his head, trying to fix our position. The hollow reeked with a pestilential smell. When we began to move again, I was startled to see two motionless figures lying on the sand some 2 yards to our right. I pointed at them, nudging the veteran, who looked and grabbed his nose. With a shock of horror, I understood that we had just passed 2 corpses, which were quietly rotting as they waited for burial in a common grave. We seemed to have crawled as far as China. About half an hour after we had started, we came to the first Russian wire. We waited with beating hearts while our first men opened a precarious passage. Every time we heard the cutters snap, we expected to see a spray of dirt shooting up from an exploding mine. Our faces, blackened with soot from the canteen kettles, were pouring with sweat, and the tension was so great we certainly must have aged several years during the few minutes we needed to crawl under the Soviet wire at a speed of about 15 yards an hour. When we had all made it through, we stopped for several moments and huddled together. Every one of us was trembling. We could hear faint sounds from the Russian forward positions. We rolled our eyes at each other and understood without words that we all felt the same way. We crept forward another 20 yards to a stand of low scrub or tall grass. We could hear the sound of voices and knew beyond any doubt that we had reached the first Russian line. Suddenly, we were staring incredulously at an almost invisible figure, a Soviet reconnaissance man, who was bending over a hole which undoubtedly contained some of his comrades. We almost stopped breathing and slowly lifted our guns, looking at our leader, who seemed to have frozen, and then at each other with a look beyond expression, as the Russian walked slowly toward us. Then he turned back. Our sergeant pulled a knife from his belt. Its blade flashed white for a moment before he thrust it slowly into the ground in front of Grumpers, pointing to the Russian with one finger. The grenadier opened his eyes enormously wide and looked with horror from the Russian to the knife to the sergeant. The latter gestured him on, as Grumpers' quivering hand clenched round the knife handle. With a final mute look of supplication, the grenadier began to creep forward. We followed the progress of his dark shape with an anxiety which made us clench our teeth to keep from crying out. Then he was lost in the darkness. The Russian was still talking to his friends, as if the war were thousands of miles away. He took a few more steps. We could hear more voices a little farther off. For a few long moments, each of us forgot his own existence. The Russian walked toward the spot where Grumpers must have hidden and turned back. As he turned, a second silhouette rose up behind him. Grumpers covered the 4 or 5 yards that separated him from his quarry in one jump. The Russian whirled around. We heard a rough cry and the sound of a struggle. From a hole a short way off, we heard Russian voices. Then we were able to distinguish the silhouette of our grenadier rolling on the ground, and hear the sound of his voice. "Hilfe, Kameraden!" The Russian jumped to one side, and the sound of his machine gun tore into the quiet of the night, as its white flashes striped the darkness. To my left, another machine gun opened fire, and its bullets followed the howling Russian as far as the earth embankment in front of the foxhole, into which he finally plunged. From the hole, we could hear voices shouting, "Germansky! Germansky!" With a leap which looked beyond his capacities, the veteran propelled himself forward, hurling a grenade from his right fist. The object vanished into the darkness for 2 or 3 seconds. Then the hole was lit by a brilliant white light, and we heard the outcry of several voices, before a moment of silence. We withdrew as fast as we could, keeping parallel to the barbed wire. Behind us, we could hear a rising tumult. Risking mines and bullets, we ran for a small hillock, and, gasping for breath, hastily attempt to organize a defensible position in a thicket. "Idiots!" the sergeant exploded, meaning Kraus and the veteran. "I didn't give an order to fire. We'll never get out of this now." He was as scared as anybody else. "But Grumpers asked for help, Sergeant," Kraus answered. "He was in bad trouble." An instant later, a dozen flares lit our surroundings as brightly as day, and a Russian fusillade shook the air all around us. The Russians were also heaving grenades at random, the way we would have done. "We're finished," whimpered young Lindbergh. "Quick, a shovel!" shouted the Sudeten. "We've got to dig in, or they'll slaughter us." "Nobody move," the veteran commanded authoritatively. In our terror, we obeyed him. His voice sounded more confident than the sergeant's. We tried to freeze absolutely, even down to the fluttering of our eyelids. A flare burst into brilliant white light directly overhead, and anyone whose face wasn't buried in the ground could see every detail of our circumstances. Just beyond us lay the bodies of Grumpers and the Russian, and 5 or 6 foxholes preceding a V-shaped infantry position. Other flares lit the edge of the wood from which our adventures had begun. Luckily, the Russians nearest us hadn't noticed the rise of ground which was giving us cover. However, their soldiers in the more distant positions which we had seen in the light of the flares could see us. They began to throw grenades too, and they were using the superb Russian grenade throwers. "God," said the veteran, "if they've got those damn things, we've had it." "We ought to dig," snivelled Lindbergh. "Shut up. Dig with your belly if you like, but don't move anything else. If we play dead, maybe they'll think we are." Something fell with a dull thud on the other side of the hillock. Its crest disintegrated, and we were spattered by a rain of earth. There were no new flares coming over, and the ones still falling were fading. As usual, the Russians were shouting curses at us. Another grenade landed somewhere to our left, and we could hear the whistling fall of its fragments through the noise of the explosion. Someone lying beside the veteran groaned. "Shut up! Hold it back!" muttered the veteran between clenched teeth. "If they hear anything, that's it." He was talking to his number 2 man. The boy was clawing at his face, which was twisted with pain. His hands were trembling. "Don't make a sound," said the veteran, putting his hand on the boy's forearm. "Be strong." Grenades were still falling all around us. The boy clenched his fists, and his eyes flooded with tears. He sniffed. "Quiet!" insisted the veteran. The flares died out, and everything around us became pitch black. The Russians must have spotted another group of our men somewhat to the north of us. It was their turn to get the lights and the noise. Then we heard other sounds directly ahead of us. By deliberately dilating our pupils as wide as we could, we were able to distinguish several men creeping forward parallel to our position. A cold sweat trickled down our backs. The veteran was holding a large grenade about 4 inches from my nose. Once again, we froze. The hunched figures came toward us as far as the barbed wire, and then turned back. We all breathed again. The wounded boy buried his face in the ground to try to stifle his groans. "They're just as scared as we are," said the veteran. "Somebody orders them up here to see what's going on, so they take a few steps and then run back as fast as they can and say they don't see anything." "It's almost dawn," whispered our non-com. "I think we could stay here. It seems a pretty good spot." "I don't, Sergeant. I think we should get out." "Maybe you're right. You," he said, pointing to Hals. "There's a hole about 20 yards from here, level with the barbed wire. You get over there." Hals and Lindbergh slid off like snakes. "Where are you hurt?" the veteran asked the wounded boy, touching him on the shoulder. The young man lifted his face, which was smeared with dirt and tears. "I can't move," he said. "Something hurts here." He touched his hip. "A splinter. Don't move. We'll send someone to help you." "Yes," said the boy, thrusting his face back into the dirt. "Our assault troops should be here in 10 or 15 minutes, if everything goes well," said the non-com, looking at his watch. The horizon was beginning to turn pink. Soon the sun would be up. We waited feverishly. "Isn't there going to be a bombardment first?" asked Kraus. "Lucky there's not," said the veteran. "We'd get it just as badly as the Popovs." "There won't be," said the sergeant. "The first waves are supposed to take the enemy by surprise. We're here to neutralize enemy defense." "But our fellows might mistake us for Russians and do us in." "Exactly," said the veteran, laughing. Russian voices came to us in bursts, as clearly as if we were in the trench with them. "At least they don't seem worried," the Czech remarked. "What's the use of worrying? We'll all be dead in an hour anyway," said the veteran, as if he were thinking aloud. The light was increasing rapidly. Everything was still grey, but we could distinguish a portion of the Russian V position in line with the veteran's Spandau, and lower down to the left, a motionless grey mass. Hals, Lindbergh, and the FM. "You, young fellow," said the veteran, looking at me. "You'll replace my number 2 man. Get over here on my left." "Right," I said, worming my way toward him. A minute later, my nose was pressed against the metal of the FM's magazine. We could see most of the details of the Russian position 100 yards ahead of us. From our hillock overlooking the enemy, we glimpsed momentary snatches of pale faces, like faces in a dream. It now seems to me astonishing that the Russians hadn't occupied our little hill. However, there were similar rises in the ground all around us, and they couldn't have occupied all of it. We were staring straight ahead when our leader's hand pointed to our rear left. "Look," he said, in almost full voice. We carefully turned our heads the way he was pointing, and saw the bodies of many men slithering along the ground, breaking through the network of Russian protection. As far as we could see, the ground was covered with creeping figures. "They're ours," said the veteran, and a faint smile crossed his face. "Get ready to fire if anyone moves in Ivan's hole," our leader added. Suddenly, I began to shake uncontrollably. Not precisely because of fear, but because at that moment, when our mission was about to be accomplished, all the nervousness and anxiety which I had been able to master until then burst out in violent spasms. I tried shifting my weight, but nothing did any good. I managed to open the magazine and nervously slipped the first belt into the breech of the gun, which the veteran held open for me, and left partly open, to prevent the sound of its clicking shut. Far to our left, the dance had already begun. a dance which would surely have inspired Saint-Saëns, and which lasted for days. A moment later, among the German troops we were watching, someone must have pulled a wire attached to a string of mines. Our immediate surroundings, the Russian position, the bodies of Grumpers and his adversary, our little hill, and all our hearts, was shaken by a series of thunderous explosions. For a moment we thought that the whole mass of creeping soldiers we had seen just a minute before had been blown to pieces. Everywhere among the Hitlerjugend, for it was they who had been crawling toward us, young men were jumping up and trying to rush through the tangles of barbed wire. Hals had just opened fire. The veteran slammed our gun shut and fitted it into the hollow of his shoulder. "Fire!" shouted the non-com. "Wipe them out!" The Russians ran to take their places. The string of 7.7 cartridges slid through my hands with brutal rapidity, while the noise of the gun burst against my eardrums. I could see what was happening only with the greatest difficulty. The Spandau was shuddering and jumping on its legs, and shaking the veteran, who kept trying to steady himself. Its percussive bark put a final touch on the vast din which had broken out. Through the vibrations and smoke, we were able to observe the horrible impact of our projectiles on the lost mass of red soldiers in the trench in front of us. Day broke over the frenzied scene, and the sky slowly lightened. From far behind us, German artillery was roaring through every tube, pounding the enemy's secondary positions. The Russians, taken by surprise, were attempting a desperate defence, but from every side the Junge Löwen were surging out of the darkness, breaking like waves over their entrenchments and pulverizing both men and materiel. An overwhelming din engulfed the plain, which rang with the sound of thousands of explosions. Ahead of us, and far to the right, we were bombarding a town of considerable size. Slow spirals of smoke, some 50 yards across, rolled along the ground from enormous fires. I was feeding a second magazine into our infernal machine, and the veteran continued to pour his projectiles onto the dead and living who were jammed into the advanced Soviet position. Then, through all the noise, we heard the unmistakable rumble of tanks. "Our panzers!" shouted the Czech, with a demoniac laugh. Hals left his position and rushed toward us with a leap which made us think he'd been hit. He and Lindbergh had run just in time. A second later, a huge tank rolled over the ground they had occupied, crushing the barbed wire beneath its treads. The churned-up earth continued to shake with the explosion of mines, which here and there immobilized a heavy armored vehicle or tossed a Landwehr some 15 yards. The tank, followed by 2 others, passed very close to us, thrusting toward the enemy position we had already been peppering for several minutes. In no time it had crossed the trench, which was overflowing with the bodies of Russian soldiers. Then a second and a third tank plunged through the bloody paste and rolled on, their treads stuck with horrible human remnants. Our non-com gave an involuntary cry of horror at the sight. Soon the young soldiers, fresh from the sportive pleasures of the barracks, would arrive at this foul reality. We heard a cry of horror, followed by one of victory, as the first assault wave continued its advance. More tanks were pouring out of the woods behind us, crushing the saplings and brush, and driving, almost rearing up on their treads, toward companies of infantry who had to hurry out of the way. If there were any wounded lying on the ground, that was their bad luck. The first phase of the attack was supposed to occur like a flash of lightning, with nothing permitted to hinder the progress of the tanks. An infantry group had just joined us, and their leader was talking with ours when a tank bore down exactly on our position. Everyone jumped aside. A young soldier ran toward the tank, trying to wave it off with large gestures. But the monster continued unswervingly, like a blind animal, churning up the ground a bare 2 yards from our hillock. In my haste, my foot caught on the Spandau, and I fell full length down the other side of the rise. The huge machine flattened the edge of our protection, and the steel sections of its treads rolled past, horribly close to my haggard eyes. What happened next? I retain nothing from those terrible minutes, except indistinct memories which flash into my mind with sudden brutality, like apparitions, among bursts and scenes and visions that are scarcely imaginable. It is difficult even to try to remember moments during which nothing is considered, foreseen, or understood, when there is nothing under a steel helmet but an astonishingly empty head and a pair of eyes which translate nothing more than would the eyes of an animal facing mortal danger. There is nothing but the rhythm of explosions, more or less distant, more or less violent, and the cries of madmen, to be classified later, according to the outcome of the battle, as the cries of heroes or of murderers. And there are the cries of the wounded, of the agonizingly dying, shrieking as they stare at a part of their body reduced to pulp, the cries of men touched by the shock of battle before everybody else, who run in any and every direction, howling like banshees. There are the tragic, unbelievable visions, which carry from one moment of nausea to another, guts splattered across the rubble, and sprayed from one dying man onto another, tightly riveted machines ripped like the belly of a cow which has just been sliced open, flaming and groaning, trees broken into tiny fragments, gaping windows pouring out torrents of billowing dust, dispersing into oblivion all that remains of a comfortable parlour. And then there are the cries of officers and non-coms, trying to shout across the cataclysm to regroup their sections and companies. That is how we took part in the German advance, being called through the noise and dust, following the clouds churned up by our tanks to the northern outskirts of Belgorod. All resistance was overwhelmed, and once again everything was either German or dead, and a sea of Russian soldiers had drawn back into the limitless confines of their country. There were thousands of prisoners, including the pro-Germans, who immediately placed in the hands of our indifferent soldiers lists of those we should shoot. There was the park of Russian vehicles hiding 2,000 or 3,000 enemy soldiers, determined to slow our advance, and the Spandau, into which the veteran and I continued to feed cartridges, and Halse's Spandau, and the one attached to Group 10, decimated and reformed, firing and laughing as they fired, in vengeance for their fallen comrades. We sent a rain of anti-tank shells onto the park and listened to the howls of the Russians, who no longer dared to move or surrender or attack, before flames devoured the area and forced us to retire from their unbearable heat. Toward noon, the Soviets began to retaliate and rained a devastating fire on the rising waves of Jungen-Löwen. But nothing stopped the young lions, even for a moment, and the burnt-out ruin of Belgorod fell into the hands of their survivors on the second evening. In a heady state, near delirium, we went on, with almost no rest, to enlarge the wedge our troops had driven into the mass of the Soviet Central Front, a front of 150,000 men, according to our so-called information services. In fact, closer to 400,000 or 500,000 Russians were jostled back by 60,000 Germans. By the evening of the third day of continuous battle, during which we had only been able to snatch an occasional half-hour of sleep, we were seized by the furious strength of madmen. Our group had lost both the Czech and the sergeant, and as they lay either dead or wounded among the ruins, 2 grenadiers who had lost their units joined us. We were now split into 3 groups, including the 11th, in which Ollensheim was still alive, and the 17th, which had rejoined us, jointly commanded by a lieutenant. We had been ordered to reduce the pockets of resistance in the ashes of a suburb called Debtrioka, if I remember correctly, enclaves which continued to defend themselves, although they had been left behind by the retreating Soviet forces. Our faces, streaked with dust and filth and sweat, stared across the ruined apocalyptic landscape through which we were advancing, more interested in quiet corners for a few moments of sleep than in Russian strays. Explosions from the forefront of our advance were continuously shaking the air around us and compressing our weakened lungs. No one spoke, except for an occasional "Halt!" or "Achtung!" which threw us down onto the burning ground. We were so exhausted that we stood up only when our fire had subdued the isolated and hopeless resistance from some entrenched hole. Sometimes 1 or 2 prisoners might emerge from their hideout with their hands in the air, and each time the same tragedy repeated itself. Kraus killed 4 of them on the lieutenant's orders, the Sudeten 2, Group 17, 9. Young Lindbergh, who had been in a state of panic ever since the beginning of the offensive, and who had been either weeping in terror or laughing in hope, took Kraus's machine gun and shoved 2 Bolsheviks into a shell hole. The 2 wretched victims were both a good deal older than the boy, and kept imploring his mercy. We could hear their desperate shouts for a long time. But Lindbergh, in a paroxysm of uncontrollable rage, kept firing until they were quiet. Then there was the bread house, so called because after the massacre we found a few wretched biscuits there, which we devoured, hoping to extract some return for the horrors which the war forced upon us. We were mad with harassment and exhaustion, running on our nerves, which were stretched to the utmost, and which alone made it possible to respond to the endless succession of crises and alerts. We were forbidden to take prisoners until our return trip. We knew that the Russians didn't take any, and although we longed for sleep, we knew that we had to stay awake as long as there were any Bolsheviks in our sector. It was either them or us, which is why my friend Hals and I threw grenades into the bread house at some Russians who were trying to wave a white flag. When we reached the end of our sweep, we collapsed at the bottom of a large crater and stared at each other for a long time in dazed silence. None of us could speak. Our uniforms were unbuttoned, torn, and so permeated with dust they were the colour of the ground. The air still roared and shook and smelled of burning. 4 or more of our men had been killed, and we were dragging along 5 or 6 wounded, one of them Ollensheim. There were about 20 of us huddled in that huge hole, trying to put our thoughts into some kind of order. But our stupefied eyes continued to wander vacantly over the burned landscape, and our heads remained empty. The radio announced that our Belgorod offensive had been crowned with success, and marked the beginning of our further progress eastward. By the 4th or 5th evening, we had gone through Belgorod without even knowing it. Our assault troops were catching their breath, and numberless ranks of infantry were sleeping on the great battered plain. We were soon loaded onto a truck and driven to a key position. I didn't understand why the ruined hamlet where we were put down was considered strategic, but grasped that this was one of the places from which the next phase of our offensive would be launched. The gently rolling landscape of fat-bellied orchards and willow-bordered streams and irrigation canals reminded me somehow of Normandy. It was occupied either by lines of defence or by rallying points for our assault troops. We began to organize our position among the poor, half-ruined houses of the hamlet. Our first job was to get rid of some 30 Bolshevik corpses scattered through the rubble. We dumped them into a small garden, which must once have been cultivated. The day was hot and heavy. A greasy sun threw sharp shadows and made us squint in the harsh light, which emphasized every hollow in our exhausted faces. The same light poured down onto the faces of the dead Russians, whose fixed eyes were opened inordinately wide. Looking at them, and thinking about us all, made my stomach turn over. "Isn't it funny," the Sudeten remarked calmly, "how quickly a fellow's beard grows when he's dead? Look at this one." He turned over a body with his foot. The man's tunic was torn by 7 or 8 bloody holes. He probably shaved yesterday, just before he was killed. And look at him now. He's got a beard on him that would have taken him at least a week otherwise. "See this one?" laughed another fellow, who was clearing out a building which had been hit by a heavy mortar shell. He was dragging a Russian soldier whose head had been blown off. "You'd do better to go and shave yourself, if you want anyone to recognize you when it's your turn tomorrow. You give me a pain with your idiotic remarks. Anyone would think that's the first stiff you've ever seen." The veteran sat down on a heap of rubble and opened his mess tin. We found a cellar which made a perfect defence point, and moved into it with our 2 machine guns. We dug out the air vent which had been blocked by the collapse of the house, and even enlarged it, stopping work for a moment to watch a flight of Stukas pass overhead. Somewhere, not too far away, Ivan must have been drenched by a rain of bombs. Hals had made a hole in the masonry walls and was estimating the firing possibilities. Lindbergh was almost jubilant to be setting up in this precarious shelter. Everything which now seemed to be working to our advantage stirred him to a strange excitement, in contrast to the helpless fear in the flaming alleys of Belgorod, which had reduced him to whining and pissing in his pants. 3 yards away, the veteran and I were shoving in supports to brace the enlarged air vent, which, at best, seemed a shaky proposition. Whenever we moved, our helmets scraped against the low ceiling. Behind us, Kraus and 2 other grenadiers were removing the fallen stones and rubble which littered the floor. One of them picked up an empty bottle and, with a civilian reflex, stood it against the wall to wait for the harvest. As I've said, we had lost our non-com, and the veteran, who was an Obergefreiter, was now commanding our group. However, we were still under the orders of a fat Stabsfeldwebel, who directed all 3 groups, and who was killed 2 days later. The bastard checked our work with all the airs of a superior officer, forcing us to check this detail or that, unaware that he had only 48 hours left. We spent the day waiting and watching companies of sweating troops march by, against a continuous background of heavy explosions and a variety of other noises. It was in precisely these moments that everything became intensely painful. As we slowly regained our spirits, we began to grasp what had happened to us. It suddenly struck us that our non-com and Grumpers and the Czech and the wounded boy abandoned to his fate were in fact no longer with us. We tried to blot out the memory of the Russian trench we had machine-gunned, and the tanks driving heavily over that moving mass of human flesh, and Deptrioka with its piles of Bolshevik corpses, and the hammering of enemy artillery in the narrow streets crammed with Hitlerjugend, all the appalling, inexplicable details. We suddenly felt gripped by something horrible, which made our skins crawl and our hair stand on end. For me, these memories produced a loss of physical sensation, almost as if my personality had split. I knew that I was actually incapable of such experiences, not because I was superior to other people, but because I knew that such things don't happen to young men who have led normal lives more or less like other people's. The 3 grenadiers stood talking beside the staircase. The veteran, alone by the air vent, through which floods of sunlight poured into the room, was going through his pockets, spreading out their wretched contents on a flat stone. Hals had curled his big body onto a rough bench and was lying silent, while Lindbergh and the Sudeten were staring through holes in the wall, with their minds clearly far away. I went over to Hals and lay down beside him. We stared at each other for a moment, unable to speak. "What the hell are we doing here?" Hals said finally. His face had grown noticeably harder since Białystok. I limited myself to a gesture of ignorance. "I'd like to sleep, but I can't," he said. "Yes, it's just as hot in here as outside. Let's go out anyway." We went out and took a few steps. The light was blinding. "Maybe there's some cold water over there," I said, pointing to an orchard divided by a thin stream. "I'm not thirsty, not hungry either," Hals answered, to my great surprise. I was used to his enormous appetite. "Are you sick?" "No, I just feel like vomiting. I'm so tired, and those fellows over there don't help either." He nodded at the 30 putrefying corpses in the little garden. "That's always how it is, with fellows who won't make any more trouble," I answered, in a tone which still surprises me. "Ours were picked up before we got here," Hals continued. "There's some freshly turned ground just inside the village. I don't know how many they were able to stuff in there. Do you know how many we've had killed already?" We were silent for a moment. "We'll probably be relieved soon, Hals." "Yes," he said. "I hope so. We really were shits to kill those Popovs at the bread house." He was clearly desperately troubled by the same things that troubled me. "The bread house is how it is, and all there is," I answered. I could still feel the cartridges running through my hands, see them entering the Spandau, and see the bluish smoking metal of the barrel and the sparks that flew out each time the gun fired, painfully striking my hands and face, and hear the shrieks penetrating the infernal din, and the cries for help. "Pommes! Pommes!" Something hideous had entered our spirits, to remain and haunt us forever. It was broad daylight, but we had no idea what time it was. Was it still morning? Was it afternoon? It didn't matter. Everyone ate and drank when he could, slept when he could, and tried to think whenever he could take off his helmet. It's strange how much a helmet interferes with thought. It was still daylight when an enemy barrage ripped into the orchards and the advancing troops, who had stopped only a short distance from us. We dived into our cellar shelter and stared anxiously at the ceiling, which rained down plaster with each explosion. "We'll have to shore it up, too," said the veteran. "If anything lands too close, the whole thing will come down on our heads." The bombardment lasted for at least 2 hours. A few Soviet shells fell right beside us, but they were clearly intended for the assault troops. Our big guns answered theirs, and all other sounds were drowned in the noise of artillery. Shells from our howitzer were shooting right over our ruin, contributing as much to the collapse of our ceiling as the Russian shells, which sometimes burst less than 30 yards away. During the bombardment, we were all gripped by an extreme and exhausting tension. Some of us attempted predictions, only to be contradicted by events a few moments later. The veteran smoked nervously, continuously begging us to shut up. Kraus had drawn apart and sat muttering in a corner. Perhaps he was praying. In the evening, one of the counterattack units visited us and installed an anti-tank gun nearby. A colonel came by a little later and tested the new supports we had put in to prevent any further collapse of the roof. "Well done," he said. He made the rounds of our little group, offering each man a cigarette. Then he rejoined his unit, which was part of the Gross Deutschland, a little closer to the front. It grew dark. Through the tattered silhouettes of the remaining orchard trees, the horizon glowed red with fire. The battle was not yet over, and the extreme tension it generated was almost unbearable. We had to take turns standing guard outside, and no one had a good night's sleep. We were rounded up well before dawn and forced to abandon our well-organized hole and proceed further into Soviet territory. The German advance had not been stopped. During our advance, we crossed a frightful slaughtering ground of Hitlerjugend, mixed into the dirt by the bombardment of the day before. Each step made us realize with fresh horror what could become of our miserable flesh. "Somebody should have buried all this mincemeat so we wouldn't have to look at it," Hals grumbled. Everyone laughed, as if he'd just said something funny. We crossed a piece of ground so heavily pitted with shell holes it was hard to imagine that anyone who'd been on it could have survived, and an open-air hospital behind an embankment from which the shrieks and groans came so thick and fast it sounded like a scalding room for pigs. We were staggered by what we saw. I thought I would faint. Lindbergh was crying with terror. We crossed the enclosure with our eyes fixed on the sky, seeing as if in a dream young men howling with pain, with crushed forearms or gaping abdominal wounds, staring with incomprehension at their own guts puffing out the piece of cloth which had been hastily flung over them. Immediately beyond the hospital, we had to wade across a canal. The cool water which rose over our waists made us feel much better. On the far bank, the springing turf was strewn with Russian bodies. A Soviet tank, twisted and blackened by fire, stood beside a big gun and the shattered bodies of its operators. To our left, in the northeast, the battle continued more fiercely than ever. We thought we heard a groan from one of the Russian gunners, and went over to a man smeared with blood, who was leaning, gasping, against one of the wheels of the gun carriage. One of our men uncorked his drinking bottle and lifted the head of the dying man. The Russian stared at us through enormous eyes. widened by terror or shock. He cried out, and then his head fell back, thudding against the metal of the wheel. He was dead. We continued across a series of rolling wooded hills where our front-line troops were regrouping and catching a moment's rest in the shade of the trees. Many men wore bandages, whose whiteness stood out sharply against their grey, dusty faces. We were rapidly regrouped, called out, and sent to precise locations. The 2 grenadiers who had joined us were sent somewhere else, while our 8th group was completed by a new pair of strays. Unfortunately, the Stabsfeldwebel, whom I've mentioned before, and who had only 1 more day of life, was made the leader of our group. We were swiftly attached to an armoured section, which transported us on the backs of their machines to the edge of an enormous plateau, which seemed to stretch into infinity. We jumped off the backs of the moving panzers to join a group of soldiers lying flat at the bottom of a shallow trench. Already several 50mm rounds, fired directly at us by enemy artillery, had brought it home to us that we were in the front line. The tanks turned back and vanished under the trees some 50 yards behind us. We plunged down beside the fellows who were already there, who seemed none too cheerful. The Russian fire followed the tanks and was lost in the brush. Our idiot Stabsfeldwebel was already feeling uneasy about the distractions of the neighbourhood, and was discussing them with a very young lieutenant. Then the young officer waved to his men, who followed him toward the woods, running, and bent nearly double. The Popovs, who must have been watching, sent over 5 or 6 rounds aimed directly at them. Some of their bullets landed very close to us. Once again we were alone, 9 of us in a hole, facing the Soviet lines. The sun was directly above us. "Get cracking on that hole now!" shouted the Stabs in a perfect parade ground voice. We began to turn over the dusty Ukrainian soil with our short pick spades. We barely had time to speak. The heat of the sun was crushing and increased our lassitude. "We'll probably die of exhaustion before anything else has a chance to get us," Hals said. "I give up." "My head is killing me," I answered with a sigh. But our bastard Stabs kept after us, staring anxiously out over the grassless plain, which stretched into the distance as far as the eye could see. We had just finished setting up our 2 Spandaus when the noise of tanks rolling over the brush behind us made us shudder. On that magnificent summer afternoon, German tanks were once again leaving the shade and driving toward the east. From behind them, entire regiments, bent double, passed us and vanished into a wall of dust, which hid them from view. About 5 minutes later, the Russians began a bombardment of unprecedented ferocity. Everything became opaque, and the sun vanished from our eyes, which had become enormous with fright. The storm cloud of dust was relieved only by continuous red flashes shooting up against the darker masses of trees, 80 or 100 yards away. The earth shook harder than I'd yet felt it do, and the brush behind us burst into flame. Screams of fear froze in our constricted throats. Everything seemed displaced. The air all around us was filled with flying clods, mixed with fragments of metal and fire. Kraus and one of the newcomers were buried in a landslide before they even knew what had happened to them. I threw myself into the deepest corner of our hole and stared uncomprehendingly at the stream of earth flooding towards our shelter. I began to howl like a madman. Hals pressed his filthy head against mine, and our helmets clattered together like 2 mess tins. Halsey's face was transfigured by terror. "It's the end," he gasped, his words broken up by the explosions, which took away our breath. Overwhelmed by horror, I could only agree. Suddenly, a human figure crashed into our hole. We both trembled with desperation and fright. Then a second human shape joined the first, in a great leap. This time our huge eyes took in that these were 2 of our own men. One of the newcomers shouted to us through his frantic gasps for breath, "My whole company was wiped out. It's terrible." He carefully lifted his head just over the edge of the embankment as a series of explosions began to rip through the air beside us. His helmet and a piece of his head were sent flying, and he fell backward with a horrifying cry. His shattered skull crashed into Halsey's hands, and we were spattered with blood and fragments of flesh. Hals threw the revolting cadaver as far as he could and buried his face in the dirt. The explosions had become so violent that we felt the ground all around us must be shifting. Outside our hole, on the torn and ravaged plain, we could hear an engine roaring out of control. Then there was another explosion, more violent than all the others, and an enormous flash of light swept the edge of our trench. Our 2 Spandaus fell back on top of us in a wave of loose earth. Those who weren't struck dumb with fright howled like madmen. "We're finished! Mama, it's me! No! No! We'll be buried alive! Help!" But nothing, we said, could put an end to this hell, which seemed to go on forever. About 30 soldiers on the run plunged in with us. We were kicked and shoved without mercy, as everyone tried to burrow down as deeply as possible. Whoever was left on top was finished. The earth all around us was pocked with thousands of shell holes, and from each of these we could hear the sounds of fleeing soldiers looking for refuge. But the cruel Russian soil was torn by fresh salvos, and those who thought they'd been saved continued to die. We heard the roar of airplane engines, and cheers for the Luftwaffe rose from thousands of desperate men. The bombardment continued for a few more seconds, and then decreased dramatically. The officers who were still alive blew their whistles for retreat, and the men packed into our hole poured out like rabbits chased by a ferret. We were about to follow when our Stabsfeldwebel, who hadn't yet been killed, shouted loudly after us, "Not you! We're here to stop a Russian counter-offensive. Get your guns ready to fire." 6 Hitlerjugend cadavers were lying on the bottom of the trench, which had completely changed shape. To the left, one end was caved in, and Krauss's boots were sticking out of 2 cubic yards of grey dirt. The other grenadier had been completely buried. With the help of the veteran, whose face was streaming with blood, we were able to get the FM back into place. The plane, which had been altered beyond recognition, was scarred with holes and lumps, as if giant moles had been at work. Wherever one looked, there was smoke and flame and a scattering of motionless bodies. In the distance, through spirals of dust and smoke, we could see geysers of fire from the bombs which our Me-110s were dropping on the Russian artillery. It looked as though we'd hit a couple of their ammunition dumps. The shock waves from those explosions engulfed the earth and sky in an extraordinary intensity of light and displacement of air. "Those bastards!" shouted the Ober. "Now they're getting what they deserve." Our Me-110s turned back to the west, and the Russian artillery opened up again. They were concentrating particularly on the panzers, which were retreating in disorder, with at least half their number destroyed. Although my left arm had almost been broken when the gang of panic-stricken soldiers jumped into the trench on top of us, I had felt nothing at the time. Now it was beginning to cause me violent pain, which hovered beside me like a supplementary presence, but I was too busy to pay much attention to it. The bombardment was continuing to the north and to the south, and then passed over us once again, intensifying and spreading its complement of pain and terror. Our group of stupefied men could breathe only with difficulty, like an invalid who gets up after a long illness to find he has lost both strength and wind. We were all unable to speak. There was nothing to say then about the hours we had just lived through, and there is no way of describing them now with the vehemence and force they require. Nothing remains for those who have survived such an experience but a sense of uncontrollable imbalance and a sharp, sordid anguish which reaches across the years unblunted and undiminished, even for someone like me, who is attempting to translate it into words, although a precise and appropriate vocabulary remains elusive. Abandoned by a God in whom many of us believed, we lay prostrate and dazed in our demi-tomb. From time to time, one of us would look over the parapet to stare across the dusty plain into the east, from which death might bear down on us at any moment. We felt like lost souls who had forgotten that men are made for something else, that time exists, and hope and sentiments other than anguish, that friendship can be more than ephemeral, that love can sometimes occur, that the earth can be productive and used for something other than burying the dead. We were madmen, gesturing and moving without thought or hope. Our legs and arms were numbed by hours of crowding and shoving against neighbours, living or dead, who were taking up too much room. The Stabsfeldwebel repeated mechanically that we must maintain our position, but each new series of explosions sent us plunging to the bottom of our hole. Night fell before we realized day had ended, and with darkness our terror returned. Lindbergh, whose nervous condition was alarming, had collapsed into a kind of stupor which, for the moment, made him oblivious of hell. The Sudeten was almost as badly affected. He had begun to tremble like someone in a fit and to vomit uncontrollably. Madness had invaded our group and was gaining ground rapidly. In a state of semi-delirium, I saw a giant, whom I had known in another time as Hals, leap to his machine gun and fire at the sky, which continued to pour down its rain of flame and metal. I also saw the Stabs, seized by a kind of dementia, beat the ground with his clenched fist, and then deliberately turn on the surviving grenadier and pound him. The grenadier, who had seemed to be functioning normally until that moment, simply stared at the Stabs, like someone in a trance, and then burst into tears. I could hear the millions of echoes ringing through the ground with an almost infernal precision, and I felt that I was going to faint. I stood up, totally unaware of what I was doing, shouting curses and obscenities at the sky. I had reached the edge of the abyss, like all my companions, and, like them, I was nearly finished. My rage burned like a straw fire, consuming my last reserves of strength. My head began to swim, and I fell forward against the edge of the trench. My mouth, which was wide open, filled with dirt. I began to vomit, and knew I wouldn't be able to stop until I had emptied myself completely. I waded through my vomit with my trembling hands stretched out in front of me, reaching for the support of the crumbling parapet. A white flash, like an element of a nightmare, lit the darkness which had enveloped us, and kept me from losing consciousness. I slowly raised my eyes above the level of the trench wall to follow the Russian flare as it fell to the ground. During those moments, I felt strangely certain that I was at home, that none of my surroundings existed, and that the descending flare was really a falling star. I remained in my stupor for a long time, while the explosions continued to compress my lungs. Some men stood in one position for hours, asleep on their feet with their eyes wide open. Finally, toward midnight, everything fell silent. However, no one moved. We all felt so weakened that movement was beyond the limit of possibility. Finally, the veteran was able to make us pay attention. "Don't go to sleep, boys. This is when Ivan will attack." The Stabs stared at him with troubled eyes. He stood up and leaned against the trench wall. A few minutes later, his head fell forward, and he was lost in paralytic sleep. The veteran continued to exhort us, but the 6 of us who were left received his pleas with a silence as absolute as the silence of our 8 corpses. Sleep was crushing us, as the guns had not quite managed to do. If the Russians had chosen that moment to attack, they would undoubtedly have saved a great many lives on their side. Our advance interception positions were manned only by sleepers and dead men. Although there must have been more noise from the big guns and more flares, our ears picked up nothing for the next 4 hours. The Stabsfeldwebel was the first awake. When we opened our eyes, we found him leaning over the Sudeten, who was sleeping beside him. The Sudeten had just cried out, which must have waked the Stabs. We felt so ground down by exhaustion that every gesture made us grimace with pain. The sky once again was turning pink, and we could already see the chaos scattered across the plain. Everything was calm, and we couldn't hear a sound. We stared out at the enormous space surrounding us. The horizon was almost a perfect circle, losing its line only in the hedge of woods to the north and to the south. We got out some tins of food, and tried to eat and talk a little. "That's right, you should build up your strength," joked the Stabs, who was living through his last moments. "I'd be surprised if this quiet lasted." "Maybe it will, though," someone else said. "That show yesterday must have done in quite a few fellows. We might even get 2 or 3 days like this." "I doubt it," said the Stabs. "The Führer has given the order to march east, and nothing can stop our troops now. The offensive will begin as soon as the sun is up." "Do you really think so?" asked Lindbergh, excited as usual when something seemed to be going our way. "Will our troops be able to knock out those damned Russian guns?" "If it starts up again," Hals muttered to me, "I'll go right off my rocker." "Or be killed," I answered. "We can't expect the same luck we had yesterday." Hals stared at me as he chewed. The Stabs, Lindbergh, and the surviving grenadier were still talking, while Hals and I traded pessimistic predictions. Only the veteran went on eating in silence, his eyes, red from sleeplessness, fixed on the morning star. "You two," said the Stabs, pointing to Hals and me. "You keep your eyes open for another couple of hours, while the rest of us try to get some sleep. But first we have to get rid of these stiffs." He waved at the 8 mutilated corpses, which were already beginning to swarm with big blue flies. We watched the dead being stripped of their tags. For once we were not playing Undertaker's assistant, and guard duty seemed like a stroke of luck. The same curses and exclamations seemed to occur to survivors every time they had to deal with the remains of their slaughtered comrades. "Fuck it. This fellow weighs a ton. My God, he would have been better off if they'd finished him right away. Look at that." And then the metallic click as the identity tags slid off. "Pah! He's swimming in shit." We looked away with indifference. Death had lost any dramatic importance for us. We were used to it. While the others were shifting the carrion, Hals and I continued to discuss our chances of survival. "Hands and feet hurt more than other places, but aren't really serious. I wonder what happened to Ollensheim." "Broken arm, I heard." "How's your arm?" "My shoulder hurts like hell." Behind our backs, the others were hard at their filthy work. "Heinz Weller, 1925. Unmarried. Poor fellow." "Let me see your shoulder," Hals said. "Maybe you're badly hurt." "I don't think so. Just a bruise," I said, unfastening my harness. I was about to pull the cloth away from my shoulder when a roll of thunder shook the pure morning air. A second later, a hail of Russian shells fell all around us, and once again we collapsed in terror at the bottom of our hole. "My God!" someone shouted. "It's starting again!" Hals was moving closer to me through a shower of flying clods. He had just opened his mouth to say something when a violent explosion very near us drowned the sound of his voice. "We'll never be able to hold on," he said. "We'd better get out." A shell fell so close to us that the grey earth wall of the trench glowed red in the light of its flames. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped us, and cubic yards of earth fell into our holes. We could hear cries of fright, and then the voice of the Stabs. "Anyone hit?" "God!" shouted the veteran through a spasm of coughing. "Where the hell's our artillery?" Lindbergh had begun to tremble again. Then the Russian fire stopped. The veteran peered carefully out, and after him our 7 heads rose above the rampart. We stared at the plain, which was still scattered with trailing clouds of dust. In the distance, besides the wood, someone was howling. "They must be running short of shells," said the Stabs, grinning. "Otherwise they wouldn't have stopped so quickly." The veteran looked at him with his habitual, resigned expression.
"I was just thinking the same thing about our artillery," Stubbs Feldwebel. "I was wondering why they weren't firing. We're preparing an offensive. That's why our side is quiet. Soon we'll see our tanks."
The veteran stared at the horizon.
"I'm sure," the Stubbs went on, "that our offensive will begin again any minute now."
But we were watching the veteran. His eyes were growing wider and wider, and so was his mouth, which seemed ready to howl. The Stubbs had shut up too. We all followed the direction of our gunner's eyes. In the remote distance, a thin black line stretched from one end of the horizon to the other, and was moving toward us like a wave rolling toward the shore. We stood watching for a moment. The line was dense and somehow unreal. Then the veteran shouted in a voice which paralyzed us with fear, "It's the Siberians! They're here! There must be at least 1 million of them!" He gripped the butt of his FM, and a demented laugh burst through his clenched teeth. In the distance, a confused tumult of thousands of roaring voices swelled like a hurricane wind. "Every man to his post!" shouted the Stubbs, whose eyes remained fixed, as if hypnotized, on the irresistible Soviet tide. We had all picked up our guns like automatons and braced our elbows against the parapet. Hals was trembling like a leaf, and Lindbergh, his number 2 man, seemed unable to handle the belt of 7.7s. "Get closer to me," Hals shouted. "Get closer, or I'll kill you." Lindbergh's face was quivering, as if he were about to burst into tears. The veteran wasn't shouting any more. His gun was on the crook of his shoulder, his finger was on the trigger, and his teeth were clenched tightly enough to break. The Soviet war cry was growing continuously louder and more distinct. It was like a long shout, muffled by its great volume. We remained frozen by the danger, unable to judge its magnitude. Our stupor was too great. We were like paralyzed mice facing a snake. Then Lindbergh broke down. He began to cry and shout, and left his post, throwing himself down on the trench floor. "They'll kill us! They'll kill us! We'll all be killed!" "Get up!" shouted the Stubbs. "Get back to your post, or I'll shoot you right now!" He dragged him to his feet, but Lindbergh had gone as limp as a rag, and was streaming with tears. "You bastard!" shouted Hals. "Get killed, then! I'll take care of this damned thing myself." By now we could hear the Russian cries distinctly, a huge, continuous hurrah. "Maman," I thought to myself. "Maman." "Hurrah, hurrah, Pobeda," muttered the veteran. "Just get a little closer." The human wave was now about 400 yards from us. We could also hear the throb of engines and see 3 planes high in the brightening sky. "Planes," said the Sudeten, but we'd all noticed them already. Our anxious eyes left the Russian horde for a moment. The airplane engines were screaming as the planes dived down at top speed. "Messerschmitts!" shouted the Stubbs. "What guts!" "Hurrah!" we all shouted. "Hurrah for the Luftwaffe!" The 3 planes were strung out over the huge Russian thrust, spraying it with death. This seemed to be a signal for our mortars to open fire. They were hidden in the brush and had lengthened their range. The Spandaus which had survived the bombardment began to fire too, while the planes dived down, stimulating our troops to a feverish pitch of courage. I could feel the FM cartridges running through my hand at a dizzying speed. One clip was emptied, and we started another. Some of the big Wehrmacht guns had also opened fire, which must have had a lethal effect on the ranks of Bolsheviks, who were charging as in the days of Napoleon. However, the human tide continued to roll toward us, making our scalps crawl. Only the weight of our helmets kept our filthy hair from standing straight up on our heads, although the idea of death itself no longer terrified us. My eyes remained fixed on the smoking metal of the FM in the steady hands of the veteran. The trembling belt of cartridges moved forward into the machine, shaken as if by a titanic frenzy. "Prepare the grenades!" shouted the Stubbs, who was firing with his Luger braced on his left arm. "It's useless!" shouted the veteran even louder.
We haven't got enough ammunition. We can't stop them. Order the retreat, Stubbs-Feldwebel, while there's still time."
Our frantic eyes moved from the lips of one man to the other. The Russian war cry, "Ura, Pobeda!" roared closer and closer. The men were firing from their hips as they ran, and the air shook with the rushing flight of their bullets.
"You're crazy," answered the Stubbs. "No one can get away from here, and our boys should be coming any minute now. So keep firing, for the love of God."
But the veteran had already loaded his FM and picked up the last magazine.
"You're the one who's crazy. Any minute now is too late. But you go ahead and die right here, if that's what you want." "No! No!" shouted the Stubbs.
The veteran had just jumped from the trench and was galloping toward the woods, bent over as far as he could and calling to us as he ran. We grabbed our guns in frantic haste.
"Run!"
shouted the Sudeten. We all followed him. For a moment we were almost mad with terror, racing toward the shattered trees with our lungs on fire, while Russian bullets whistled through the air all around us. There were still 7 of us, which seemed astonishing. The Stubbs had finally followed everyone else, but was still protesting and shouting,
"Cowards! Shoot back! You'll all be killed! Put up a fight!"
But we continued to run for the trees.
"Halt!"
the Stubbs shouted.
"Halt, you cowards!"
We had just caught up with the veteran, who had stopped for a minute behind what was left of a tree. I was right beside him.
"You bastard!" the Stubbs yelled. "I'll report you for this."
"I know," the veteran said, gasping, almost laughing.
"But I'd take one of our firing squads over Ivan's bayonet any day."
We began to run again, climbing a pock-marked hillside stripped of its brush.
"Aye!"
howled the veteran, as Russian bullets struck the earth bank with hollow thuds.
"Hurry, Stubbs! Quick!"
he shouted to our leader, who was still climbing the bank and would never complete his ascent.
"You'll see. We'll stop them when we get to our lines."
The veteran had barely finished speaking when our non-com suddenly cried out and stood up, flapping his arms in an almost comical way. Then he ran back down the hill and collapsed, with his face pressed into the ground.
"Damned Stubbs," said the veteran. "I told him to hurry up."
Stripped of a leader for the second time, our 8th group continued its flight through the brush, staggering under our load of weapons.
"Let's stop for a second," I said. "I can't breathe."
Hals had dropped to the ground and was trying to regain control of his breath. Behind us we could hear guns popping and an occasional German projectile falling toward the east.
"As if that would stop Ivan,"
said the veteran.
"Hasn't anybody told them, for the love of God? Keep moving, boys. This is no time to take it easy." "Thank God you were there,"
Hals said to the veteran,
"or we'd all be dead by now." "Damn right. Now beat it."
We began to run again, despite the exhaustion which prevented us from grasping the critical importance of every step. 3 other Landwehr joined us.
"You really scared us," one of them said. "We thought you were Bolsheviks."
We came to a small clearing, which we could see at a glance was not a natural glade, but the site of one of our munitions dumps, which must have been hit the day before by a Russian shell. We found a few fragments of a pack, but everything else had been burned. A blackened corpse was still tangled in the branches of a fallen tree, some 4 yards above the ground. Suddenly we were surrounded by a full company of soldiers, ready to attack. A tall lieutenant ran to meet us.
"Sergeant,"
he said, without wasting a moment.
"Killed,"
answered the veteran, pulling himself approximately to attention.
"Damn,"
said the officer. "Where have you come from? What company do you belong to?"
"8th Group, 5th Company. Interception Group of the Gross Deutschland Division, Herr Leutnant."
21st Group, 3rd Company, added the 3 fellows who just joined us.
"We're the only survivors."
The officer looked at us, but said nothing. There was a continuous rumble of guns, and from time to time the shouts of the Siberians.
"Where's the enemy?"
asked the lieutenant.
"In front of you, Herr Leutnant. Everywhere. They just poured onto the plain. There must be several 100,000 anyway."
"Keep going back. We're not part of the Gross Deutschland. Reattach when you run into one of your own regiments." We didn't wait for him to repeat himself, but plunged into the brush once again, while the officer turned back to his troops, shouting his orders. We passed many other groups ready for the slaughter, finally arriving at the hamlet where we had organized the defense post in the cellar a short time before. We stopped because a unit from our division had settled in there, but no one knew anything about the 5th Company. We were bombarded with questions, first by officers and then by anxious soldiers, but we were also allowed a few minutes' rest in the shadow of a ruined house and were brought something to drink. Everywhere, harassed soldiers were digging in, constructing defensive fortifications, camouflaging, checking over what had already been done. Toward noon, we could hear the battle approaching. A salvo from the Russian artillery made us run for the cellar we already knew, where we saw a fat soldier, a Gross Deutschland veteran, dancing and singing as the earth and air shook with explosions. His companions paid no attention to him. "He's off his rocker," Hals said. "He was that way already when we got here," someone else explained. Pretty soon, we too paid no more attention to the fat lunatic who was trying to execute a French can-can. "He's too much," Hals muttered. But the madman went right on, waving his arms. In the afternoon, 5 or 6 tanks went to meet the Russians, with several groups of grenadiers right behind them. In the distance we could hear fighting, which seemed to go on for about an hour. Then we saw the grenadiers coming back, surrounded by a thick swarm of fleeing soldiers. The woods beyond the orchards were red with fire. Scattered shots were falling all around the gasping soldiers, who were dragging their wounded comrades with them. We realized that in a short time we would again be on the front line. The battle was drawing continuously closer, with its rumbling explosions and loud bursts of sound, and we felt ourselves gripped once again by the essential, inescapable anguish of the front. The counter-attacks of the regiments whose positions we had crossed had been swamped, like our tanks, by the irresistible Soviet flood, for whom the most enormous losses seemed immaterial. The hamlet had become an important strategic point, jammed with machine guns, mortars, and even an anti-tank gun, which no doubt was the reason for the hell we suffered during the next 36 hours. Some 60 yards ahead of us, 2 holes had been fitted out to hide 2 Spandaus, just in front of the ones manned by the veteran and Hals, which we had reinstalled in our position of the day before. To our right, protected by the ruins, a big Geschnauz had been set up and was ready to fire, surrounded by some 50 other infantry weapons, rifles, machine guns, and grenade throwers, hidden in the ruins of 4 or 5 wooden sheds, or behind piles of wood, or half-collapsed garden fences. A little further along, behind a low wall, some of the soldiers who had fled were being regrouped and set to digging new trenches. To our left, in a trench beside the only structure left more or less intact, a mortar section had set up its position, swelled by numbers of retreating infantry troops, who were reattaching themselves wherever they could. Further to the left and somewhat behind us, above the road which cut through the hamlet, a 50mm anti-tank gun, protected by earth, built up into something like a bunker, was aimed toward the orchards, and behind it, somewhat lower down, a radio truck had parked beside the tractor for the gun. We had watched the truck arrive while we were resting. An endless stream of orders was pouring from our basement shelter. Officers were regrouping all the fugitives, forming emergency units, and lengthening the line of defense above the hamlet, where there must have been a command post under the authority of a superior officer. From time to time, a bullet fired at random obliged one or another of our groups to dive for the ground. But, compared to what we'd been through the day before, nothing seemed particularly alarming. Only in the distance, about a mile away, violent contact persisted between the last of our retreating troops and advance Russian forces. The veteran nodded as he listened to the rush above and beyond us. "Well," he kept saying, "they're trying to make another Siegfried line up there. Do they really think that's how they'll stop the Ruskies? You, preacher," he turned to a chaplain, "ask your kind God to send us some lightning to help us out. We could use it, since there doesn't seem to be any artillery." Everyone laughed, including the chaplain, who was less sure of his arguments now that he'd seen God's creatures tearing each other to pieces without the slightest trace of remorse. A Felt looked into the shelter. "What the hell's a crowd like this doing in here?" "Interception Group 8, 5th Company, Feldwebel," shouted the veteran, gesturing at the 6 of us. "The rest invited themselves in a little while ago." "Okay," said the sergeant. "Your group stay put, but everybody else out. There are still plenty of holes outside that need to be filled." The other men groaned and got up. "Feldwebel," said the veteran, "leave us a couple of extra men to help out, in case some of us are killed. We've got to be able to hold this place." "Okay." But before he was able to point to anyone, the fat lunatic who'd been dancing when we arrived proposed himself. "I was a machine gunner outside Moscow, Herr Feldwebel, and nobody criticized my performance." "You stay then, and that fellow over there. The rest come with me." So our group was enlarged by the fat man, whom we'd nicknamed French Can-Can, and a thin, gloomy-looking character. "I beg your pardon," French Can-Can said to us. "I hope you'll forgive me for encumbering you with my voluminous presence. You must see that digging a foxhole big enough to take me would be an awful lot of work." He began to talk, enlarging on anything that came into his head. From time to time an explosion made him fall silent, blinking his little pig eyes, but as soon as the danger was past, he would start talking again, more voluble than ever. "You can set your mind at ease about the hole we'll dig for you," said the veteran without a smile. "A few stones on your beer sack, and that'll be it." "I don't drink much beer," said French Can-Can. But Hals interrupted him. "Things must be pretty rough outside," he said. "Look, there are 2 of our tanks coming back." "The hell, they're ours," said the veteran. "Those are T-34s, and our anti-tank boys had better notice them." We stared at the 2 monsters roaring toward us. "God help us," said Hals. "We'll never be able to reach them with these pop guns." He began to fire the heavy machine gun, and a moment later the tanks were surrounded by flying clods. We also saw luminous impacts on their turrets, which otherwise seemed to be undamaged. Their long tubes, waving and balancing like elephants' trunks, kept moving forward. An explosion sent us down to the floor, and a Russian shell screamed over us, before exploding somewhere beyond the hamlet. The tanks had just slowed down, and the second one was already shifting into reverse. Our Geschnauts were still firing at the 2 monsters, which were now lurching slowly backward. A second Russian shell hit the left-hand wall of our building and made the whole cellar shake. There were several other explosions, but we no longer dared look out. Then an exultant shout from outside gave us a moment of courage, and we saw that the first tank, which had been knocked askew by one of our anti-tank guns, was drawing back, zigzagging on a single tread. It bumped the other tank, which wobbled from the impact and turned, offering its flank to our Geschnauts. A few minutes later, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke, it joined the other tank, which had completed a half-turn and withdrew. One of them was spouting a thick stream of black smoke, and would certainly not get very far. We could hear all our men cheering. "You see that, boys?" exclaimed the veteran. "That's how to make Ivan run." We all laughed nervously, except the thin, dark boy. "Why are you looking so grim?" Hals asked him. "I'm sick," the other replied. "You mean scared?" the Sudeten said. "But that's something we've all got." "Sure, I'm scared. But I'm sick, too. Every time I have to crap, blood pours out of my ass." "You ought to go to the hospital," said the veteran. "I've tried, but the Major doesn't believe me. What I've got he can't see." "Yes, I guess a fellow's better off without an arm, or with a big hole somewhere. That's more spectacular." "Try and sleep," the veteran said. "For the moment, we can do without you." A mess truck had arrived at the hamlet, and anyone who had the nerve to go out could get his mess tin filled. The simple fact that we were being supplied restored some of our confidence. We felt that we hadn't lost all contact with the outside world. However, our panic returned at nightfall. The fighting flared up again with renewed violence, and in short order the rest of the German troops were retreating from the Russians, who arrived before the last of the Landwehr were able to get through. We could see the oncoming moujiks everywhere, outlined against the shattered orchards. They were running toward us, shouting, but the noise of our guns covered their voices. A horrible massacre had begun. In the cellar, filled with smoke from our 2 Spandaus, the air was almost unbreathable. The noise of the anti-tank gun, which must have been red hot, had enlarged and multiplied the cracks in the ceiling, whose plaster fell onto our helmets like rain.
"Let's take turns firing," the veteran shouted to Hals. "Otherwise the guns will melt."
Lindbergh, whose face had turned the colour of his tunic, stuffed some dirt into his ears, so that he wouldn't hear any more. A 5th belt of cartridges was running through my torn hands into the red-hot machine, which the veteran kept on firing. One of the 2 machine guns in front of us had been knocked out by a grenade. The other was still firing, sweeping across the ranks of Soviet troops, who were piling up in a horrible bottleneck. In spite of their desperate efforts to break through, waves of howling men were dying under our mortar and machine gun fire. We had no idea what was happening beyond our range of vision. Directly in front of us, however, the enemy was taking a terrible beating. 2 or 3 fragments of shrapnel had come through the holes in the wall, but miraculously no one had been hit. Then we heard a heavy rumbling sound, and 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers ducked their heads a little lower. In front of us, among the living and the dead, hundreds of flares lit the darkness. For a moment, we were terrified. Then someone shouted, "It's our artillery!"
"Thank God," said the veteran.
"I'd given up on them. Okay, boys, we'll be able to stick it out. This means the Popovs can't get through." The Wehrmacht artillery had finally regrouped and was pouring down its deadly rain onto the enemy. In the darkness of our smoke-filled hole, our faces lit up with relief.
"That's more like it," shouted Can-Can. "Look at the pounding those Ruskies are taking. That's how it ought to be. Bravo!"
In front of us, we could see the earth flying into the air. Lindbergh, who seemed almost mad with excitement, was yelling, "Sieg Heil!" at the top of his lungs. Evidently the Russians were no better at standing up to our guns than we had been to their waves of assault the day before. The German artillery lengthened its range and pursued the terrified Russians into the trees beyond the orchards. The "Ura, Pobjeda!" of the Russians had been replaced by the death rattle of thousands of dying men, which filled the air with a horrible sound. We thought the hamlet had been saved.
"Let's have a drink," the veteran said.
"We really ought to celebrate. I haven't seen such slaughter the whole time I've been in Russia. We should be able to breathe a little easier now. You," he said to Lindbergh, pulling him from his corner, "go find us something instead of sitting there snivelling." It was easy to see that Lindbergh had gone mad. He was alternately laughing and crying uncontrollably.
"Get going,"
said Hals, who was fed up with him.
"Run and find us something to drink."
He gave him a kick in the seat of his pants. Lindbergh went off, holding his head in his hands.
"Where will I find anything?"
he asked.
"That's your worry. At the radio truck, those fellows usually have something hidden, or anywhere else. Just don't come back with empty hands."
Outside, other soldiers were celebrating the rout of so many Popovs. In our cellar, the level of gaiety rose too. Can-Can began to dance again, and we imitated him.
"For a while there, I thought we were finished. Thank God the artillery stood by us."
"Thank God is right," laughed the grenadier, who'd been with us for 3 days. Tears of joy and relief were streaming from our reddened eyes and running down our blackened faces. The veteran was singing and calling for drink, and we trusted him. He had saved us that morning, and if he was rejoicing, so could we. He knew how the Russians operated, and had already done a lot of fighting. He told us we would have a lull, but he was wrong. The Russian units had grown enormously, and were no longer the crippled divisions which had been shoved out of Poland by the Wehrmacht, and on into Russia for hundreds of miles. Times had changed. Beyond the cellar, beyond the hamlet and its trenches, beyond the thousands of moujik cadavers and the flaming woods, The Soviet mass was moving into action again, trampling on its own dead and on ours, more powerful than ever, with hundreds upon hundreds of guns wheel to wheel. Soon their cries of victory would drown our laughter. We had become 5 pairs of terrified eyes, staring into the murky brilliance of the orchard, which was lit by thousands of dazzling, quick-burning fires. The German lines had already been attacked 3 times by Soviet troops, and 3 times had repulsed them with extraordinary effort and bravery. Between the assaults, the big Russian guns pounded our troops and our artillery, which kept on shelling the enemy as long as it could. For 5 hours already, our laughter had been stilled, as Stalin's organs hammered at our positions, killing many of our defending troops. The rest were either killed or driven mad by bombs. A few, like our group, who had been lucky enough to dig in solidly, went on firing haphazardly with what they had left. Our ceiling had finally caved in, and the hole in the roof acted like a chimney to let the smoke escape. The tall, thin boy with dysentery had taken Halsey's place at the Spandau for a few moments. A bullet or fragment of shrapnel had grazed Hal's forehead just below the visor of his helmet, and he was lying down beside 3 dying men who had been brought into our shelter to spend their last moments in relative tranquility. Then Halsey's gun jammed, and only the veteran was left firing, stiff with exhaustion, helped by Can-Can, the Sudeten, and me. We felt a crushing sense of despair when Russian rockets erected a wall of white fire over our mortar trench. The Geschnauts had been dismantled, and the anti-tank gunners had given up long since. Only a few Spandaus, supported by light infantry guns, prevented the howling mob from taking the village. We were threatened with being overrun or surrounded any minute.
"I guess we'll have to die now,"
said the veteran. "Too bad for us, but I don't see any other solution." From time to time, in the light of the flares, we could see the nest of machine gunners in front of us, heroically fighting on. The Russians pressed their attack, bringing on their tanks as soon as it began to grow light, and death to anyone who remained upright. A shell destroyed what was left of our shelter and sent us all rolling along the floor. Our cries of distress were mingled with the screams of the 2 machine gunners, and then the shouts of revenge from the Russian tank crew as it drove over the hole, grinding the remains of the 2 gunners into that hateful soil. Hals stood for a moment, fascinated by the spectacle. He was the only one of us who had remained on his feet, and the only one who could see what was happening. He told us later that the treads worked over the hole for a long time, and that as they manipulated their machine, the Russian crew kept shouting, "Kaput, Soldat Germanski! Kaput!" We managed to get out about 10 minutes before the Russians arrived. There was no longer any question in our minds. The rest of our forces had abandoned us. God knows how we managed to drag ourselves through the dead and the chaos and the lights of the flares. Our heads were filled with the sound of continuous explosions. It was impossible even to imagine silence. Hals was walking behind me, his hands red with blood from a wound in his neck. Lindbergh, who had finally fallen silent, was staggering just ahead of us. The veteran was a short way back, shouting imprecations against the war, our artillery, and the Russians. The fat lunatic was beside me, letting off an endless stream of incomprehensible muttering. As the noise of battle grew louder and the sky brighter, we forced ourselves into a run.
"We're finished, Sergei,"
Hals shouted.
"We're not going to make it."
I began to tremble and to cry with fright. My head hurt almost beyond bearing, aching with the noise of explosions and fusillades. We kept falling, standing up again, and running on like automatons. Suddenly, Can-Can cried out. I turned my head to look at him through my exhausted eyes, and it seemed as if I were dreaming. I looked at him without feeling, as I moved one foot in front of the other, mechanically and with difficulty.
"Don't let me fall,"
said Can-Can imploringly. His hands were clutching his belly, holding in something foul, like the offal on the floors of slaughterhouses. "How can you go on like that?" I asked him, only half aware of what I was saying. Suddenly he cried out again, and doubled over onto himself.
"Come on," said the Sudeten in a thick voice like a drunkard's. "There's nothing we can do for him." We staggered on like sleepwalkers. We heard the sound of an engine behind us and turned to see what new danger might be threatening. A dark shape was jolting rapidly towards us with all its lights extinguished. We summoned up what was left of our energy and tried to scatter. The half-track, which was almost on top of us, gleamed with dull reflections of the blazing explosions all around it. "Climb aboard, friends!" shouted a kindly soul. We stumbled toward the vehicle, which turned out to be the one that had moved the Geschnauz into position above our cellar in the hamlet. 3 fellows who had also been in the hamlet had managed to get it started. We pulled ourselves onto the narrow platform, which was almost totally occupied by the heavy, dismantled gun, and the engine started up again, carrying us across a heavily rutted piece of ground which must have been the site of several gun emplacements. The soldiers standing beside piles of empty ammunition boxes waved to us as we passed, their faces drawn with exhaustion. "Clear out!" our driver shouted to them. "Ivan is almost here." One of the artillery tractors was blazing brightly. Perhaps its flames dazzled our driver. In any case, we plunged nose first into a deep crater, and everyone was thrown out. I think I went through the windshield. I felt a stabbing pain in my shoulder, which was already sore, and found myself doubled over against one of the front wheels of the machine. "God damn!" someone said. "What are you doing to us?" "Shut up!" shouted the driver. "I think I've broken my knee." I stood up, gripping my shoulder. My left arm seemed to be paralyzed. "Your face is covered with blood," said the Sudeten, looking at me. "Only my shoulder hurts, though." I saw Hals lying on the ground. Already wounded, he had been thrown a considerable distance and was either unconscious or dead. I shook him and called him, and he lifted one of his hands to his neck. Thank God he wasn't dead. Somebody tried to drive our machine out of the hole, but its wheels only dug into the ground and spun helplessly. We walked on to the next artillery position, where the fellows were just pulling up stakes. They loaded us onto trucks along with their gear, and we left in search of a quieter spot. In the distance, the horizon glowed red. "You've come from that inferno?" one of the artillerymen asked. He was talking to the veteran, who didn't answer because he'd dropped into a deep, anesthetic sleep. Within a few minutes, almost everyone had done the same, despite the rough jolts of our progress. Only Hals and I remained half awake. My shoulder prevented me from moving and caused me great pain. Someone was leaning over me. My face was covered with blood. The shattered glass of the windshield had cut me in hundreds of places, so that I looked as if my blood were pouring from a deep wound. "This one must be dying," said the fellow looking down at me. "I'm not," I shouted back. Some time later, we were all helped down. Every movement hurt my shoulder, and the pain, intensified by fatigue, made me feel sick at my stomach. I began to retch and vomit violently. 2 soldiers helped me to a building where the wounded were stretched out on the floor. Hals joined me with his bloody neck, and our driver, who was hopping on one leg. "You in a bad way?" Hals asked. "You're not dying, are you, Sergei?" His words reached me through a loud buzzing noise, across an immense distance. "I want to go home," I said, between 2 spasms of retching. "So do I," Hals said. He stretched out on his back and fell asleep. Some time later, we were wakened by men from the sanitary service who had come to sort out the dead and wounded. I felt a set of cold fingers lifting my eyelids as someone peered into my eyes. "It's all right, boy," he said. "Where are you hurt?" "My shoulder. I can't move it." The orderly unbuckled my straps, which made me howl with pain. "No visible wounds, Herr Major," he said to a tall man wearing a cap. "What about his head?" "Nothing there," the other said. "His face is bloody, that's all. And there's something wrong with his shoulder." The orderly moved my left arm back and forth, and I screamed. The major nodded, and the orderly pinned a white slip of paper to my tunic.
He did the same to Hals and to the driver, and then helped the driver into an ambulance which was already nearly full. Hals and I remained on the ground. Toward noon, 2 more orderlies came back to deal with the men like us, who'd been left to wait. They tried to help me to my feet. "That's all right," I said. "I can walk. It's my shoulder that hurts." The orderlies lined up everybody who could walk and sent us to the canteen. "Everyone strip," shouted Affeldt. The pain of undressing nearly made me faint. 2 fellows helped me, and my swollen, battered shoulder was bared. We were each given an injection in the thigh. Then the orderlies washed our wounds with ether and stuck plaster on anyone who needed it. Beside the door they were sewing up a fellow who had a huge rip down his back and who screamed as the instruments bit into his flesh. 2 of them came over and grabbed hold of my shoulder. I howled and cursed, but they paid no attention. With a cracking sound which sent spasms of pain right down to my toes, they pulled my dislocated arm back into place and moved on to the next case. I found Hals outside. They had just stuck a gauze bandage onto his neck with a long strip of tape. My friend had been wounded by a metal fragment 3 inches below the first wound he had received at Kharkov. "Next time, they'll get me in the head," he said. A short distance along, we found the veteran, the Sudeten, Lindbergh, and the grenadier asleep and snoring on the grass. We lay down beside them, and were very quickly asleep too. And that was the end of the battle for Belgorod. The German offensive had lost all the ground it had taken at such cost during those 10 days, and even more. 1/3 of the forces engaged in the fighting had been killed, including many of the Hitler-Jugend. What happened to the beautiful young man with the Madonna face, and his friend with clear, loyal eyes, and the student who spoke so well? Probably they were left lying on the mutilated soil of Russia, like the melancholy harmonica player who sang of his desire to return to his peaceful green valley, if only to die there. There is no sepulchre for the Germans killed in Russia. One day some mujik will turn over their remains and plough them under with his fertilizer, and sow his furrow with sunflower seeds. Part 3. The Retreat. Autumn 1943. 7. The New Front. In September, Kharkov was retaken by the Soviets. The entire south and central front was seriously shaken, with several major breaks through which the enemy poured their tanks, jeopardizing our whole system of defense. A general withdrawal began, during which the Russians often managed to surround entire divisions. Our unit had been re-equipped with new weapons and rapid motor vehicles, and was used to check enemy penetration behind our lines, often achieving prodigies which were cited in the orders of the day. Wherever the Gross Deutschland appeared, our troops took heart and routed the enemy, or so it seemed. Of course, the general difficulties of our situation, our encirclement, and the despair of troops forced to abandon their weapons in a sea of mud, were never mentioned. Nor were such things as the adjutant and his section taken prisoner, and liberated too late, or the profound sense of hopelessness and misery which settled over the adult children we were, facing another winter of war. More human bridges across icy rivers, like the one over the Dnieper. More frozen, abandoned regiments and scorched earth and weeks of terror, like our week at Chernigov. More hands cracked open by chilblains, and more fatal acceptance of the idea of death. Generals have since written accounts of these events, locating particular catastrophes, and summarizing in a sentence or a few lines the losses from sickness or freezing. But they never, to my knowledge, give sufficient expression to the wretchedness of soldiers abandoned to a fate one would wish to spare even the most miserable cur. They never evoke the hours upon hours of agony, or the obvious resentment of individuals swamped by the herd, in which each man is lost in his own misery and oblivious of the sufferings of others. They never mention the common soldier, sometimes covered with glory, sometimes beaten and defeated, burdened by the angry remonstrances of the non-coms and by the hatred of another herd of human beings whom it is officially permissible to hate, confounded by murder and degradation, and later by disillusion, when he realizes that victory will not return him his liberty. In the end, there was only the physical crime of war, and the hypocritical and intellectual crime of peace. "That's why you're fighting," Hauptmann Westreidau, our captain, said to us one day. "You're nothing more than animals on the defensive, even when you're obligated to take the offensive. So be brave. Life is war, and war is life. Liberty doesn't exist." Captain Westreidau often helped us to endure the worst. He was always on good terms with his men, and was never one of those officers who are so impressed by their own rank that they treat ordinary soldiers like valueless pawns to be used without scruple. He stood beside us during countless grey watches, and came into our bunkers to talk with us and make us forget the howling storm outside. I can still see his thin face, faintly lit by a wavering lamp, leaning over beside one of ours. "Germany is a great country," he used to tell us. "Today our difficulties are immense. The system in which we more or less believe is every bit as good as the slogans on the other side. Even if we don't always approve of what we have to do, we must carry out orders for the sake of our country, our comrades, and our families, against whom the other half of the world is fighting in the name of truth and justice. All of you are old enough to understand that. I have done a good deal of travelling, to South America and even to New Zealand. Since Spain, I have fought in Poland and France, and now Russia. And I can tell you that everywhere there are the same dominating hypocrisies. Life, my father, the example of former times, all of these taught me to sustain my existence with rectitude and loyalty. And I have clung to these principles in spite of all the hardships and follies which have been my lot. Many times, when I could have responded with a thrust of the sword, I only smiled and blamed myself, assuming that I myself was the cause of all my troubles. When I had my first taste of war in Spain, I thought of suicide. It all seemed so vile. But then I saw the ferocity of others, who also believed in the justice of their cause, and offered themselves up to acts of murder as to a purification. I watched the soft, effete French shift from terror to toughness, and take up the arms they couldn't use when they needed them, once we had restored their confidence, and offered them the hand of friendship. In general, human beings don't accept the unaccustomed. Change frightens and upsets them, and they will fight even to preserve situations they have always detested. But a slick armchair philosopher can easily arouse a rabble to support an abstract proposition. For instance, all men are equal, even when the differences between men are obviously as great as the differences between cows and roosters. Then those exhausted societies, drained by their liberty, begin to bellow about their convictions and become a threat to us and to peace. It's basic wisdom to keep people like that well-fed and content if one wishes to extract even a tenth of the possible return. Something of this kind is happening on the other side. As a people, we are fortunate in being somewhat less indolent than they. If someone tells us to examine ourselves, we at least have the courage to do it. Our condition is not absolutely perfect, but at least we agree to look at other things and take chances. We are now embarked on a risky enterprise, with no assurance of safety. We are advancing an idea of unity which is neither rich nor easily digestible, but the vast majority of the German people accept it and adhere to it, forging and forming it in an admirable collective effort. This is where we are now risking everything. We are trying, taking due account of the attitudes of society, to change the face of the world, hoping to revive the ancient virtues buried under the layers of filth bequeathed to us by our forebears. We can expect no reward for this effort. We are loathed everywhere. If we should lose tomorrow, those of us still alive after so much suffering will be judged without justice. We shall be accused of an infinity of murder, as if everywhere and at all times men at war did not behave in the same way. Those who have an interest in putting an end to our ideals will ridicule everything we believe in. We shall be spared nothing. Even the tombs of our heroes will be destroyed, only preserving, as a gesture of respect toward the dead, a few which contain figures of doubtful heroism, who were never fully committed to our cause. With our deaths, all the prodigies of heroism which our daily circumstances require of us, and the memory of our comrades, dead and alive, and our communion of spirits, our fears and our hopes, will vanish, and our history will never be told. Future generations will speak only of an idiotic, unqualified sacrifice. Whether you wanted it or not, you are now part of this undertaking, and nothing which follows can equal the efforts you have made, if you must sleep tomorrow under the quieter skies of the opposite camp. In that case, you will never be forgiven for having survived. You will either be rejected or preserved like a rare animal which has escaped a cataclysm. With other men you will be as cats are to dogs, and you will never have any real friends. Do you wish such an end for yourselves? Anyone who wishes to go but is hesitating from fear of our authority should speak to me. I will take as many nights as it needs to reassure you. I repeat, those who wish to leave should do so. We cannot count on men who feel that way, and our efforts cannot gain from their presence. Please believe that I understand your sufferings. I feel the cold and fear as you do, and I fire at the enemy as you do, because I feel that my duty as an officer requires at least as much from me as your duty does of you. I wish to stay alive, even if it's only to continue the struggle somewhere else. I wish my company to be united in thought and in deed. Once the fighting begins, I will not tolerate doubt and defeatism. We shall be suffering not only in the interests of ultimate victory, but in the interests of daily victory, against those who hurl themselves at us without respite, and whose only thought is to exterminate us, without any understanding of what is at stake. You can feel certain of me in return, and certain that I will not expose you to any unnecessary dangers. I would burn and destroy entire villages, if by so doing I could prevent even one of us from dying of hunger. Here, deep in the wilds of the steppe, we shall be all the more aware of our unity. We are surrounded by hatred and death, and in these circumstances we shall daily oppose our perfect cohesion to the indiscipline and disorder of our enemies. Our group must be as one, and our thoughts must be identical. Your duty lies in your efforts to achieve that goal, and if we do achieve it and maintain it, we shall be victors even in death. Our conversations with Captain Vesreidal made a deep impression on us. His obvious and passionate sincerity affected even the most hesitant, and seemed of another order than the standard appeals to our sense of sacrifice, which left us stupefied and incredulous. He invited questions, which he answered with intelligence and clarity. He spent his time with us, whenever he was free from other duties. We all loved him, and felt we had a true leader, as well as a friend on whom we could count. Herr Hauptmann Vesreidal was a terror to the enemy, and a father to his men. Every time we moved, or were sent out on an operation, his Steiner preceded our vehicles. The veteran, who had a good sense of men, had pointed him out to us the day after the battle for Belgorod, while we were resting in the rear, nursing our wounds. "I've seen our captain," he said. "He looks intelligent and wise." We fought 2 more battles before recrossing the Dnieper in the beginning of the autumn. Several of us had to be re-equipped before these engagements, and the most serious accusations were levelled against anyone who returned without his weapons. Lindbergh, the Sudeten, and Hals, however, were officially recognized as wounded, when they came back the evening of the rout in rags, without weapons or equipment. It can easily be imagined that equipment has to be abandoned when one is on the run, but in Russia our soldiers were never supposed to abandon their arms. They were supposed to die with them, or live, hanging on to them at all times. I myself had kept my gun without thinking of the consequences, like a blind man who never lets go of his white cane, and the veteran had dragged along his heavy Spandau, out of habit or discipline. But I had lost my helmet, my ground sheet, the gas mask we never used, and what remained of the ammunition for the veteran's Spandau. We met Lenson, who had come out alive too, although he had left behind most of his gear. He was tearing his hair at the thought that this oversight might cost him his rank. The veteran, who was also an Obergefreiter, suggested that next time Lenson think of putting in for a posthumous promotion. Lenson's anxiety and our laughter were simultaneously drowned a short time later in the Samahonka someone found in the cellar of an abandoned house. It was almost surely because of Westredau that we all escaped a court-martial, which filled us with just as much terror as Soviet rockets. We had 3 good weeks of rest behind our lines, in a village of dreary, identical shacks. Luckily, the weather was magnificent. I took advantage of the lull to write often to Paula, but I could never bring myself to tell her of my terror at Belgorod. Hals had made the acquaintance of a Russian girl, with whom he was able to arrange a mutually profitable relationship. It turned out he was not the only one to enjoy the good woman's favours. One evening he arrived to find himself part of a troika. The other masculine member was the Catholic chaplain, who had survived hell and was indulging a few sins of the flesh as his consciousness of life returned, hoping they would be pardoned because they were so rare. From that moment on, he was never able to intone a psalm without an accompanying chorus of laughter, at which he would blush furiously and laugh as loudly as the rest of us. All went well until one morning toward the end of September, when the distant rumble of guns reminded us that we had not come to Russia to play. In fact, the Russians had just broken through the front which our troops had managed to re-establish west of Belgorod, and our grand debacle was beginning. Our generals, who believed that our troops could, if not attack, at least hold the reconstituted front, noticed somewhat belatedly that our regiments were being decimated simply to slow down the irresistible momentum of the strong Russian forces, which were attacking all along the central sector. What we should have done, before even thinking of turning back to the east, now seems like a simple act of realism which should have been recognized while it was still possible. At the time, however, the order to withdraw to the west bank of the Dnieper was given very late. The line of the Dnieper meant Kiev on the central axis, Cherkasy on the south, and Chernigov to the north, on the Desna, a distance of hundreds of miles. We were continuously pursued by an enemy who was fast becoming far more mobile than we, and threatening to overtake us at any moment, filling our ranks with panic and confusion. What might have been possible before Belgorod was no longer so, except at an inordinate price in blood and sweat, with incessant rearguard fighting. The Wehrmacht, adhering strictly to orders, sacrificed many more men on this belated retreat than they had done during their advance. We died by the thousands that autumn on the Ukrainian plain, and our battles, unheralded by any fanfare, consumed many heroes. The frontline troops, in constant contact with an ever more pressing enemy, had already made up their minds about the future. Even the most hermetically sealed of our men understood that no matter how many hundreds of Russians he killed, or how bravely he fought, the next day hundreds more would appear, and so on for the next day and the day after that. And even the blindest saw that the Russian soldiers were moved by a blind heroism and boldness, so that even a mountain of dead compatriots wouldn't stop them. We knew that under such circumstances combat often favours simple numerical superiority, and much of the time we felt desperate. Can anyone blame us? We knew that we would almost surely be killed, buying time for a large-scale redeployment of troops. We knew that our sacrifice was in a good cause, and if our courage incited us to hours of resignation, the hours and days which followed would find us with dry eyes which were filled with an immense sadness. Then we would fire in a lunatic frenzy, without mercy. We didn't wish to die, and would kill and massacre as if to avenge ourselves in advance for what we knew was going to happen. When we died, it was with fury, because we hadn't been able to exact enough retribution. And if we survived, it was as madmen, never able to readapt to the peacetime world. Sometimes we would try to run away, but orders, adroitly worded and spaced, soothed us like shots of morphine. On the Dnieper, we were told, everything will be easier. Ivan won't be able to force the barrage. So, courage, and do your best to hold him off if you want everyone to get through. The Russian counter-offensive will be crushed on the Dnieper, and then we'll resume our push to the east. Through our panic and despair, an order became a duty. Our adversaries were astonished by the courage of ordinary German soldiers. 100 yards at a time, we withdrew to the Dnieper and safety, slowing down the enemy as much as we could, watching our comrades fall all around us. Our desperate efforts sometimes continued for days at a time, across hundreds of miles. When men who had escaped from rearguard units finally reached the river, they were faced with a vast human swarm. Entire armies were waiting beside the few bridges which our engineers had managed to restore, tramping up and down the sandy bank, climbing onto anything that could float. The Russians were right on our heels, pressing against our perimeter of defence, which shrank alarmingly. The Luftwaffe was always somewhere overhead, and partly saved the situation, but our planes were soon outnumbered by MiGs and Yarbos. Those of our planes which escaped the long-range anti-aircraft fire had to face a constantly growing swarm of fighters. The men who had not crossed the river were pressed into counter-attacks at odds of 100 to 1. We performed deeds of astonishing heroism, which demonstrated once again the extraordinary resourcefulness of our soldiers. The weather was still good, and we fought many successful battles. However, these are victories which can never be celebrated. An army fighting for its life cannot speak of victory. Nonetheless, they were victories, which cost us far more than those we had fought as conquerors. This time, on the banks of the river, we were fighting not simply to take this or that town or district, but to avoid catastrophe. Everyone felt it and knew it. We had hours and even days of calm, but our anguish and anxiety always increased to a point of unbearable pressure, and we would throw ourselves back into battle to try to drive off the red monster about to devour us. This time we managed to avert a total catastrophe. Army Group Centre passed through, and the regiments still fighting were ordered to disengage. During the night we destroyed almost everything, leaving only men and light arms to be transported in the ferries which had been provided to embark the last of our troops to the west. At dawn, our exhausted men arrived at the river, which was heavily shrouded in autumn fog. Expecting friendly faces, they called out, only to be answered by Ivan's machine guns. In many places, the Russians had arrived ahead of us, sunk the boats, and killed the ferrymen. Our men threw themselves into the river and tried to swim, abandoning everything. The Russians, of course, opened fire, shooting at the heads bobbing in the water as if they were clay pigeons at a fair. Perhaps a few Germans managed to reach the western bank. Elsewhere, our men crowded onto the precarious ferries which were fired at from both the shore and the sky. Others were surrounded and fought to the last. Most of these men were killed, as the Russians were in no mood to take prisoners. Thus we established a new front, hoping to find safety on the western bank of the Dnieper. We dug ourselves in, preparing for a long stay. This time, Ivan would not break through. It had begun to snow, and we set about arranging our bunkers, calming ourselves, reorganizing, and waiting. But news was spreading with the rapidity of the flash which followed a Russian rocket. The staff officers had done everything they could to keep the true nature of the situation from the troops. But reality was too strong, and too important. and broke down all the barriers of discretion, smashing the fragile hopes of the soldiers and sweeping them away in a tumultuous flood. The Red Army was moving toward us from Cherkassy in the east and the Dnieper in the west. To the north they had crossed the Desna, and a large number of our troops were trapped at the confluence of the Desna and the Dnieper. Winter had begun, and with the falling snow, a deep feeling of despair settled over us. We were exhausted, and had no hope of future respite. Where could we find it? How far would we have to withdraw? To the Pripyat? The Bug? The Oder? The veteran grinned sardonically. That seemed impossible, unimaginable. One can only draw a very general view of our situation from the lines I've just written, without any of the details. I am not trying to recreate precise geographic chronologies of the Russo-German War, but to give an account of the almost inconceivable difficulties we faced. I have never had more than a very approximate idea of our movements and centres of operation, and would certainly be incapable of drawing an accurate diagram of the front at any point in the war. That is the province of the various disbanded staffs. I, on the other hand, can describe certain moments down to the last detail. A simple smell can revive a whole tragic past for me, and leave me, for long stretches of time, wrapped in memory and lost to the present. I know in my bones what our watchword, courage, means. From days and nights of resigned desperation, and from the insurmountable fear which one continues to accept, even though one's brain has ceased to function normally. I know what it means, remembering deliberate immobility against frozen soil, whose coldness penetrates to the marrow of the bones, and the howling of a stranger in the next hole. I know that one can call on all the saints in heaven for help, without believing in any God. And it is this that I must describe, even if it means plunging back into a nightmare for nights at a time. For that is the substance of my task, to reanimate, with all the intensity I can summon, those distant cries from the slaughterhouse. Too many people learn about war with no inconvenience to themselves. They read about Verdun or Stalingrad without comprehension, sitting in a comfortable armchair, with their feet beside the fire, preparing to go about their business the next day as usual. One should really read such accounts under compulsion, in discomfort, considering oneself fortunate not to be describing the events in a letter home, writing from a hole in the mud. One should read about war in the worst circumstances, when everything is going badly, remembering that the torments of peace are trivial and not worth any white hairs. Nothing is really serious in the tranquility of peace. Only an idiot could be really disturbed by a question of salary. One should read about war standing up, late at night, when one is tired, as I am writing about it now, at dawn, while my asthma attack wears off. And even now, in my sleepless exhaustion, how gentle and easy peace seems. Those who read about Verdun or Stalingrad and expound theories later to friends over a cup of coffee haven't understood anything. Those who can read such accounts with a silent smile as they walk and feel lucky to be alive. I shall now resume my account of our life and how we began to regain our health and spirits, despite the distant thunder of guns. "It was too good to last," muttered the Sudeten, as we watched the stream of troop carriers and other vehicles which had been flooding back for the past 24 hours. Each house in the small hamlet had become temporary headquarters for groups of officers deliberating the immediate fate of the men they were leading. The men themselves waited patiently beside their equipment, whose total mass must have been at least 10 times as great as the mass of the buildings. We had just been chased from our billets, and were waiting under the trees at the edge of the village. Our entire company was there, grouped in order, with our equipment loaded into civilian vehicles. A rough wind swept across the dried steppe, raising clouds of dust that veiled the empty horizon. "They've thrown us out," said the veteran to a heavy drinker named Württemberg. "But we've left them nothing but empty bottles." They waved toward the newly arrived troops who had pushed us from the izbars, where we'd been taking it easy.
"I packed all the samahonka that was left under the seats of the car." "Good for you, Württemberg," shouted a thin sergeant. "Samahonkas for an elite unit like us. The rest can get water from the troughs."
I had made a new friend my own age, who spoke French well. Roland Grauer had spent some time studying in France in 41. Then the army had collared him, promising him that he would be able to continue his studies as well as provide the indispensable value of his presence in the service. Like me, he had been overwhelmed by military enthusiasm at the age of 16, and had volunteered, marching in step and singing "Völken ziehen dahin, daher" in the impeccable ranks of the Wehrmacht. Then he had experienced the war through Poland and across a huge expanse of Russia, in Belgorod, and on the sack where we were sitting, contemplating the world and the war. Like me, he had dreamed of becoming a famous aviator, piloting Ju-87s, and, like me, all he retained of this dream was a vision of huge birds screaming as they swooped down from the sky. As we couldn't speak of the ordinary life we had never shared, the shattered dream we had so much desired often illuminated our misfortune. Hals had made himself scarce for the last few days. His girl, who helped him forget the war, had absorbed him almost entirely. He had just reappeared with one of his comrades in Sin. His forehead was creased by an anxious frown, and he couldn't stop fretting. He unburdened himself to Grauer and me. "If Captain Wes Rydau won't let Emmy come with us, the Reds will kill her. We can't let that happen." "I understand how you feel," I said to Hals. Württemberg and the veteran, who were amused by our innocence, roared with laughter. "If everyone in the company brought along the girl he's sleeping with, there wouldn't be enough transportation in the whole division. But there's no question of that, you bastards. Don't cry over it. You'll have plenty of time to do the same thing somewhere else. You're too thick to understand what I'm talking about." There were many jokes on this subject, which Hals did not find funny. "Are you in love with her, Hals?" I asked, quite by chance, understanding, because of Paula, what being in love meant. Hals continued to bristle. "Because it would certainly be possible to fall in love with a whore." "Sure, why not?" said Grauer, who undoubtedly was about as experienced in these matters as I. Hals calmed down somewhat. "Let's go for a walk," he said, taking us each by the shoulder. "With you two, at least, it's possible to talk." When we had drawn apart, he unburdened himself. He had fallen head over heels in love, and was certain he could never love anyone else. On that point, he was absolutely beyond any reason or argument. As for me, despite my earlier certainty that I could never mention Paula to anyone, I found myself pouring out the whole story to Hals and Grauer. "So that's why you had such a long face at the end of leave," said Hals. "Why didn't you say anything? I would have understood, you know." We talked over our amorous difficulties for a long time, and Hals decided I was lucky. "You, at least, are sure to see her again," he said, opening his mess tin. Through eyes misty with youthful passion, we watched the sky grow dark and the stars come out. Our company moved out at dawn, heading west. During the day we watched an aerial combat which revived, for Grauer and me, all our old feelings about the Luftwaffe. Our Me-109s had the upper hand, and 7 or 8 Jabos fell from the sky in whirling flames, like enlarged fireworks. Toward noon, we reached an important divisional base. 30 companies, including ours, were regrouped to form a large motorized armored section. For the first time, we were given overgarments of reversible cloth, white on one side and ordinary camouflage on the other. We were also given medical checkups, which we hadn't expected, and drew a large quantity of supplies. A panzer colonel commanded our group, which was classified as autonomous. We were surprised by the quantity of new supplies for our armoured section. Everywhere, drivers and mechanics were giving their machines a final look-over, and revving the enormous tank engines. Tiger tanks on Porsche bodies roared as their engines began to turn over. From the sound of it, we could have been at the start of a giant motor race. We waited about 2 hours for the order to leave. Hals, Grauer, several other friends, and I were loaded onto a brand-new truck, which had tires in front and treads at the back. We drove as far as some woods on the edge of an airfield. Everything was perfect, except for the whirlwind of dust raised by our passage. The new vehicles had all been fitted with huge filters against this hazard. Some of the filters were so big it was impossible to shut the hoods of the trucks or put back all of the heavy metal plating which protected the tank engines. In the welcome shade, we shook our clothes, which were grey with dust. Although we had only gone a short distance, dust had penetrated everything, especially our parched throats. "Damned country," someone grumbled. "Even the autumn's unlivable here." A second group as large as ours joined us. We were now spread over several acres of brush. A short distance away, Westreidau had just joined a cluster of officers, who were conferring beside a large radio truck entirely covered with camouflage netting, and all but indistinguishable from the leaves of the woods. Thin scraps of cloth in the whole range of woodland colours fluttered and rustled in the wind, like the leaves themselves. We were a powerful, well-organised unit. Our two groups together included 6,000 or 7,000 men, about 100 tanks, an equal number of machine-gun carriers, and several mobile machine shops. There were also 3 companies of light cavalry, equipped with sidecars, who were supposed to seek out the enemy and guide the unit to him. During this period, which was already very critical for the army, materiel was concentrated in motorized units, which in turn were supposed to support selected under-equipped infantry divisions. It is certain that the abundance of impeccable, well-conceived new materiel showered upon us at this time gave our morale, which had been faltering seriously since Belgorod, a much-needed lift. Soldiers once more walked about with the assured air of men who feel that everything is going well. Only Hals was miserable, because he had been forced to abandon his Emmy to a fate which was almost certainly predictable. He was inconsolable. They should cut the balls off soldiers in wartime. That would stop fellows like Hals from making things so hard for themselves, murmured Württemberg. Have you ever heard of eunuchs making war? Well, our chaplain put in, geldings are just as strong as other horses. Luckily, the padre had already proved that he was as much inclined that way as any of us, otherwise we would have imagined the worst and refused to listen to him. When it was dark, our formidable armoured column took off. As I watched, I began to understand the powerful impression our long columns of panzers must have made at the beginning of the war, when they invaded the countries we still occupied. The roaring masses of tanks, their exhausts bursting into intermittent flame, gathered speed, and passed our heavy trucks, spreading out fanwise across the large and favourable terrain. We felt curiously moved and stirred by the sight. We drove through the deepening darkness, enveloped by a terrible uproar and din, which must have been audible for a great distance. As usual, the common soldiers knew very little about their situation, and for us this movement seemed to mean that everything was going better. We felt very strong, and, in fact, as a group, we were strong. We didn't realize that a general and laborious retreat was underway throughout the central sector, approximately from Smolensk to Kharkov, involving whole divisions and several 100,000 men. In our case, our rate of progress was determined by the speed of our engines, but this was not generally so. Hundreds of regiments, stripped of even the basic necessities, were withdrawing on foot, while fighting constantly against an enemy who enjoyed an almost unbelievable numerical superiority. This time, our armies were even without the horses we had used the year before for dragging heavy machinery through the snow, as most of them had died during that winter. We were also seriously short of fuel. Everywhere, columns of vehicles in perfect condition were burned to keep them from falling into enemy hands. while the infantry plodded slowly westward in tattered boots. The Russians were well aware of our disarray and worked overtime, hoping to weaken the centre army. All our available resources were placed at the disposition of certain units, which were then reorganized from top to bottom and sent out to deal with particular desperate situations. This is what happened to our group, giving us the impression, for a couple of weeks, that we once again controlled the steppe. Our principal difficulty, which was clear to us even then, was the question of supply, as we always reached the prearranged sectors too late. At dawn, when our Panzergruppe stopped, both men and machines were grey with dust. As planned, we had reached a vast forest, which stretched right across the eastern horizon. We were allowed 2 hours to rest and put them to immediate use, as the jolting of the trucks had been exhausting. But we were wakened again before we had really slept. The weather was perfect, with a soft, almost cool breeze rustling the autumn leaves, and this perfection made everything seem easier. We jumped on board again, wreathed in smiles. Toward noon the dispatch riders, who were always quite far ahead of us, rejoined the front of the column. Brief orders were issued, and shortly afterward a large part of our group turned off for a village which was soon in sight. We could hear the sound of automatic weapons, and before we quite realized what was happening, about 15 Tiger tanks were firing at a small cluster of houses. Our heavy tractor was pulling a couple of 16-barreled rocket launchers. We were told to prepare for action, and everyone flung himself down on the ground, regretting that the tranquility of such a beautiful day was going to be disturbed. There seemed to be nothing for us to do. The tanks and one mortar unit whirled like Sioux around the village, which was soon blazing. In the distance, some Russian artillery, whose presence we hadn't suspected, opened a restrained fire. Several groups were detached and sent to deal with it. They returned 20 minutes later with 200 or 300 Russian prisoners. Then the tanks drove through the burnt-out village, knocking down everything which was still standing. The whole operation took less than 3/4 of an hour. Then the whistle blew, calling us back to our places, and we went on our way. During the afternoon we also flattened 2 advanced Soviet positions. The Russians were so surprised to see us that they offered almost no resistance. On the second day we reached Konotop, in a dense swarm of troops looking for transport. Our group moved to the southwest to meet a strong Russian army. We had been supplied in town under the horrified eyes of the commissariat officers, who had to give us the gas they had been saving for their own personal use. 20 minutes later, we were in contact with advanced Russian elements, which surprised us. In town, our soldiers were busy with odd jobs, like repairing bicycles. Our tanks were briefly engaged, and then withdrew on orders. We drove for the rest of the day to reach a point where, according to plan, we should have been supplied. We arrived at the dump just a few minutes before the engineers blew it up. An enormous silo filled with tin cans, drinks, and foods of all kinds was about to be burned. We stuffed our pockets and every cranny in our trucks with everything we could grab, but we had to leave behind enough to feed the whole division for several days, and the flames consumed precious provisions which would have made a great difference somewhere else. Hals watched the silo collapse, with tears in his eyes, cramming as much food into his mouth as his stomach could possibly hold. The whole company witnessed the scene with regret, puffing on the cigars we'd been able to save. Then we had about 6 hours' rest before returning to business. During this time, the Red Army entered Konotop, and the German forces withdrew, fighting hard as they went. Our group thrust violently into the south wing of the Russian offensive, and once again our tanks opened a passage for us through the enemy reserves, which scattered before our guns were ready to fire. However, that evening, the Russians turned away from the town and concentrated their efforts on us. Our tanks made a half-turn and left 6 of theirs in flames. All the guns we'd brought with us were prepared to fire, and I saw our famous rocket launchers go into action for the first time. Commanded by Captain Westreidau, our company and 2 others were used to protect the left wing of an armoured detachment. Some of our fellows squeezed onto the platforms of the motorized Geschnauts. The rest tramped along behind the machines, which proceeded at more or less a normal walking pace. It is strange how often the sense of having the initiative can lead men to confront an enemy far stronger than they. The progress of our panzers had seemed so irresistible during the last couple of days that everything seemed possible to us. Our 3 companies, in groups of 30, tramped through the relatively cool night among the ragged stands of brush scattered across this part of the plain. From the near distance, the roar of our engines filled the air, giving us a sense of reassurance and, we hoped, a proportionate sense of alarm to the Soviets who were trying to intercept us. From time to time we could hear shots, which were undoubtedly intended for the shadowy figures fleeing through the brush. We went on in this way for about 2 miles, until suddenly we were surrounded by flares, shooting upward and throwing their light onto the ground all around us. Everyone, that is to say, every one of our 800 souls, plunged down in a single movement. Our steel helmets, which in theory had a dull finish, glinted in the flashes of brilliant light. In no time the armoured cars had turned back into the brush, their formidable barrels swinging silently in search of a moving silhouette. We braced ourselves for a shower of missiles from the Russian bomb-throwers, instantly aware of the shrinking sensation which comes with bad moments. 2 violet German flares shot into the sky. We knew that this was the signal to advance. After a moment of surprise and hesitation, we began to crawl forward, taking every precaution. A few men stood up and advanced bent double. Most of the Russian rockets had already landed, and we took advantage of the lull to make a leap forward. I reached a small hollow edged with low scrub. A moment later, 2 companions caught up with me, and the sound of their quick, loud breathing betrayed the nervous tension knotting their throats. There is nothing more terrifying than moving at night through a piece of wooded or bushy country, in which every shrub might release a sudden flash of white light to dazzle and blind a moment before the intense pain which could mean the end of life. There was no way of keeping our progress silent, and for an invisible Russian waiting with his finger on the trigger, any moment might present an ideal opportunity. However, everything remained more or less quiet. The enemy, who must have been very close to us, decided to stay hidden, and kept us in a state of prolonged tension. We continued to advance, slowly and cautiously. My temples throbbed, and my body was taut, ready for the plunge which might be necessary any minute. We heard a voice some 20 or 30 yards to our left, and the 3 of us shoved our noses into the dry grass. For a moment we thought we were finished. I fitted my Mauser into the hollow of my shoulder, with my eyes screwed up, anticipating the first shot. However, nothing more happened. On the left, where we'd heard the noise, 2 Russians had just surrendered to some of our men. A short distance in the other direction, the same thing happened. We couldn't understand it. What could have been happening inside the heads of these men who'd been ordered to intercept us? It's anybody's guess. Maybe they thought they were cut off from their main body of men and were afraid. For at that time, when the spirit of vengeance was the rule, the Russians were just as afraid of us as we were of them. We even thought we might have fallen into some kind of trap. An hour went by before we were ordered to regroup. During that time, our tanks went back into action, and as we silently withdrew, the flashes of their guns lit our faces with glimmers of pink light. We climbed into our trucks and started off again, apparently in the same direction as before. Dispatch riders whirled busily around our group of heavy transports. About 2 miles ahead, the tanks were apparently pushing back an enemy who was putting up only a feeble show of resistance. In these circumstances, the first light of dawn fell over our column, or rather columns, for we were out of line by as much as 500 yards, both to the left and to the right. During the night, our forward troops had been firing continuously. Ahead of us, through a veil of fog, we could see a town whose name I no longer remember. The motorized troops of the Gross Deutschland were fighting through streets lined with houses with tightly closed shutters. Our vehicles moved slowly forward, with soldiers walking on either side, holding their guns and ready for anything. We came to a small square where a group of vehicles, which included 2 ambulances, had stopped. About 30 Russian civilians were standing under guard beside one of the houses. We kept straight on. At the edge of town we passed several tank crews patching up minor damage. The miserable shacks all around them were on fire. We stopped for a moment and stared at what was left of these wood and straw hovels. There was no sidewalk, no orientation or alignment of the buildings. This place, like the outlying districts of innumerable Russian towns, looked like an oversized barnyard. Watering troughs or prekas obstructed, without any rhyme or reason, passageways which might eventually be turned into streets. Villages buried in the wilds of the steppe seemed more attractive, with their clusters of izbas turning their backs to the north. The outlying districts and even most of the town centres I saw, with the exception of Kiev, were of an incredible dreariness. We had stopped above all to wash and get water, and we knew we had only a very short time. Some men beat their clothes against trees or the sides of buildings, as if they were ambulatory doormats. Others drenched themselves with water from the prekas or wash troughs, although the day was cool and a damp wind boded no good. Nonetheless, we were frantic with thirst from the dust stirred up by our machines. German water bottles are small, so we took along extra water in anything we could find. Next, joined and encouraged by the veteran, we climbed over a low wall surrounding a small orchard. The branches of the nearest tree were weighed down with masses of skimpy, unripe pears, which refreshed our parched mouths, even though they were hard and sour. We were busily picking them when a Russian popped up like a jack-in-the-box. He had summoned up the nerve to come out of his house, carrying a kind of bowl of braided straw full of pears like the ones we were nibbling. He jabbered a few words to the veteran, who had gone over to him. His white face was trying to smile, but was only able to manage a stiff and desperate grin. His eyes were glued to the straps of the veteran's gun belt, which crossed his chest and especially to his Spandau. "Davai," said the veteran, reaching out a hand. The Russian held up the basket, from which our friend took a pear. He threw it away and took another, which he also rejected. This was repeated some 5 or 6 times. Then the veteran began to shout at the Popov, who backed away with nervous little steps. "They're all half-rotten," roared the veteran as he came back to us. The Russian, hoping to save his orchard, had offered us the putrefying fruit he kept for his pig. As soon as we realized this, we shook the tree, which filled a tent-cloth. The Popov disappeared into his lair. We could hear guns to the northwest. Our advance troops must have made contact with the enemy. We were ordered to move out. Half an hour later, we climbed down from the trucks again. The Feldt's whistle was blowing for combat readiness. Fighting was in progress about half a mile away, in a small village built round a factory. Vestreidau quickly explained that we had to neutralize a large enemy force which was holding the place. 2 companies had been detached for the job. The rest of the group would keep moving. With our guns slung, we walked toward the village, while our tractors pulled our rocket launchers and anti-tank guns into firing position. Almost immediately, the Russians, who were watching from their trenches, showered us with a rain of shells. If their aim had been more precise, it would have been the end of us. As it was, their only effect was to make everyone run for cover. Our 2 companies spread out and partly surrounded the fortified point. Then we had about 10 minutes of quiet while our captain, sheltered behind a pile of stones, discussed the forthcoming action with his subordinates. The non-coms rejoined us and told us what positions we should try to reach. We scanned our surroundings as they talked, observing with our combat sense, which by now was quite well developed, every fold and hollow which might offer some shelter. Everything was quiet, and the instructions seemed ludicrously easy. Nothing was moving, and the silence would have been total
if it had not been for the vehicles of our armoured group bumping along the rocky road below us, filling the air with exhaust and deafening noise. The Russians kept quiet, and many of us thought they had already been knocked out. The immediate presence of our main body of troops reassured us, and it seemed likely that the approaching fight would be no more than a skirmish. We were ordered to move out, and from every nook and cranny troops proceeded toward the village, bent double. Here and there we could hear someone laughing, and wondered if it was innocence or bravado. Our men reached the first houses. The Russians remained silent and invisible. I had just joined my group, which included Hals, the dear friend who so often saved me from feeling completely lost. His innocent, good-natured face smiled at me from the crowd, and I smiled back. We exchanged a look which said a great deal more than many long conversations do. The war seemed quite different to us now that we had an aerial escort. Our terrible memories of the Don and the retreat from Belgorod belonged to the past, and to bad times which wouldn't come back. Of course, we knew that the war wasn't over, but for the last week we had been making the enemy run. We were watching the progress of about 30 of our men, who were leaping through the ruins of a brickworks. 5 or 6 Panzer Grenadiers were running along beside the principal building. One of them had just thrown a grenade through a gaping window. A moment later, the air was shaken by its explosion, which was immediately followed by a heart-rending scream of a kind we had often heard before. We knew that nothing must distract us from our objective. However, we saw a human figure dressed in white fall from the window and roll down to the feet of our soldiers. It was a Russian civilian, a woman, who had been cowering beside the window, probably praying to all the saints. In spite of her fall, she seemed to be unhurt, and ran toward us, screaming. One of our soldiers lifted his gun, and we thought we heard it fire, but nothing happened. The Russian woman in her white shirt ran screaming through the ranks of petrified men. No one said a word, and for a half-minute the war seemed to be standing still. Our grenadiers had already kicked in the door and were in the house. 3 other civilians came out, 2 men and a child. Once again we watched as they ran through our astounded ranks. The Russians had not evacuated the village, and we would have to take the civilian population into account. Vesreidau, who had just realized this, installed a loudspeaker on a half-track, which drove between the rows of houses, waving a white rag fastened to a pole. The loudspeaker crackled out some nasal Russian words, while the 4 men on the half-track looked desperately at their comrades, who had remained in shelter. The loudspeaker must have been giving the Russians a chance to evacuate civilians or to lay down their arms. But the half-track had gone less than 100 yards when the irreparable occurred. It suddenly seemed to fly upward, as a series of deafening explosions rang out, and 5 or 6 huts disintegrated. The truck had driven over a minefield. A heavy cloud of dust and smoke hid the village from our eyes. We could see 2 black silhouettes gesticulating in the flaming half-track, and hear them screaming. "Look out for mines!" someone shouted. But his voice was drowned by the roaring of mortars and packs as the ground in front of us burst into geysers of flame and earth. Thatched roofs flew off in one piece, leaving the houses exposed like bald men who've lost their wigs. The Russians reacted, using at least 2 batteries of heavy howitzers. Every shell landing within 150 yards of us made the ground shake under our feet and sucked the air from our lungs. Despite the almost certain presence of mines, the assault whistles blew. Everyone left shelter and ran for the nearest embankment. Our mortars pounded the ground some 30 yards ahead of us, to disrupt the arrangement of mines and, if possible, explode some of them. The Russians, with multi-barreled machine guns set up on trucks, poured a devastating fire on everything they could see. What had seemed so simple only 15 minutes earlier now looked impossibly difficult, and suddenly no one felt confident. There were 5 of us hiding in the rubble of the brickworks, and our faces, pressed into the ground,
knocked against the dirt with every explosion. From another heap of shattered bricks, a non-com was shouting at the top of his lungs to fire at anything we could see. One at a time we risked looking out, but the whine of shells made even the boldest duck down immediately. Only our mortars and rocket launchers kept on firing steadily and profusely at an enemy who, for the moment, had the upper hand. In the distance, the metallic factory tower we had noticed when we arrived was proving curiously resistant to our pack shells, which must have passed right through it at several points. Once again, we had to jump to a more advanced position. Some men were shouting to give themselves courage. Others, like me, ground their teeth and clenched their sweaty hands on their guns, less from emotion than from a reflex akin to that of a drowning man hanging onto a rope. Accompanied by deep or shrill sounds, and brilliant or fading light, the earth flew up all around us, sometimes engulfing pathetic human figures dressed as soldiers. About 30 yards away, on our left, 5 of our men, who had hidden behind a small wooden building, like a blacksmith's shed, fell, one after the other. The last 2 had no idea where to run, and looked frantically for the enemy who would presently knock them off too. Finally, they threw themselves down among the bodies of their companions. A thick stream of blood ran out from the tangled mass of limbs and trunks, and sank into the grey dust, which absorbed it like blotting paper. Suddenly, to our left, a raging fire broke out in a cluster of 4 or 5 sheds. Its smoke and heat climbed into the sky, and a huge sheet of flame quivered and grew with astounding speed, giving off giant wreaths of black smoke and intense heat, which we could feel even where we were. Our men surged back rapidly from that quarter. The metal roofs of the sheds buckled in the heat, and the izbas closest to the fire burst into flame. A horde of Russians, both civilian and military, ran from the burning buildings. Our soldiers shot them down like rabbits. One of our shells must have hit a gasoline dump. The resulting inferno routed the panic-stricken enemy, who paid dearly for having concentrated so many men beside such a volcano. Their men rushed through the confusion with their hands in the air, occasionally remembering the way to other Russian entrenchments. Our packs were now concentrating their fire on the area immediately surrounding the factory, and the job of cleaning up the people running away from the gasoline dump was left to us. The foresight of my gun often disappeared in a swiftly moving Russian silhouette. A light pressure on the trigger, a puff of smoke, which for an instant veiled the end of my weapon, and my Mauser looked for another victim. Will I be forgiven? Was I responsible? That young mujik, already wounded several times, more bewildered than anything else by the lethal uproar, whose purpose was as obscure to him as it was to me, who stayed in my sights a moment too long and then turned ashen, and clutched his breast with both hands before making a half-turn and falling face down onto the ground. Shall I ever deserve pardon for that? Can I ever forget? But the almost drunken exhilaration which follows fear induces the most innocent youths on whatever side to commit inconceivable atrocities. Suddenly, for us, as it had been for Ivan a moment before, everything that moved through the din and the smoke became hateful, and overwhelmed us with a desire for destruction, a desire which led many soldiers to their deaths as they pursued the panic-stricken enemy. Our big guns pulverized the top end of the village, where the Russian artillery had dug in. In the general flight, the few wretched hovels which had not been burned fell, one by one, into our young, criminal hands. We ran full speed over ground which might have been mined. Nothing could stop us. Nothing stopped my good friend Hals from jumping across a stable threshold and shooting the Russian gunners who were desperately trying to fire their jammed weapon. Nothing could stop the glorious 8th and 14th Companies of German infantry. As the communiques later observed, with an irresistible thrust, our valiant troops retook the town of X this morning. Nothing could stop our demoniac assault, not even the rending cries of Obergefreiter Württemberg, who clenched his trembling hands on an iron grill and stiffened himself against the death which flooded from the bloody pulp which had once held his entrails. A few more of our comrades were destroyed before we reached the factory. At that point, the Paks stopped firing to spare our own troops, who were right beside the Soviet defenders. The Russians clung stubbornly to what they still had, particularly to the sector immediately around the factory. I no longer remember exactly what happened. My group joined the veteran and his men, who were snatching a few moments of rest in a large cement settling tank. We all emptied our water bottles without quenching our thirst. Everyone was covered with dust. A telephone operator settled down beside us and spoke with Group Commandant Westreidau. The fighting had died down somewhat, and the German troops were regrouping for the final assault. The veterans' section had a mortar as well as its 2 FMs. Ours consisted of grenadiers armed with machine guns and rifles. Our sergeant placed us down the length of the cistern, specifying the points we should try to reach once the attack had started. We agreed to do as he asked before there was time for our terror to grow uncontrollable. These moments of waiting were often the hardest of all. A group of Russians suddenly appeared, climbing through some dismantled scaffolding near the factory, waving a white cloth. There must have been at least 60 of them, all civilians, probably factory workers. Maybe they were partisans and afraid of execution. They walked up to the veterans' men and turned themselves in. The anxiety stamped across every man's face lent great pathos to the moment. The veteran, who was fluent in Russian, talked to them. Protected by the white cloth, 4 of our men took the prisoners to the rear. It was one of those odd moments of calm, when it almost seemed as if a few friendly words between the adversaries might produce a settlement which would have allowed all of us to sit down and have a drink. But in the madness of our existence, the most simple things eluded us. Everyone was absorbed by immediate necessities. Most of us never even thought of the symbolic value of the steps those men had just taken. First steps back to the essentials of life. Even the exceptions to this general insensibility kept their wild eyes glued to the metallic wreckage of the factory, which we would soon be obliged to attack and enter. Animals, which have a stronger instinctive sense than human beings, turn and run from a fire. But we, the elect among living creatures, press forward like moths to a candle. That is what we call courage, a quality I lack. Fear knotted my throat, and I felt like a sheep at the threshold of the slaughterhouse. I'm sure I wasn't the only one who had this feeling. The fellow beside me stared at me for a moment from his blackened face and murmured, "If only those bastards would give up." But our feelings, of course, were unimportant. The trench telephone rang and crackled out an order. 1/3 of the men forward. Count off by 3s. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Like a miracle from heaven, I drew a 1 and could stay in that splendid cement hole, which at that moment seemed to me as magnificent as any palace. It was a secure refuge in which I would have spent my days in gratitude so long as death was stalking outside. I cut off a smile, in case the sergeant should notice and send me onto the field, but inwardly thanked God and Allah and Buddha and heaven, earth, water, fire, trees, anything I could think of, that I was in that cement depression, which had held God knows what kind of filth before it sheltered me. The fellow beside me had number 3. He was looking at me, with a long, desperate face, but I kept my eyes turned front, so he wouldn't notice my joy and relief, and stared at the factory as if it were I who was going to leap forward, as if I were number 3. But, in fact, everything was normal. Drei was my neighbour. He was going to inspect the factory. Then the sergeant made his fatal gesture, and the brave German soldier beside me sprang from his shelter with 100 others. Immediately, we heard the sound of Russian automatic weapons, Before vanishing to the bottom of my hole, I saw the impact of the bullets, raising little fountains of dust all along the route of my recent companion, who would never again contemplate the implications of number 3. The noise of guns and grenades was deafening, and almost drowned the cries of the fellows who'd been hit.
Achtung! Nummer 2! Voraus!
The veteran and his Spandau ran up in turn. Next, it was going to be me, along with everybody else who'd counted 1. While everything outside was flashing and exploding, I thought for a moment about numbers. Usually people begin counting with 1. Why had they started with 3 this time? But I could only pose the question. Before there was time to consider it, my turn had come.
Nummer 1, nachgehen, los!
After a moment of hesitation, I sprang from my shelter like a jack-in-the-box into madness. Everything looked grey, through a thick fog of whirling, choking dust, except for the glimmering flashes of light. In a few jumps, I had reached the foundation of a shattered hut where a German soldier had died staring at the open breech of his machine gun. It's strange how often human beings die without any kind of style. 2 years before, I had seen a woman run over by a milk truck and had nearly fainted at the sight of her mangled body. Now, after 2 years in Russia, visible death meant nothing at all, and the tragic element of even the best murder novels seemed petty and frivolous. With my watering eyes, I stared through the smoke, trying to see the enemy and do my duty. About 25 yards away, some trucks exploded into little fragments, one after the other, engulfing 4 or 5 running soldiers. Were the men German or Russian? I couldn't tell. I was with 2 companions in an open shelter made of logs packed with dirt, which the Russians had built to take a machine gun. We were more or less sitting on the mangled bodies of the 4 Popovs who'd been killed by grenades.
"I did that bunch in with 1 shot,"
shouted a strong young soldier from the Großdeutschland. A burst of mortar fire forced us down into the heap of enemy corpses. A shell hit the edge of the bunker, and the earth and logs blew apart, falling back onto our heads. The fellow huddled between me and a dead Russian was hit. As his body jerked up from the impact, I tensed myself to run. Another shell struck the shelter, disintegrating it. The debris poured down onto my legs and sent me reeling back against the opposite wall. I howled for help, sure that my legs were broken, and afraid to move. My trousers were ripped down the leg, but the bruised skin underneath was unbroken, although I could trace the red-violet passage of the blow I'd taken. I plunged back into the heap of Russian corpses, falling onto the fellow who'd been hit a moment before. He let out a howl. We lay side by side, with our heads touching, as an avalanche of rubble poured down all around us.
"I'm wounded,"
he groaned.
"Something is burning in my back. Call for a stretcher."
I looked at him and dazedly shouted,
"Sanft den Träger!"
But my ludicrous cries were lost in the deafening uproar of 2 Spandaus firing quite near us. The big fellow from the Großdeutschland was shouting at us to advance, as loud as he could.
"Come on, fellows! Some of our boys are already at the water tank."
I looked at the wounded man, who was staring at me with desperate, imploring eyes and clutching my sleeve. I didn't know how to tell him that there was nothing I could do for him just then. The big soldier had jumped out of the shelter. I pulled myself brutally away and turned my head. The wounded man called again, but I had already jumped from the shelter and was running like a madman after the other fellow, who was nearly 15 yards ahead of me. I joined another group who were hurriedly setting up 2 trench mortars and helped them maneuver the tubes into position. Instantly, our mortar bombs were shooting almost straight up. A Lancer, whose face was pouring blood, shouted that the Russians had withdrawn to the central tower. The veteran, whom I hadn't noticed before, let out a savage howl.
"Got 'em!"
As he shouted, a white flash lit his face, which was covered with an incredible layer of dust, and a geyser of flame enveloped the tower. The Russian defense crumbled and fell under the impact of our concentrated fire. Our assault groups moved in and cleaned up the last resistance. Another German soldier fell, clutching his face, and then it was all over, except for a few widely scattered shots. I and my companions ran into the ruins of what had once been a factory, but was now reduced to rubble beyond classification. Once again, we were victorious, but the victory gave us no joy. Stupefied by the noise and the nervous tension, we wandered among the twisted, collapsed metal roofs. A Lancer with a face drawn by exhaustion mechanically picked up an enamelled plaque which had something written on it in Cyrillic characters, perhaps a direction, or the word for toilet. The town had fallen to us. There were about 300 prisoners, in addition to 200 enemy dead or wounded. The non-coms regrouped us and led us back through the smoking devastation of the village. Herr Hauptmann Westreidau reviewed his 2 companies and called roll. About 60 men were missing. We collected the wounded and regrouped them to wait for our 3 orderlies to give them first aid. There were about 15 wounded men, including Hollen Grauer, whose right eye was gone. Finding water was difficult. The breakers had been smashed, and we finally had to lower soup kettles down a well in the ashes of one of the isbas. The water was black with soot. The wounded were screaming with pain. Most of them were delirious. There were also about 75 Russian wounded, who presented a dilemma to our commandant. In principle, we should have helped them too, as best we could. But we were under orders to rejoin our division as soon as the operation was completed. So we abandoned the Russian wounded and piled ours into and onto the vehicles we had, which bore no resemblance to ambulances, or even to ordinary trucks, a few gun carriages and a couple of light artillery tractors. We felt exhausted, disgusted, and numb. There was also the question of how to move the prisoners. There was no room in our collection of already overloaded vehicles. Finally, a sidecar fitted with an FM slowly drove some 50 of the prisoners along ahead of it. We turned them loose 2 days later, for lack of anything better to do with them. As an autonomous group, we were faced with extremely difficult problems of supply. In theory, the vehicles carrying munitions and gasoline picked up the flotsam of war as their loads grew lighter. But the division already had some 1,100 prisoners, and we didn't know what to do with them. We set off with clusters of men, German and Russian, hanging on to everything that could roll. We all looked back at the town, from which a thick cloud of smoke was climbing and spreading out to the horizon. The dark grey sky was threatening rain, which would soon fall on the graves of 40 German soldiers sacrificed to neutralize a single point of enemy resistance, which we weren't even interested in holding. We moved on to another operation, not part of any design to conquer, but simply as part of an attempt to protect our vast withdrawal of troops to the west bank of the Dnieper. No one smiled. We knew that our victory couldn't make any difference to the outcome of the war, and only hoped that it might have some strategic interest. The experience of the battle itself had been, as always, more fear, and for some, like my friend Grauer, irreparable mutilation. A young blonde soldier, huddled beside the driver of the machine which was carrying about 30 of us, began to play on his harmonica. The melody rang softly in our nearly insensible ears. Mit dir, Lili Marlene, mit dir, Lili Marlene. The music was slow and filled with a nostalgia which weighed heavily on our exhaustion. Hals was listening, his mouth hanging half open, making no sound, and staring at nothing. 8. The breakthrough at Konotop. We drove for an hour, which meant about 30 miles, before it grew dark. We were all anxious to stop so that we could get rid of the thick, choking dust which coated us from head to foot. We were also exhausted and longing for sleep. Although a good bed in a warm barracks would have been paradise, any place where we could have stretched out and lost consciousness would have done, and we knew that when we did stop, we would collapse onto the ground and sink immediately into blackness. The dark sky was filled with heavy black clouds lit up on their outer fringes. Large drops of rain began to fall as the storm broke. The rain, so often a curse, seemed like a blessing this time, washing off the filthy faces we turned up to meet it. It soon became a downpour, running down our collars and over our bodies, like a gift from Providence to friend and foe alike, making us all smile with a sense, however partial, of returning well-being. The soaking cloth of the uniforms on our tightly packed bodies clung to all of us, grey-green for the Germans, violet-brown for the Russians. We all grinned at each other without distinction, like players from two teams in the showers after a match. There was no longer any feeling of hatred or vengeance, only a sense of life preserved and overwhelming exhaustion. The rain became so heavy that we had to improvise shelter and covered our heads and shoulders with our ground sheets. Although hardly anyone understood more than a few words of the other language, we were all laughing and trading cigarettes. Hanover cigarettes for Machorka tobacco from the Tartar plain. We smoked and joked over nothing, a nothing which in fact represented the most absolute human joy I had ever known. The exchange of tobacco, the smoke under the ground sheets, which made us choke and cough, and the simple fact of laughter without reserve, all of this made a small island of joy in a sea of tragedy, which affected us like a shot of morphine. We were able to forget the hate which divided us, as our stupefied senses reawakened to an awareness of life. Understanding nothing, I laughed uncontrollably, as a curious sensation took hold of me and filled my veins. Suddenly I was covered with goose-flesh, as one is during a particularly moving piece of music. The rain was beating on the metal hood. Would we have to shoot our Russian fellow passengers tomorrow? That seemed impossible. It was impossible that such things could continue. We had just caught up with a regiment of motorized cavalry, stopped in the middle of nowhere. Streams of water were running down every exposed surface, the dull finish of the sidecars sheltering under the dripping leaves of the trees at the edge of the woods glistened with raindrops. Vesreidau climbed down from his sidecar to talk to the cavalry commander. The fellows in the sidecars had long oilskins which pretty well covered them, and kept them more or less dry. However, all their camping equipment was in the trucks of the supply column, so instead of sleeping they had to spend their rest period tramping up and down through the puddles. Two fellows distributed food, a stale sausage for each German soldier, and loaves of bread to be divided among 8. There was no food for the prisoners, whose rations, in theory, would be provided by the division. We thought of walking off a short way to devour our meagre portions, but we were bunched around our dripping communal plates. The Russians, who had nothing but their lives, kept their feverish eyes fixed on the food, which was impossible to hide. Finally, our torn and filthy hands broke the hard bread and held it out to the men who had been trying to kill us only a few hours before. Our stomachs were still rumbling with hunger 5 minutes later, as we swallowed down the last mouthfuls of our rations. Everyone was thirsty, and our water bottles had been emptied after the fighting. Like feverish sheep, we needed water. We had obtained permission to leave the trucks to relieve ourselves, but for no other reason. We were in the middle of wild, uninhabited country, and there were no breakers or drinking troughs. However, the rain was still pouring down, and we collected the runoff from the backs of the trucks and the leaves and the puddles in the oilcloths. When we had quenched our thirst, we left with the cavalry regiment. Finally, the rain stopped, leaving us chilled and bone-tired to the misery of our throbbing machines. Lightning was still streaking through the sky behind us and over our heads, and the thunder was still rumbling. Ahead there were other flashes, too, which unfortunately had nothing to do with the storm. These were produced by Stalin's organs, firing at the division blocked behind Konotop. As we drew nearer, we were able to gauge the size of the battle by the intensity of the fire flashing across the horizon. Soon we also could hear the loud and continuous sound of guns. We had been hoping for a refuge where we could spend the night. Instead, we were faced with the anguish of a fresh hell and a fresh uncertainty of survival, as war tightened its vice-like grip once again around our throbbing temples. The young face of the blond boy who had played the harmonica a short time before hardened suddenly into the face of a man. Was it exhaustion, or did he simply want to get it over with? In the space of a few moments, he suddenly aged 20 years. We arrived at the town, which was black and deserted. Intermittent flashes from the battle being fought somewhere to the west of us, through to the outer fringes of the town, lit the darkness. The thunder of explosions filled the air, shattering window panes and breaking off the gutters of the houses all around us. The rain had begun again, falling in small, delicate drops. We were ordered to leave the trucks and jump down like sleepwalkers. The shock of contact with the ground reverberated through our numbed bodies, and we felt sickness rising in undulating waves along the entire length of our spinal columns. In a herd, we followed our leaders, while the trucks drove off to a nearby street. I could feel the sleep weighting down my eyelids, and, only half awake, staggered like an automaton after the sound of the boots of the fellow in front of me, without grasping that I was going back into battle. What happened that night at Konotop? I only know that there were explosions and fire and houses collapsing down the length of dark, indefinable backstreets. There was a gutter full of running water, and there were my hard, heavy boots, which I scarcely had the strength to lift, and my big, bony feet inside them, which felt as if they were growing smaller and smaller, and the heat of my throbbing temples, which had begun to burn with fever, and the crushing fatigue which had settled around my thin shoulders, trapped in the filth of my undershirt and waterlogged tunic, and the tangle of leather straps and cartridge belts, heavy with ammunition, and the incomprehensible, hostile world, whose weight we still had to bear, where we still had to march and crawl and tremble. Toward morning, which dawned as pale as the last morning of a condemned man, I was overwhelmed by a crushing sleep, and briefly lost my waking nightmare. We collapsed in the shelter of an entranceway, which protected us from most of the rain, except when the wind blew a particularly strong gust. We spent a few hours there. Then we were wakened to stare at 100 other faces as white and drawn as our own. Our closest relatives would probably have hesitated before identifying us. My eyes, which felt as if they had sunk into my aching head, instinctively looked around to see what the new day would bring. Directly in front of the gate where we had slept was a building of several stories. Its grey walls were stained with long streaks which dribbled down from its gaping windows. A short distance to one side stood a cluster of miserable shacks, which now offered shelter only to a few wandering cats and troops looking for refuge. These buildings, which at their best could never have looked like much, now seemed soiled by the passage of something monstrous. Further along, the street was entirely blocked by the houses which had collapsed when the Russians had shelled the town the evening before. I looked for something which might produce an instant of pleasure, and distract me for a moment from the effort of trying to control the spasmodic shivers which shook my whole body. A sound behind me made me turn my head. The veteran was coming back with 2 canteens of hot soup, which he had found God knows where. I watched him blankly as he limped through the puddles and the scattered rubble. His uniform was as grey and filthy as the setting, and his thin, shaggy face beneath his heavy steel helmet seemed to fit perfectly with everything else. Above our heads, the sky flowed slowly toward the horizon, trailing grey clouds like dirty rags, as far as the eye could see. "Anyone who wants to eat, better open his eyes," the veteran called, putting down the canteens. I quickly shook Hals, whose sleep, as always, seemed impenetrable. He jumped, but when he realized it wasn't a new bombardment or attack, he pulled himself together, muttering a few incomprehensible words, and finally stood up, rubbing his stiff and aching body. "God, I'm sick of this," he said in a disgusted, weary voice. "Where are we? And what the hell are we doing here?" "Come and eat," said the veteran. In silence, We devoured the millet and soup, which was already beginning to cool. Some of the fellows preferred to sleep a little longer. Then we were ordered out again, and began to walk slowly through the devastated sector of Konotop. We were too exhausted to notice much, and walked without thinking or looking. When we were forced to recognize an explosion or an airplane, we slid to the ground without haste. Then we got up again, and so on. I was certainly ill. My head and back ached, probably from exhaustion, and I was shaking with the cold shivers of fever. But there was nothing to do about it. If I felt any worse later, I would try to get sent to a hospital. But for that, I would have to faint. We reached a section of the town that had suffered particularly heavy damage. In the ruins we could see an enormous Tiger tank, which had ploughed a large furrow through the heaps of rubble and appeared to have been stopped by a mine, which had blown off its right tread. Despite this, it was otherwise intact, and its gun was still spitting occasional shells at the enemy formations, which were very close. Groups of soldiers hiding in the ruins seemed to be waiting for Ivan, who must have been digging in nearby. We moved carefully through the rubble to a hole where Hals and I settled down. For at least a half-mile ahead of us, and 500 yards behind us, we could see nothing but wreckage. Groaning with the effort, we piled up all the solid pieces of rubble we could move, to keep ourselves off the bottom of the hole, which was covered with blackish water. We stared at each other in a kind of stupefied silence. We had already said everything there was to say under the circumstances. Our lives at that moment were reduced to waiting. The force of events had already inflicted enough horror to drive us mad.
"You look really filthy,"
Hals said finally. "I'm sick," I said.
"We're all sick,"
Hals answered, his eyes fixed on our universe of destruction. Our exhausted eyes met for a moment, and I saw on my friend's face an almost limitless depth of weariness and despair. I was also haunted by the thought of what might happen to us. It seemed literally impossible that this existence could go on much longer. We had been living in this way for over a year now, like gypsies, except that that is far too mild a comparison. Even the poorest, most wretched gypsies lived better than we did. For over a year I had been watching my comrades die. Suddenly, all the memories of that year came flooding back. The Don, the Third International, Ucheni, the battalions of stragglers, Ernst, Tempelhof, Berlin, Magdeburg, the horrors of Belgorod, the retreat, and only yesterday Württemberg, his belly striped by a dozen streams of red blood which ran down to his boots. What stroke of fortune had saved me from those giant explosions? So many men had already been consumed right in front of my horrified eyes that I wondered if what I had seen could possibly have been true. What miracle had preserved Hals, Lensen, the veteran, and the other survivors of our ill-fated unit? Although our luck had been almost incredible and had spared us so far, it must almost surely run out if this went on much longer. Tomorrow perhaps the veteran, or Hals, or maybe even I, would be buried. I suddenly felt terribly afraid. I looked out as far as I could see, in all directions. It would probably be my turn soon. I would be killed, just like that, and no one would even notice. We had all grown used to just about everything, and I would be missed only until the next fellow got it, wiping out the memory of preceding tragedies. As my panic rose, my hands began to tremble. I knew how terrible people looked when they were dead. I'd seen plenty of fellows fall face down in a sea of mud and stay like that. The idea made me cold with horror. And my parents? I really should see them again. I couldn't just die like that. And Paula? My eyes filled with tears. Hals was looking at me, as still as that horrible landscape, indifferent to suffering, death, everything. There was nothing we could do about it. The screams of fear, the groans of the dying, the torrents of blood soaking into the ground like a vile sacrilege. Nothing. Millions of men could suffer and weep and scream, and the war would go on, implacable and indifferent. We could only wait and hope. But hope for what? To escape dying face down in the mud? And the war? All it needed was an order from the authorities, and it would end. An order which the men would respect like a sacrament. And why? Because, after all, the men were only human. I went on crying and muttering incoherently to my impassive companion. "Hals," I said, "we've got to get out of here. I'm afraid." Hals looked at me, and then at the horizon. "Get out? Where to? Go to sleep, you're sick." I looked back at him with sudden hate. He too was part of this indifference and inertia. The tank near us fired a shell, and the Russians sent back about half a dozen, scattering the piles of rubble a little further. Maybe they knocked off a few more of our fellows too, the veteran, perhaps. Suddenly it all seemed unbearable. My trembling hands clutched my head as if they were trying to crush it, and I sank into total despair. My sobs attracted Hal's attention. He looked at me, almost in irritation. "Go to sleep, for God's sake. You can't go on like that. What difference does it make to you whether I sleep or die? You don't give a damn, and nobody gives a damn. Nobody gives a damn about anything, and nobody will give a damn when you're killed either." "All right. So what?" "So what? We've got to do something, for the love of God, and not just sit here in a stupor the way you're doing now." Halsey's listless eyes were without expression. His feeling of misery was probably as great as mine, but for the moment it was dulled, and his listlessness had overcome his outrage. "Go to sleep, I tell you. You're sick." "No!" I was shouting now. "I'd rather be killed and get it over with, right now." I jumped up and left our hole. But before I had taken more than 2 steps, Hals had grabbed me by the belt and pulled me back. "Let go, Hals!" I shouted, louder than ever. "Let go, do you hear?" "You're going to shut up, for God's sake, and calm down, and be quick about it." Hals clenched his teeth and clasped his 2 big hands around my neck. "You know as well as I do, we're all going to get it, one after the other. So let the hell go of me. What business is it of yours, anyway? What difference does it make? The difference is that I need to see your face from time to time, the way I need to see the veteran or that bastard Lindbergh. Do you hear? If you go on like this, I'll smash you on the head just to keep you quiet. But if Ivan gets me, I'll be dead anyway, and you won't be able to do a thing about it. If that happens, I'll cry, the way I did when my little brother Ludovic died. But he died because he was sick. He didn't do it on purpose. And if Ivan gets you, you won't have done it on purpose." A violent shiver engulfed my whole body. Tears continued to pour down my cheeks, and I felt like kissing my poor friend's filthy face. Hals loosened his grip, and then let go. A burst of fire forced him to duck. He looked at me, and we both smiled. At the end of the day, our 3rd attempt to move failed like the others. By this time, the piles of rubble which stretched out to the dark horizon seemed to have been levelled absolutely flat, with no protruding shapes, although a few chimneys were in fact still standing. Once again, the darkness was streaked with white lights, which glimmered back at me from the insensible retinas of my companion, and we began another interminable night of fear in a dark hole, with a pool of cold water under the stones, and an exhaustion so heavy one wished to die. A night in which nothing, or everything, could happen. There were fires and explosions, and short or long flashes of light, which killed the sleep pressing at the backs of our eyeballs. We listened to the cries of our fellow combatants and the lethal rain of rockets crashing into the ground behind us. 1,000 memories of my other life passed through my head, France and my youth, still so close and so remote. An act of childish naughtiness, a toy, a scolding, which now seemed so gentle. My mother, and the new focus in my life, Paula. We hardly spoke during that night, but I knew that I should try to live for the sake of my friend. Long before daylight, a violent fit of shivering destroyed what was left of my resolution. In the grey daylight, Hals wrapped me in my cover, which I no longer had the will to unfasten. "Take this," he said, handing me a half-eaten can of food. "Eat it. You'll feel better." I looked despairingly at the jam mixed with lint and dust from the inside of the pack. "What is it?" "Eat it. It's good. You'll see." I did as I was told and scooped out the jam with 2 fingers. But before I'd swallowed even half of it, I was overwhelmed by nausea, and my vomit increased the filth of our refuge. "Damn it," Hals said. "You're much sicker than I thought. Try to sleep." Shaking with fever, I let myself fall into the mire, which I pushed back with my elbows and feet to try to make a flat place where I could stretch out and perhaps really sleep. Several hours passed before I regained consciousness. Later that morning we were sent some reinforcements, and Hals was able to help me to another hole a little farther back, where 2 fellows put me on a makeshift bed laid across the shattered remnants of a ladder. 2 other fellows were lying on boards which had been put directly onto the stones. Behind my head and my ears, ringing with fever, the war went on. I lay where I was, listening to its roar for an indefinable time, shaking with feverish chills, despite the pile of covers and coats which several well-meaning companions had thrown down on top of me. Once somebody woke me up and made me swallow a pill. How much time went by? Perhaps a day. I fought my fever while Russians and Germans fought each other through the outskirts of the town. After turning the end of the enemy lines to the east of Konotop, we withdrew to the west, only to find a defensive wall which cut us off from our rear. Several attempts to move out to the west failed, and our autonomous group, already weakened, was faced with the prospect of entrapment in a Bolshevik noose, which was drawing tight from the north, west, and south. While I lay shivering on my ladder, our situation grew extremely critical. Our staff officers were doing everything they could to kill the terrible rumor that we were encircled. The next night I was ordered to leave my ladder in a hurry, and tottered on my unsteady legs to a more secure shelter in a cellar, where about 50 sick or wounded men had been collected. I was almost turned away from this improvised infirmary, but as I looked pretty sick, an orderly stuck a thermometer in my mouth. When this registered nearly 104 degrees, I was told to sit in a corner, where I waited for morning and someone to look further into my case. Outside, the town was undergoing heavy bombardment simultaneously from the ground and from the air, and the orderlies were run off their feet by a flood of freshly wounded men. My comrades had gone back into the line, to face the increasingly ferocious enemy assaults. Toward noon, the orderlies filled me with quinine, and made me give my place to a fellow who was dripping with blood, and no longer able to stand on his feet. With stars dancing in front of my eyes, I staggered from the dark cellar into brilliant sunshine. A final burst of summery sun lit a landscape of total devastation. Everywhere columns of smoke were climbing into the sky. Groups of slightly wounded men stood staring and talking, visibly stricken with desperation and horror. One of them told me we were surrounded. This terrible news was almost as destructive as the bombardment. A sense of every man for himself had begun to spread, and our officers needed all the severity they could muster to prevent a hopeless rout. Still another day passed, and I slowly began to recover, but my head swam, like the head of a convalescent who has gotten up too quickly. I stayed huddled in a corner as long as I could, gleaning fragments of news from the rest of the city. Surrounded. Dangerous situation. The Russians have already reached. We're trapped. The Luftwaffe is coming. But instead of our planes, we heard Yaks and Ils throbbing overhead in the pale blue sky, and torrents of Russian bombs shaking what was left of the town. What exactly was happening? Almost no one really knew. I can still remember a roll call, and then the non-coms coming to comb the infirmary. A fellow had to be missing a foot at least to be able to stay behind. I was among those who could still be used, and was led back with several bandaged companions to a zone near the front of the fighting. In a vast space bordered by roofless houses, a new group was hastily organized. Among the 5 or 6 officers present, I immediately recognized Herr Hauptmann Westreidau. From nearby to the northeast, the thunder of Stalin's organs drowned our voices and provoked a wave of panic which was difficult to control. I was still very sick. My mouth tasted sour, and I felt as if my thin, faltering body was supported only by my boots and my filthy clothes. Westreidau began to speak, raising his voice to make himself heard above the noise of the guns. He would probably have preferred to give us a more detailed explanation, but the continuous uproar, the pressure of time, and the risk of Russian planes suddenly diving at our 3 companies drawn up in the square forced him to be brief. "Kameraden, we are surrounded. The entire division has been surrounded." We already knew it, but hearing it officially made us horribly afraid. A situation officially acknowledged to be dangerous by the staff must be very serious indeed. In the near distance, through the sound of explosions, we could hear the howl of Russian rockets. Both the earth and sky were filled with roaring noise, as if to emphasize the desperation of Captain Westreidau's announcement. "We still have one hope," he went on. "A swift and brutal breakthrough by all our forces pressing at a single point. This point must be to the west, and we shall engage all our units at once. The success of this attempt depends on the courage of every one of us. There will only be one attempt, and it must be successful. There are some strong infantry units which will be going into action to help us on the other side of the Russian ring. If each one of us performs his duty, I feel confident that we shall break out of the Bolshevik noose. I know the qualities of the German soldier." Westreidau saluted and requested us to get ready. Our companies were directed to the points from which they were to press our final assault. There were many wounded men among us, more deserving of a warm bed than of further battles, and fellows like me who was sick. The vast majority were utterly exhausted, staring with infinite weariness from glittering, feverish eyes. These were the troops Westreidau had been exhorting to an excess of courage. Valiant German soldiers who looked more like worn-out stock ready for the slaughterhouse. And yet we had to attack, or die. At that time there was no question of captivity. As always, after a hard knock, we rediscovered a kind of unity, and seemed to be held together by tighter bonds. What provoked the sentiments of generosity which brought out the last cigarettes, or the chocolates so rare they were usually devoured in secret, a fraction at a time, inciting all the scum to fake friendship, leading the non-coms, who had probably been mixed up with every kind of dirt in civilian life, to pat a suspected possessor on the shoulder and talk of trust and faith, when they were really hinting for a bite, just like everyone else. Where did they come from? Precisely when no one could use them. I was sick of the whole thing. My stomach was turning over, and I felt cold. I looked for Hals or some other friend, but couldn't see any familiar faces. They must all have been sent to a different position. For me, they had become almost like relatives, and their absence weighed on me. I felt very much alone among these mutilated men with their raging fevers, trying to find some excuse for hope and encouragement. I myself began to daydream about a soft bed with silk covers, imitating the veteran, who liked to dream aloud about beds like that, which he himself had never known. Even before the war, he'd been an unfortunate and unhappy man, but he knew how to dream. Sometimes, as his bony body lay stretched out on the hard ground, he smiled in a way which suggested such a powerful sense of well-being that I am sure, in those moments at least, he was unaware of the harshness of his situation, and that his dream was more powerful than reality. I myself was not yet that well-trained, and my dreams could not obliterate the feverish vice which gripped my temples. Straight ahead, to the west, the smoke had climbed so high it blotted out the sky, and the distant horizon was ringed with fire. What substance could be feeding such a huge conflagration? Companies of men, black with dust and soot, were pouring back, on the run. It seemed that our first contact with the Russians had not been in our favor. The retreating troops left a certain number of wounded with us, but no one knew what to do with them. The medical teams, which at best were inadequate, had already packed up and gone, or were about to leave. The wounded men were left lying in the street where they had been put down, trying to staunch the flood of their own blood, which was often pouring from several wounds at once. Everyone tried to help as much as possible, but we were capable only of ludicrous gestures. The most extraordinary scenes unfolded in front of our incredulous eyes. As we were sponging off a fellow who'd passed out, a fat Gefreiter came to help us, explaining that he'd just dropped a fellow with a smashed knee. He was making too much noise, and I couldn't stand it. Give me someone who's knocked out any time. For the moment, our stretch of cleared street was not under bombardment. The battle was raging directly ahead, as well as to the northwest and southwest. Directly to the north, the Russian artillery was raking over the ruins like a monstrous plough. However, as a few of the retreated men huddled beside us, trying to catch their breaths, the Russian fire shifted and began to sweep through our position like a giant scythe. Our officers' orders were drowned by the shouts of the men and the uproar of a frantic stampede for shelter. Our jostling and cries for help and screams of panic were finally obliterated by explosions. Everyone who was able to had run off the street. The slightest protuberance offered some hope of survival, as a wall of fire passed over the 2,000 troops concentrated on that spot. The wounded, abandoned in the open, lay writhing in the dust. Through the uproar we could hear the sound of disarticulated bodies falling back to the ground in broken pieces. As at Belgorod, the earth shook, and everything trembled and grew dim, as the whole landscape suddenly became mobile. The filthy hands of ill and wounded men resigned to death scratched the ground for one last time, and the lined faces of veterans who believed they had already seen everything were transformed by desperate, imploring panic. Quite near us, behind a heap of tiles, a Russian shell scored a bullseye, exploding in the midst of 11 men who had huddled together like children caught in a sudden rain. The Russian shell landed in the precise center of their trembling group, mixing flesh and bones and tiles in a torrent of blood. Chance, which continued to favor me, had driven me, along with 3 companions, to the shelter of a staircase in a roofless house. The building was hit on all sides during the bombardment, and the cellar filled with broken beams and other debris. However, thanks to our extraordinary helmets, our heads survived intact. When the thunder stopped for a moment, and we heard the screams of the newly wounded, we looked outside. The horror of what we saw was so overwhelming that we fell back, as if paralyzed, onto the shaky stairs. "God help us," someone shouted. "There's nothing but blood." "We've got to get away from here," screamed another voice, in a tone close to madness. He ran outside, and we followed him. The air was filled with bestial cries. Everyone who'd been lucky enough to survive was falling back to the west, where, as always, safety lay, and now the front and the gap through which we would try to escape. Anyone who could still stand was helped. The wounded grabbed at the men running past. 2 haggard soldiers in front of me were dragging a third man through the dust, probably a friend who was nearly dead. How long had they pulled him along like that? And how long would it take them to dump him? I can no longer tell how long our stampede lasted, through the anonymous ruins and thick smoke and roaring guns. The Russians were firing at us from all sides, at close range, with 50mm guns. We staggered on, carrying the wounded as best we could. In complete disorder, we came to a railroad track strewn with the burnt-out wreckage of a train and a few Russian corpses. We trampled over them with a kind of fierce delight, taking our revenge for their artillery and their 50mm fire. The tracks ran through a kind of trench. We galloped down it, passing a second train as still and broken as the first. Some of our vehicles seemed to be parked there too, surrounded by a crowd of soldiers and several Panzermänner. We ran right into a group of officers. Vesreidau, who had stayed with us throughout, was one of them. We were given a few minutes' rest, and everyone dropped where he stood. To the southwest, the din seemed to have increased tenfold, and made my head swim. Then we received a fresh blow. Vesreidau and two of his aides ran through the groups of exhausted men. "Get up! Get moving! We've got to push on now! The division has broken through. If you don't hurry, we'll be caught in the trap, so get the hell up! We're the last ones left!" Already, men half dead with exhaustion were staggering to their feet. The non-coms tapped on the shoulders of the stronger men, who were trying to help the wounded comrades they had carried out of town, and told them not to bother any more. "Don't load yourself with anyone who can't walk. You'll need all the strength you've got just to make it yourself." And so we were forced to abandon a great many men to an almost inconceivably horrible fate, despite their desperate pleas for help. Half paralyzed by terror and fear, men who had lost almost all their blood managed to get up and even hide their pain so that they would be allowed to walk beside the healthy. The heroism, pathos, and determination of our breakout exceeds by far my powers of description. Men who had always been cowards became heroes despite themselves. A great many managed to cover barely half the distance. We fought our way through the fires of hell, losing almost half of our remaining men, as we pushed for more than 9 hours, from shell-hole to shell-hole, along the famous and tragic Konotop-Kiev road, past burnt-out tanks and piles of hundreds of shriveled corpses. You, who perhaps will someday read these lines, may also remember that one evening in the autumn of 1943, the bulletins announced that German troops caught in Konotop had managed to break out of a Russian trap. This was true. Of course, the price was never mentioned, because it didn't matter. For you, the day of deliverance was coming. 9. Crossing the Dnieper. The rain blew in from the horizon in waves. Occasionally a brief moment of light enabled us to spot the next undulating curtain of water sweeping across the streaming steppe. It had rained steadily for 2 days, and despite the discomfort and inconvenience, we hoped the rain would last for at least that long again. In another 2 days, if we could maintain our rate of 30 miles a day, and had any luck at all, we should reach the Dnieper. No planes could fly through such a torrential downpour, so there had been no yaks, and every day without yaks was a reprieve from death for hundreds of men. The extraordinary mobility of the Wehrmacht, one of its principal sources of strength up to that moment, had entirely disappeared in that part of Russia, and the men from Army Group Center were plodding toward the river in interminable columns at the rate of 3 miles an hour. Our mobility, which had always given us an advantage over the vast but slow Soviet formations, was now only a memory, and the disproportion of numbers made even flight a doubtful prospect. Moreover, the equipment of the Red Army was constantly improving, and we often found ourselves pitted against extremely mobile motorized regiments of fresh troops. To complete our disarray, the Soviet troops which had been tied up in the attempt to trap us at Konotop were now free to pursue our slow withdrawal. German aviation, which was entirely occupied south of Cherkasy, had abandoned our part of the sky to the Yaks, which took advantage of this freedom to harass us unmercifully. So, despite our heavy, waterlogged clothes, worn-out boots, fever, and the impossibility of lying down except on the soaking ground, we blessed fortune for sending us grey skies and rain. During the morning, 5 Bolshevik planes had appeared despite the weather. Our harassed men reacted with an automatic impulse of self-defense and self-preservation, staring desperately at the flat plain for somewhere to hide. But, like animals caught in a trap, we understood there was no way out. The companies in a direct line of fire dropped to one knee in the regulation position for anti-aircraft defense. These companies received the Yak's fire and saw several men torn to pieces by Russian bullets, but nevertheless managed to bring down one of the planes. It was our bad luck that the plane went into a spin and fell directly onto our convoy, crushing a truck full of wounded men and opening a crater 20 yards wide filled with shattered flesh. No one cried out. In fact, almost no one looked. We simply picked up our burdens and went on. We were all too exhausted to react, and almost nothing stirred our emotions. We had all seen too much. In my sick and aching brain, life had lost its importance and meaning, and seemed of no more consequence than the power of motion one lends to a marionette, so that it can agitate for a few seconds. Of course, there was friendship. There were Hals and Paula. But immediately behind them was that hole full of guts, red, yellow, and foul-smelling. Piles of guts, almost as large as the earth itself. Life could be snuffed out like that, in an instant. But the guts remained for a long time, stamped on the memory. We walked without stopping. The interminable line of men ahead curved in a semicircle which seemed to be standing still. The Dnieper was not yet in sight. We had planned to reach it in 5 days, but we were now in the 6th, ploughing through the mud at an average speed of 2 or 2.5 miles an hour. I had never seen a countryside so huge and so empty. The trucks and other vehicles which had gas had all passed us long ago. The rest were pulled by the few half-starved nags we had not already killed and eaten. From time to time, someone gave up his place on a crowded Steiner pulled by 2 horses to continue on foot. We were under orders not to abandon material for any reason whatsoever. We were supposed to receive more gasoline, God knows how, probably by air, so that we could continue to drive our machines. In fact, one morning we did receive a delivery from aircraft. 2 Ju-52s threw down 8 large packages of rope, which we retrieved with derision. We were supposed to use them for tying our vehicles to the tanks which had been destroyed at Konotop the week before. In default of gas, our gaunt horses stubbornly pulled our vehicles through the gluey muck, which had been freshly trampled by 30 retreating regiments. Our Steiner, on which I had hung all my gear, was pulled by 2 Rhenish horses, probably taken from their peacetime labour about a year before. One of them was covered with sores, and his eyes glittered with fever. 2 days later, on the bank of the Dnieper, our brave horse received his reward. A non-com from the cavalry shot him in the head, along with some 10 others. Very few horses were allowed onto the pontoons, whose capacity was inadequate even for the men, and nothing could be left behind which might be useful to the Russians. In a way, this was the beginning of our scorched earth policy. The proportion of sick men to healthy rose at an alarming rate. A healthy mind in a healthy body was the slogan our leaders had held up to us. Under the conditions of our retreat, it was often hard to tell which was affected first, mind or body. It seemed that well over half our men had nothing healthy about them. Luckily, the weather remained frightful. This was particularly hard on the sick and feverish, undernourished, dehydrated men with filthy, suppurating wounds and bodies barely covered by torn, ragged uniforms. But anything the weather could produce, wind, rain, heavy clouds trailing down to the ground, was preferable to clear skies, which invariably meant the humming planes diving down at us like carrion crows attacking a moribund animal. Indifferent to everything, we continued our slow march. 2 or 3 times a day, covering troops were organized and left behind to slow down the enemy, who were following at a leisurely pace. The men chosen for this task dug shallow holes which protected less than a quarter of their bodies, and waited, resigned, for the juggernaut to crush them. We knew that we would never see them again. In other districts, entire regiments had been wiped out by Russian armoured troops which had caught up with them. The retreat was costly, and reached its climax on the east bank of the river in an incredible crush of men and materiel, spread out over acres of flat sand, so that each Russian missile was assured a maximum destructive effect. A healthy mind and a healthy body would have done everything possible to escape those circumstances. Our eyes, which had grown used to accepting everything without surprise, gaped at the most astonishing sights. Everyone reached the river, the outer boundary of safety, in a state of indescribable panic, only to find it was necessary to trample on the men already there, even drown them, to have any hope of getting on the wretchedly inadequate vessels, which often floundered before they reached the other side. On the 8th day, after skirting a broad hill, we reached the bank of the river, or, more precisely, the swarm of Landser who covered the bank, hiding it completely. Through the noise and confusion we could hear the sound of engines, which we found curiously reassuring. Working engines must mean there was gasoline somewhere. We knew that motorized transport was essential for such a huge country, and that even with motors we could only move very slowly because of the terrible roads. However, if we heard engines, it must at least mean that some reorganization had begun. Among the crowd of men there were many vehicles which had been dragged as far as the river, despite almost insuperable obstacles, and were waiting in the long grass, which looked like dune grass. In fact, the engines we heard did not belong to refueled trucks, but to the boats, inadequate in size and number, which the engineers were using to move across as many men and machines as they could. Whenever materiel could be moved, it was given priority. Loading trucks and guns and light tanks onto vessels built to carry hay carts was not easy, but fortunately we had plenty of manpower to replace the cranes and derricks of a port. At least 100,000 at our point of arrival alone. I saw men standing up to their necks in water, supporting makeshift landing stages until the water rose over their chins. Rickety, hastily improvised piers which collapsed as soon as their human props moved away. Half drowned, these men worked frantically against time, with extraordinary persistence and patience. The urgent task of transporting 5 divisions was not begun until 2 days after our arrival, when all materiel that could be moved was across the river. We had 10 boats at our disposal, each with a maximum capacity of 20 men, 4 barges which had run out of gas and were towed in turn by 2 small boats equipped with BMW portable engines, and 4 precarious pontoons, each with a capacity of 150 men. At this point, south of Kiev, the Dnieper is about 800 yards wide. Had we chosen a section to the north of the city, we would have been in rich, densely populated country, where we would undoubtedly have been able to acquire plenty of boats for crossing, and where, in addition, the river often narrows to less than 100 yards. There were also bridges in Kiev itself. Some had undoubtedly been destroyed, but others must have been standing. By the evening of the 3rd day after our arrival at the river, at least 10,000 men had crossed to the west bank. First of all, the sick and wounded were taken, and I witnessed many instances of lightly wounded or sick men giving up their places to the more seriously injured. Although the rain was remorseless and savage, and we were all sickened by our diet of horsemeat, often raw, we nonetheless made use of this forced delay to rest as much as we could. During the night of our 3rd or 4th day, everything turned hellish again. As we had feared, we heard the roar of war again as soon as the rain stopped. Dull and unclear at first, and then unmistakable. The rumble of tanks moving slowly through the mud. To begin with, there was only the noise, which in itself was enough to send a wave of terror through the 85,000 men trapped beside the water. On the slopes littered with exhausted soldiers, thousands of men lifted their heads to verify the terrifying sound. We stared through the darkness, trying to see the unseeable, frozen for a minute, with our heads lifted to listen. Then, everywhere, shadowy figures began to move with frantic, intensifying speed.
"Tanks!"
Every man grabbed his things and began to run toward what we knew was an insuperable barrier, hoping that the boats were still moving and that somehow they would be able to take all of us at once. We were packed in a dense crowd onto a narrow strip of ground beside the river, and the sound of our shouting voices rose above the heavy rumble of tanks, which now filled the night. Frantic men were abandoning everything on the bank and plunging into the water to try to swim to the opposite shore. Thousands of voices were shouting toward the grey water and the opposite bank, where they hoped they would at last be able to rest. Men waded out into the icy water until they lost their footing, and the sound of voices pleading and calling for help rose to such a pitch that the boats still operating hesitated to draw into shore for fear of being swamped. Madness seemed to be spreading like wildfire. Almost unconscious with exhaustion, I sat through about 20 minutes of panic with 5 or 6 other soldiers, collapsed onto a heap of packs which had been abandoned on the wet grass, letting the howling mob and the rush of events pass us by. Here and there we could see other small groups like ours, moving only when the frantic stampede swept them along. The officers, who had managed to keep some self-control, organized a few more or less conscious men and ran to meet the mob, trying to stop them, like shepherds trying to control a herd of crazed sheep. They were able to reorganize a few groups, which they posted on the slopes of the hills to attempt interception of the Soviet tanks, if they should come that way. Our dense crowd of men stretched down the riverbank as thinly as possible, to offer fewer opportunities for mass destruction by the T-34s, which appeared about an hour and a half later. Fortunately, there were not many tanks, and they didn't linger, as their real objective was Kiev, where heavy fighting was in progress. I stayed where I was, sitting on the heap of packs with a few strays, when we heard that a raft made of tyres taken from the trucks parked nearby would be able to carry a certain number of Landwehr across to the west bank. We ran several hundred yards upstream and saw a tight cluster of men beside the dark water. We quickly went over to them. There must have been about 100 men wading in the mud. In the centre of the group, about a dozen fellows were busily taking out the inner tubes of a heap of tyres and tying them together to make a raft, which would clearly never be large enough to hold everyone. We were greeted with unwelcoming stares and given no encouragement to stay. Finally, a big fellow, who was standing watching the work, spoke to us. "You can see that this thing won't even take half the men here. Go on a little further. You'll be sure to find something." He must have said more or less the same thing several times over to the fellows who'd arrived ahead of us, but most of them had stayed, hoping to get onto the raft somehow, even to fight their way on if necessary. I had neither the build nor the strength to force my way onto a contraption that would probably sink anyway. So, despite the distant rumble which came to us in spurts on the wind, I went on up the river, accompanied by 2 stray artillerymen. We walked through a damp, heavy fog, between clumps of dripping firs, past groups of frantic, terrified men pacing up and down that interminable bank. The fog grew steadily thicker, until at last it blotted out the countryside completely and turned us into Chinese shadow puppets. We could no longer tell which way we were going, and were gripped by continual anxiety that we were walking in the wrong direction. Luckily, from time to time, someone would check on the position of the river and shout out into the darkness, "Ach, gut, das Wasser ist da." We went on without thinking, unaware that if we followed the river long enough we would arrive at Kiev, which was the heart of the fighting. No one seemed capable of any logical, connected thought, but the constant fear, exhaustion, and threat of tanks kept us moving, trying to get away. It didn't really matter where we might get to, or how. Just away. The darkness of the night was continually broken by flares and by the noise of guns. A group of men passed by, invisible, but quite close to judge by the sound of their voices. "Achtung! Ivans! Achtung!" I looked imploringly at the man from the artillery who had been stumbling along beside me for more than half an hour, but received nothing except the fixed stare of a hunted animal. We no longer understood anything. We had thought the Russians were on our right, behind the hills, but the firing was coming from the river bank, which was on our left. Expecting the Russians to begin shooting at us at any minute, we began to run to look for some hole or hollow where we could hide. Once we had flattened ourselves down into what seemed to be a shallow frog pond, we tried to grasp the facts of our situation. A non-com in our group thought the Popovs must be patrolling in boats, knocking off Germans whenever they could. To judge by the lights of the explosions, which were sometimes hundreds of yards apart, there must have been several Russian boats. The darkness which hid our trapped men rang with the sounds of our frantic disorder. Shells were coming in from the west, and landing somewhere to the east of us, beyond the hills. This comforted us somewhat. Since the shells were falling beyond the hills, they must be landing on the Russians, and our men must be firing them. The artilleryman remarked in a pleased and knowing voice, "Those are ours, all right. I'd know that yap anywhere."
"I never thought we'd get any help," said a soldier who had just joined us.
In the end, the shelling lasted only 10 minutes, and probably had very little effect, as there was no effort to aim it with any precision. The fog had grown so thick that the glow of the discharges of the 77s was almost invisible, emerging from the darkness and vanishing again, as if we were watching through a thin, semi-transparent cloth. But although the fog was thicker, the air had grown astonishingly cold, stabbing our lungs every time we took a breath.
"My God, it's cold," someone said.
The temperature of the water, which came to the middle of our boots, must have been close to freezing. Despite their remarkable resistance to water, our boots had at last become waterlogged, and our feet felt frozen. "We can't keep on like this," said the artilleryman, almost laughing. "We've got to get out of here, or we'll catch our deaths. Anyway, why should we be afraid of our own guns?" My boots each seemed to weigh a ton of dense, solid matter, which was in fact something like 95% water. The exhaustion we had been dragging about with us for days increased the fear we could no longer control. Fear intensified our exhaustion, as it required constant vigilance. We had learned to see in the dark, like cats, but on that particular night, no look, however penetrating, could pierce the fog, which was as thick as a London pea-souper. I could no longer breathe through my clogged nose, and only drew in through my pursed lips the bare minimum necessary to sustain life. We seemed to be moving through a mixture of water and sulphur, and each icy breath stabbed me with hundreds of sharp points, all the way down to my empty stomach. I remembered the veteran's advice, but couldn't think of anything convincingly warm or dry, so I began deliberately to recollect pleasant things that had happened to me, that I might have experienced a long time ago. But this proved almost impossibly difficult. My mind filled only with unpleasant memories. The hunched back of the soldier in front of me could not be transformed into the back of my mother, busy with some household task on a long winter evening, or my brother's back, or the back of anyone I had ever known in peacetime. All I saw was a silhouette of the history of the war and Russia, which memories of youth could not blot out. It seemed as if the war would mark men for life. They might forget women or money or how to be happy, but they would never forget the war, which spoiled everything, even the joy which was bound to come, like the victory ahead. The laughter of men who lived through the war has something forced and desperate about it. It does them no good to say that they must now make use of the experience. Their mechanisms have been run too hard, and something has gone out of balance. Laughter no longer has any more value for them than tears. The back of the soldier in front of me filled me with pity and respect and even exasperation. I felt like hitting him until he fell, so that he would be on a level with the war. But if that man fell, there would be another right after him, and then thousands more after that, thousands of hunched backs swollen by acid fog. Russia is still full of backs like that, the hunched backs of men who have forgotten how to dream, and it will take more toil and war, too, before they all have been toppled. The roar of the guns was growing louder, like the noise of an oncoming train, and there was the sound of machine guns too, although we still couldn't see anything. We could also hear a vast din of human voices which rose above the thunder of guns and machinery. We stopped where we were, a light trace of breath escaping from each half-open mouth. I looked for some explanation on the filthy faces of my companions, but their expressions were as bewildered as my own, which had probably not changed much since I had begun to try to lose myself in memories. Since surprises in wartime can only be dangerous, we immediately looked for a hole. All I could find was the riverbank. I slid over the edge until I was up to my thighs in the invisible water, which seemed almost warm after the icy air. I immediately lost hold of my attempted daydream, and stared feverishly through the black and impenetrable wall which hid the action from us, like a curtain in the theatre. The roar of the tanks grew louder and made the surface of the water tremble, with a motion I was just able to perceive. When danger finally comes, after hours of harassing fear, it is almost like a liberation. At least one knows what the confrontation will be, and if the danger is terrible, one knows that at least it will soon be over. But when danger continues indefinitely, it becomes unbearable. Then even an outburst of tears is no release. After hours and then days of danger, as at Belgorod, one collapses into unbearable madness, and a crisis of nerves and tears is only the beginning. Finally, one vomits and collapses, entirely brutalized and inert, as if death had already won. For the moment, I remained calm. The river blocked our escape, but at the same time offered a prospect of safety. I was already over my knees in water. The fog hid the terrifying breadth of the river from me, and I thought that if the worst came to the worst, I could always try that way out, skimming over the surface like a will-o'-the-wisp. I felt almost convinced that I could do it. Then we saw lights, and heard explosions like grenades, and crackling sounds accompanied by little points of light. 5 or 6 gasping soldiers splashed into the water beside me. "It's those dumb bastards in the artillery who brought Ivan here." Terrifying screams drowned the sound of engines, screams so prolonged and horrible that my blood froze, and the water around my legs seemed even colder than before. "My God!" someone murmured in the darkness beside me. We heard the sounds of gunfire and explosions coming closer, punctuated by blood-curdling screams. Men suddenly plunged out of the pale, enveloping cotton and disappeared like ghosts into the black water. From the sounds of splashing, we guessed they were trying to swim. We felt petrified by fear and stayed where we were. A terrible, growling mass of machines passed by close to us, shaking the earth and water, and a penetrating headlight pierced the fog. We couldn't see where it was going, only that it was moving. During those moments of terror, we clung to each other like children. A piece of the bank broke away under our weight, and our heap of belongings slid into the mud. My head went under for a few seconds, and when I surfaced, the riverbank and the long grasses hid what was happening. We could hear the sound of machine guns ripping into the air very close to us, over the grinding roar of tank treads, and always terrifying screams, as the tanks drove a bloody furrow through the tightly packed crowd, paralyzed by terror and darkness. A little higher up, 2 other lights, barely visible in the gloom, were seeking out other victims. With daylight, we saw that there must have been about 10 tanks, passing through without stopping, on their way to Kiev. However, our tension was so great that we stayed in the water for a long time, without moving, in spite of the stinking mud which had seeped into our helmets and through our hair, which was standing on end with terror. With absolute accuracy, the German guns, firing from the other side of the river, had drawn the Bolshevik tanks onto us, and contributed to the horrible deaths of many of our men. Cries for help drew us from our slimy refuge, and we ran to do what we could to help the dying, which was very little. We saw sights so horrible they were beyond any imagining. We shot a great many men to put them out of their misery, although mercy killings were strictly forbidden. At dawn the fog lifted, and an almost spring-like sun ushered in a new day of difficulties and disappointments. Burial squads were forcibly organized and began their grisly work, grimacing with horror. Everyone who managed to escape this duty went off as far as he could to try to sleep or warm up. My partly dried clothes had gone stiff, and I felt uncomfortable and ill. But my exhaustion, which weighed on my eyes and made the sunlight unbearable, prevented me from grasping that I should have stripped and washed in the river, allowing the sun to nourish my exhausted body. I stayed as I was, immobilized by my need for sleep, staring through half-closed eyes at the damp grey-green of my uniform, turning slowly yellow as it dried. When I finally did sleep, I was awakened almost immediately by shouts of terror. I opened my eyes and stared up into an infinite pale blue sky, in which there was a familiar noise. Planes. My bones creaked as I propped myself up on one elbow. I couldn't see anything unusual, only the piles of sleeping bodies among the gorse. Everywhere, faces drowning in sleep were turning to the sky. A fellow in a fatigue cap ran by, shouting like a deaf man. A heavy machine gun behind me opened fire. It took us a while to shake off our torpor. 4 Russian planes were circling like hornets about 3,000 feet above us. Everyone was shouting, both men and officers.
"Do you all want to be killed?"
A ragged lieutenant was yelling at us.
"You should at least try to defend yourselves."
We feverishly grabbed our guns and waited with one knee on the ground for the enemy, who was about to drop from the clouds. However, the yaks went away. It was inconceivable that they should have been afraid of us, so we concluded they were running out of gas. We rubbed our eyes and sighed with relief as our partially revived sense of vigilance died down. Everyone was thinking of stretching out again and catching up with his lost sleep. Then the heavy machine gun pivoted rapidly on its mount and began to fire toward the north. Everyone turned that way too, before throwing himself flat. The 4 planes roared over us almost at ground level, firing rapidly with all their guns. We could just hear the lieutenant, who was very near us, shouting as loud as he could to make himself heard above the noise of the planes. "Fire, you bastards!" The planes passed overhead. I saw the lieutenant roll onto the ground, stand up again, and with one hand clutching his stomach, fire his revolver at the roaring planes. Then he grimaced, fell to his knees, and rolled over onto himself. Of all the men around us, he was the only one who had been hit. The planes had reserved most of their fire for the overloaded, almost motionless rafts, which made perfect targets. "Give us some help," shouted a fellow with a long, thin face, who'd gone with a companion to see what he could do for the lieutenant. "Why in God's name did he stand up?" "He was acting like a hero," answered one of the Felts, "and he was the only one. We should all be ashamed." The thin-faced fellow was helping to carry the dying man down to the river's edge. I was behind him with some of the lieutenant's things. "Shame has nothing to do with it," he said, sighing heavily. We had not been abandoned. From the west bank, our anti-aircraft guns were firing on the Russian vultures overhead, and the 2 ramshackle rafts on the river were continuing their dangerous journey. There must have been many dead and wounded men on board, to judge by the agitation we could all see. The planes dived down toward the swarming strip of ground which rang with screams of pain and cries for help, and toward the rafts, and achieved a hideous massacre. Every time the danger withdrew for a moment, so that we could lift our heads and look out over the reeds, we saw scenes of tragedy. Almost everyone on the raft who hadn't been killed or immobilized by wounds had jumped into the water and was trying to swim. The planes made a 4th pass, and were met this time by all our guns and Spandaus, which finally drove them away. We heard a loud sound of shooting. One of the Russian planes had been hit, and was spiraling upward, trying to gain height, leaving a thick plume of black smoke behind it. Suddenly it lurched into an irrevocable dive toward the water. We saw a smaller shape detach from the mass of the plane, probably the pilot, trying to jump to safety. But his parachute, if he had one, failed to open. Man and machine hit the water at the same speed and disintegrated. For a moment, our cheers drowned the groans of the wounded on the rafts. However, toward noon, the Russian planes were back again, about a dozen fighter bombers this time. In the interval, we had deepened our holes so that we were better protected, but we couldn't reach the planes with our fire. The Russians, as before, attacked the heavily loaded rafts on the river, which had almost reached the west bank. Our flak tried unsuccessfully to keep the planes away, and we watched, pale with helpless rage, as the bombs fell toward the water. A raft and all its human cargo were blown to pieces. Our fleet was being liquidated, and the attacks were just beginning. The Aleutians were gaining height to dive down again. A soldier beside me was weeping and shouting over and over, "The bastards! The bastards!" Our damp hands scraped nervously against the ground as we maneuvered our guns.
"We'll never get out of this," shouted my companion. "They'll wipe us out, the shits!"
Then a miracle occurred, which completely changed the tone of our cries.
"Sieg! Sieg! Der Luftwaffe!"
9 Messerschmitt 109Fs had appeared and were diving down onto the Russian planes, which had just completed an attack formation. The Russian pilots, aware of the technical inferiority of their planes, were trying to get away as fast as they could. We could hear bursts of fire and felt a surge of intense, savage, and vengeful joy when we saw 2 of the Aleutians spinning through the air like partridges hit by hunters' bullets. Then our cries grew even louder. 5 Russian planes passed right overhead before we realized they meant danger. We shook our fists at them. The fellow beside me, who'd been trembling with fury a moment before, was now trembling with joy, as uncontrolled as a madman. Our fighters were chasing the Aleutians, which fled, skimming low over the ground. Then the pack disappeared behind the hills, which blocked our view. We heard guns and a loud explosion. After that, we had nothing to do but tend the wounded. The next day we felt almost happy to wake in the rain. Traffic across the river had continued all night, carrying over as many men as possible. Nevertheless, a vast number were still waiting on the east bank. We no longer knew how many days we'd been there, but, despite all our difficulties, we'd been able to reorganize somewhat. Men belonging to the same units had sorted each other out, and waited in distinct groups. Our officers had posted armed men on the hills to warn against a sudden attack. We knew that the Russians were very close, and felt rather surprised that they hadn't attacked already. Probably the battle for Kiev had absorbed almost all of them. I had joined a large group of men made up for the most part of members of the Gross Deutschland, and men who had escaped from the infantry regiment which had come to our aid when we broke through at Konotop. The officers present, among whom I was delighted to see Herr Hauptmann Westreidau, told us that as members of an elite division and as specialized offensive troops, we should have been among the first to embark for the West. They also said that we would be the next to go. Naturally, we were glad to hear it, as everyone wished to reach the West Bank as quickly as possible. Some fellows suggested a technique that had occurred to many of us as soon as we arrived at the river. This was to tie together bunches of reeds with our belts and use them as floats. This had been proved successful many times, but it was not possible for moving the equipment indispensable to any soldier who did not wish to be considered a deserter. The reception of these unequipped men on the other bank must have been sufficiently poor for our officers to forbid escape by reed float. But it was difficult for them to impose discipline on men simultaneously paralyzed by fear and prepared to affront the devil. Many men, in fact, drowned or died of pneumonia, and many, after risking everything, were court-martialed. I no longer had any clear idea of our situation, and set about trying to discover from the soldiers in my unit what had happened to my friends. Perhaps someone among these 3,000 men waiting in the mud had run into Hals or Lenzen or the veteran, stretched out on an armful of long, soaking stalks, dreaming of a distant utopia, indifferent to the rain running down his resigned features. But my researches were in vain, and my questions remained unanswered. Once I thought I recognized a couple of faces from our disbanded company. I talked to the fellows, who answered evasively that they no longer remembered anything that had happened. They were absolutely exhausted, and my questions only seemed to annoy them. Their stunned minds seemed capable of only one idea. They had to cross the river. There was only one person who might know a little more than the others, Herr Kapitän Westphredau. But the respect and fear which officers required of us made it almost impossible to speak to them. A few of the older soldiers were bold enough to approach them, but for a boy like myself it was entirely different. However, I was so consumed by desire to speak to the captain that it must have showed on my face. Also, I was always lingering somewhere near him or his group. I was sitting on my bundle a short distance away from Westphredau and 2 or 3 other officers, including a major, when Westphredau began to walk toward me. I stared in confusion at the tall figure in the long leather coat shining with rain, ready to leap to my feet and snap to attention. But the captain gestured me to stay as I was, so I remained on the ground, with my eyes glued to his face. He seemed even taller than usual, because I was so low down. "What regiment do you belong to, young fellow?" he asked. I stammered out my regimental number, as well as the number of the scratch company I was taken into for the retreat from Konotop. He took me for a check, so I explained my origins to him. Was all he said about that. "Those scratch companies were the last ones out. I led several of them myself." "I know, Herr Hauptmann," I said, blushing. "I saw you." I couldn't get used to the idea that the captain really was talking to me. "Ah," said Westphredau. "Then we have memories in common of a difficult time." "Ja, Herr Hauptmann." He reached for a cigarette, but the packet was empty. Had he perhaps been going to offer me one? "We'll be crossing tomorrow, young fellow, and I expect you'll be getting a long leave." The word leave was like a sudden sip of champagne. "Leave?" "I think so. We won't have stolen it from you." Sensations which I had thought I would never feel again immediately revived. All the emotions I had buried with so much difficulty. Could it be possible? But it had always been possible. How could I doubt it? I suddenly realized the full weight of my despair, how absolutely I had given up hope. Now I began to think again, timidly and gently, of Paula. Since we had been organized into the Special Assault Group, there had been no mail. Although we had been moving continuously, this lack of news had weighed on me terribly. And then, in the face of such intense misery and disgust, words describing love and tenderness lost their meaning. Everything I had felt seemed to have been swept away in the dust and noise of crumbling houses, and in misery far more intense than the miseries of love. I had often thought that if I managed to live through the war, I wouldn't expect too much of life. How could one resent disappointment in love if life itself was constantly in doubt? Since Belgorod, terror had overturned all my preconceptions, and the pace of life had been so intense one no longer knew what elements of ordinary life to abandon in order to maintain some semblance of balance. I was still unresigned to the idea of death, but I had already sworn to myself during moments of intense fear that I would exchange anything, fortune, love, even a limb, if I could simply survive. I sensed that Captain Westphredau was about to leave, so I asked him if he knew anything of my usual companions. He was only able to remember the veteran, calling him by his proper name. August Wiener's company was supporting a howitzer battery at the beginning of the offensive. The first troops had a hard time. It was very difficult. In any case, the men who got through were probably sent to Kiev. That's where we would have regrouped if we'd had the trucks. I listened to him in silence. He nodded and walked away. We'll be crossing tomorrow. My head was spinning with the thought of a leave, and with the anguish of the possible loss of my special comrades. Perhaps I had already walked past their burnt bodies on the shattered pavement of the Konotop-Kiev road. Would I also have to renounce the friendships which had seen me through so much? I knew that they also were so close to being stripped of everything that the sentiment I had for them seemed permissible. It was so gratuitous and disinterested. Must I also obliterate, without remorse? For remorse is a dangerous luxury in battle, the memories of Hals and Lensen, and even that bastard Lindbergh. However, if my friends had disappeared, the veteran had left me an inheritance, a special faculty. I would relive all my good memories, even in the worst moments, and lie on the ground, inert and almost insensible, oblivious of the rain which my saturated cap was no longer able to soak up, and which ran over my face and collar and down my neck. The rain streaming across my cheeks would take the place of the tears I should have shed. The rain continued for a long time, through the night and the next day, until the end of the afternoon. The soil on which we waited had become a giant sponge. Each fresh bundle of rushes soaked up as much water from the ground as it received from the sky. We were so thoroughly soaked through that some of us stripped altogether to wait naked. Most of the time we stayed on our feet, with tent cloths over our shoulders, watching the endless back and forth of the rafts. Toward noon, despite the terrible weather, a squadron of Aleutians appeared. Once again we cursed those birds of ill omen, which forced us to lie with our noses in the gluey Dnieper mud. The planes made 3 passes, scattering bombs and bullets wherever they could see anything. Once again we were filled with a panic which ended only when the list of killed and wounded had grown a little longer. Finally, toward 6 in the evening, as the light was fading, our group was taken in charge by the transit services. We were ordered to collect our things and proceed in good order to the 3 embarkation points, which the incessant trampling had transformed into an astonishing quagmire. Carrying our arms and baggage, covered with slimy mire, we set off down the road despite the mud which threatened to engulf us. With heroic patience and discipline, each man waited his turn, enduring the torrential rain without complaint. With our feet in the muddy water our boots could no longer resist. We kept our assigned places. The last man to embark had to wait for several hours. Vague, momentary smiles lit our almost unrecognizable faces. At last we were going to cross, and all of this would be over. We would be able to dry ourselves and sleep, perhaps even in comfort, and stop feeling afraid. We clung to our more hopeful thoughts, although we were haunted by one last fear. What would happen on the trip across? Would the overused, overloaded boats make it? Or would they sink, carrying 100 desperate souls to the bottom? And then there were the Yabos. If any Russian planes appeared, we could all remember in clear detail the horrible massacre of the day before. Then it grew dark. Russian planes rarely flew at night, so perhaps we were at least safe from them. When it was my turn, I climbed with 100 other men onto a raft whose planks had been splintered by the passage of thousands of hobnailed boots. I watched anxiously as the water rose to within a foot of swamping us. "That's enough, Captain," shouted a non-com who looked about 40 years old. "Do you want us to sink?" "As many as possible, Herr Spies," an engineer said, laughing. "That's orders, and we're used to it. Come on, let's have another 10. When we were on the point of foundering, the boatmen let go of the ropes, and with the agility of young goats, jumped onto the few inches they had reserved for themselves. So slowly we were almost unaware of it, The raft began to move out onto the water, which was barely creased by our momentum. Our balance seemed so precarious that no one dared move. The cursed bank, veiled in fog, disappeared from sight. I was huddled in the centre of the raft between two fellows I didn't know, a young lieutenant from an infantry regiment which had come to help us at Konotop, and a fellow from my own company, who seemed to be asleep on his feet. He was the only one who seemed so indifferent. Everyone else was listening and looking intently, especially toward the rainy sky, which we mistrusted absolutely. A boat half the size of ours, but with the same engine, slowly pulled level with us. Its deck was as jammed as ours. How long was the crossing? Perhaps a quarter of an hour. It seemed interminable. The water slid past us with an easy, regular motion, whose slowness made us frantic. Some of the fellows were counting aloud, marking off the seconds, perhaps, or using them as one uses imaginary sheep to force sleep. Then voices announced the approach of the West Bank and safety and release from our torments. The men at the front of the raft could see it, enveloped in fog. Our blood ran faster in our veins as we tried, by willpower, to increase the speed of the engine. We were about to land, to be safe. Quick, while the sky was still quiet. An empty raft crossed our path, heading back for the east bank. We looked at it coldly. Any movement toward the east made us shiver. Then the west bank was only 20 yards away. We no longer dared to move for fear of foundering, despite an intense joy which we would have expressed in other circumstances by jumping and shouting. After so many days and hours of waiting and despair, we had been saved. Then there were only 10 yards, then 5. The engines went into reverse to slow us down. We drew up beside a pier made of tied branches, and we heard voices telling us to move slowly and carefully. With a sense of enormous privilege, we stepped, one after the other, onto the solid earth, which is to say, onto a quagmire exactly like the east bank. But the mud no longer mattered. We had crossed to the other side. The West Bank meant security and safety, a barrier between us and the Russians. We had dreamed of this safety for so long and so intensely that we almost felt as if there were a barrier between us and the war itself. The bulletins had been official. We would hold on to the Dnieper. The enemy would not pass beyond that line, and in the spring we would push them back beyond the Volga. During our long and painful retreat to the river and our endless wait, our thoughts had crystallized around this idea, and actually stepping onto the West Bank seemed like the end of our misfortune. Reorganization, clean clothes, leave, and the assurance that we had not been beaten. Of course, the West Bank was still Russia, but it was the part of Russia which had welcomed us a few years earlier, the part of Russia which really favored us. Our exhausted brains clung to this fantasy. The West Bank was almost the motherland. Part 4. To the West. Winter 1943 to summer 1944. 10. Gott mit uns. The officers and soldiers waiting to direct us were not particularly agreeable, and the military police, with their badges glistening damply in the fog, were downright unpleasant. All organizations have police, and some of them must be fine fellows. However, we wanted to forget the police at Romny, and on the retreat from the Don, to preserve some of the joy we felt at being back in the West. We tramped along, herded by a couple of fellows in a sidecar covered with mud. They didn't bother to line us up in threes, but let us walk any way we liked, almost as if we were out for a stroll, which was a pleasant variation of usual practice. Maybe they knew what a hard time we'd had, and had decided to give us a break. Now that we were out of it, maybe everything was going to be all right. The sidecar forced us to increase our pace. We went on for about 1.5 miles, stumbling through the mud and splattering our companions, to arrive finally at a big camp where the men who'd crossed ahead of us were already waiting. It was dark, and a fine rain was falling. We could see the barbed wire gleaming with wetness. 2 soldiers with machine guns under their arms waved us through a makeshift entrance. Then we stopped, and the sidecar drove rapidly away. We stood where we'd been left, surrounded by barbed wire, not knowing what to think. We tried to tell ourselves that this was just how things happened in the army, and that this welcome seemed excessively cold because we were fresh from the hell of Konotop. They were probably making us wait so that they could take us straight to clean, comfortable barracks, where we would sleep and regain our strength. Or perhaps they were getting our passes ready. This last idea filled us with joy, and annihilated the liquid mud and the rain and the barbed wire, which, in reality, held us prisoner. We waited for about 2 hours. A second group of new arrivals joined us. The rain had become heavier, and we were all streaming with water. Quite nearby, we could see a row of huts with firm roofs and weather-tight windows, to which men were being sent in groups of 20. We waited expectantly, certain that we were living through the last of our miseries. The fellows who went into the huts weren't coming out again. They must already be sleeping on soft beds, the lucky bastards. An hour later it was my turn, along with 19 others. There were 2 non-coms and a lieutenant in our group. We went into the building, which had its own generator and was brightly lit. Our state of extreme filth suddenly made us feel awkward. Military men of all ranks and military police were sitting facing us behind a row of long tables. An Obergefreiter came up to us, yelling as in the old days at training camp. He told us to get over to the tables to be screened. We should be ready to produce on demand the papers and equipment entrusted to us by the army. This reception only increased our sense of astonished unease. "First, your documents," an MP shouted across the table. The lieutenant, who was directly ahead of me in the line, was being interrogated. "Where is your unit, Lieutenant?" "Annihilated, Herr Gendarme. Missing or dead. We had a hard time." The MP said nothing to this, but went on leafing through the lieutenant's papers. "Did you leave your men, or were they killed?" The lieutenant hesitated for a moment. We were all watching in frozen silence. "Is this a court-martial?" The lieutenant's voice was exasperated. "You must answer my questions, Herr Leutnant. Where is your unit?" The lieutenant clearly felt caught in a trap, as did we all. Very few of us could have answered that question with any precision. He tried to explain. But there is never any point in explaining to an MP. Their powers of comprehension are always limited to the form they wish to fill. Further, it appeared that the lieutenant was missing a great many things. This fact obsessed his interrogator. It didn't matter that the man in front of him was effecting a miracle simply by staying on his feet, and had lost at least 30 pounds since entering the army. The MP only noted that the Zeiss field glasses, which are part of an officer's equipment, were missing. Also missing were a map case and the section telephone for which the lieutenant was responsible. In fact, the lieutenant, who had managed to save only his life, was missing far too many things. The army did not distribute its papers and equipment only to have them scattered and lost. A German soldier is expected to die rather than indulge in carelessness with army property. The careless lieutenant was assigned to a penal battalion, and 3 grades were stripped from his rank. At that, he could think himself lucky. The lieutenant's eyes were wild, and he seemed to be fighting for breath. He was a pitiful and terrifying sight. 2 soldiers dragged him off to the right, toward a group of broken men who'd been dealt with in the same way. Then it was my turn. I felt stiff with fright. I pulled my crumpled documents from an inside pocket. The MP riffled through them, throwing me a reproving look. His bad temper seemed to soften somewhat at the sight of my apprehensive, mortified face, and he continued his inventory in silence. Fortunately, I had been able to reintegrate with my unit, and had saved the scrap of white cardboard which stated that I had left the infirmary to take part in an attack. My head was swimming, and I thought I was going to faint. Then the MP read off a list of articles which ordinary soldiers like myself were supposed to carry at all times. The words rolled off his tongue, but I didn't catch them quickly enough, and didn't immediately produce the items still in my possession. The MP then treated me to a certain German word which I was hearing for the first time. It appeared I was missing 4 items, including that fucking gas mask I had deliberately abandoned. My paybook was passed from hand to hand to be inspected and stamped. In my panic, I made an idiotic move. Hoping to gain favour, I produced 9 unused cartridges from my cartridge belt. The MP's eyes lit on these like the eyes of an alpinist who spots a good foothold. "You are retreating?" "Ja, Herr Unteroffizier." "Why didn't you try to defend yourself? Why didn't you fight?" he shouted. "Ja, Herr Unteroffizier." "What do you mean, ja?" "We were ordered to retreat, Herr Unteroffizier." "God damn it, to hell!" he roared. "What kind of an army runs without shooting?" My paybook came down the line. My interrogator grabbed it and riffled the pages for a moment. His eyes travelled from the filthy, tattered page to my face. I followed the movement of his lips, which might be about to assign me a penal battalion, to the life of a prisoner, to forward positions, mine-clearing, infrequent leaves always confined to camp, so that the word liberty lost all meaning, and the cancellation of mail. I held back my tears with difficulty. Finally, the MP's rigid fingers handed back my liberty. I had not been assigned to a penal battalion, but my emotion overwhelmed me anyway. As I picked up my pack, I sobbed convulsively, unable to stop. A fellow beside me was doing the same. The crowd of men still waiting stared at me in astonishment. Like a miserable tramp, I ran past the line of tables and left by a door opposite the one we'd entered by. I felt that I had disgraced myself. I rejoined my comrades, who were standing in the rain in the other part of the camp. They weren't resting on the soft beds we'd dreamed of before coming to this place, and the rain streaming down their shoulders and backs was another hope disappointed. However, despite the slap in the face we had just received from our grateful country, we could still count ourselves lucky. 3 days later, we learned that the day after our crossing, with 6,000 or 7,000 of our men still waiting on the east bank, the Russians had attacked. They were probably discouraged by their failure to retake Kiev, where the heavily outnumbered German army was fighting desperately, and had decided to clean up the pockets still occupied by the Wehrmacht. 24 hours after our group left, our comrades on the east bank were suddenly dazzled by the flares that flooded their temporary encampments with brilliant light. The lookouts in the shallow trenches scratched into the hills overlooking the river, who were supposed to provide an illusion of protection, watched the shouting hordes of Russian infantry flood down to the river. These soldiers quickly realized they would never be able to stop that irresistible tide, and succumbed to a moment of absolute panic. Some ran, through the deafening explosions of Soviet rockets which drowned out our Spandaus and light mortars. The Russians, driven by expectations of victory and by the exhortations of the People's Commissars, pushed forward regardless of the cost. The cost was enormous. Each German projectile seemed to hit home, but Ivan continued his inexorable advance. On the mud landing stage from which I had embarked, panic gave way to madness. One of the rafts, which was loading up as usual, was swamped by a human flood. The few who managed to keep cool heads shouted for calm and sometimes even used their guns. In the grotesque, trampling rush, mooring ropes gave way, and the raft drifted out a few yards, shuddering under the weight of the mob which had overrun it. Hands trying to grip the edges of the raft were trampled and crushed by heavy boots. On the landing stage, friends were fighting each other. Some of the officers committed suicide. The raft moved out another couple of yards, and then suddenly tipped away from the bank like a child's toy. A loud cry mingled with the sound of the approaching battle, and 200 terrified men floundered in the water, clinging together or trying to swim. A great many sank and drowned instantly. At that moment, Ivan appeared at the crest of the hills, having swept the defenders aside. Drunk with excitement, the Russian soldiers dropped to the ground on one knee and picked off Germans as if they were clay pigeons at a fair. A few Germans, white as ghosts, fired back with their FMs, but their numbers were so small the Russians scarcely noticed them. Several thousand others were running, screaming, trying to get away, and dying as they ran. The Russians also fired at the men in the water who were trying to swim, using flares to light the darkness. An hour after they had appeared on the skyline, the Russians reached the river. There were a few more scattered shots, but their victory was complete. A third of the remaining German troops were taken prisoner, and for the rest, everything was over. Their military responsibilities had come to an end, and they would never again be victimized by military police. At the reception camp, we stood in the rain a little longer, and then 3 blacked-out trucks appeared to collect us. Despite the appalling road, and the overload which threatened to burst the slatted sides, 50 soldiers, wrapped in sacking, were piled onto each truck with all their equipment. I was stuffed into one of these human ant heaps. That is to say, one leg was buried in the swarm, while the other dangled out. I was astride the back flap, but there were other fellows hanging on for dear life who were almost entirely outside the truck. We rolled off through the quiet night. I felt completely disoriented, and hadn't the faintest sense of our direction. An hour later, we drew up to a group of buildings, which first appeared as a vague, blurred mass in the dim, bluish light. We realized that an unusual rush of activity was taking place all around, and then gradually perceived that we were looking at a row of structures bordered on both sides by tree-lined roads, jammed with innumerable vehicles. There were troops everywhere, on foot or arriving and leaving on high-speed motorcycles, and many officers and MPs. The trucks jerked to a sudden halt, and we were told to get off. Although we still understood that we'd been saved, we were beginning to feel that we'd had enough. We were famished and dropping with sleep. We had to wait for another half hour before someone came to take charge of us. The rain fell steadily. Was it raining anywhere else? Was it raining in France? I tried to think of my house and my bed. Where were they now? In which direction? But I could only summon up confused and fragmented memories of the life I had left behind. My only world was the vast anonymity of Russia, which seemed to be engulfing all of us, absorbing entire regiments, so that even their names vanished. Finally, a non-com came over to us. Our group leader handed him our papers, which he examined with a dimmed flashlight. Then he ordered us to collect our gear and follow him. At last, we entered the shelter of a roof, an amenity to which we'd grown so unaccustomed that we stared at it as if it were the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. "You'll be sent to your units later," shouted the non-com, who, like the rest of us, seemed to have had just about enough. "While you're waiting, try to get a little rest." He didn't have to repeat himself. We explored the darkness of the hut with our pocket flashlights, and discovered that it contained a couple of benches and 4 or 5 large tables. Everyone stretched out where he could, making pillows of the nearest leg or buttocks or boot. The discomfort seemed unimportant beside the fact that at last we were out of the rain. Some fellows began to snore immediately. Others tried to pretend they were somewhere else. Despite our harsh reception, we all had a sense that from now on everything would go better, and that, once again, life was offering its possibilities. We all thought of the leave we would surely be getting, which was now only a question of patience. However, soldiers fresh from the front cannot indulge the luxury of daydreams. The accumulated lack of sleep gripped our temples like an iron band. Like people suffering a serious illness, we dropped swiftly from consciousness into deep sleep. We probably slept for a long time. It was broad daylight when a burst of noise suddenly woke us. Then a long blast of a whistle ordered us to our feet. We were all filthy and horribly crumpled. If the Fuhrer had seen us, he would either have sent us all home or had us shot. The non-com who had waked us looked at us with an expression of surprise. Perhaps he, too, had never imagined that the German army could be reduced to such a state. He spoke to us, but I no longer remember what he said. I was still only half awake, and understood that he was talking, without really listening to him. We gathered that we were to prepare for departure. We were going to be returned to our units. One of the huts had been fitted with showers, but so many men were waiting that we clearly had no chance of getting inside. Instead, we were given some empty gasoline vats full of hot water. However, we all felt too exhausted to want to wash. Our days of training, when we were appalled by the smallest spot on our tunics, seemed very far away. Our concern had shifted from hygiene to something far more urgent. Furthermore, it was bitterly cold, and no one wanted to take anything off, not even the sacking draped over our shoulders. I was so cold I was shivering, and I wondered if I was getting sick again. We had to go outside for food, and lined up like a column of tramps beside the field kitchen. A cold east wind was blowing damp patches of fog in from the river. 2 cooks emptied large ladles of hot soup into our chipped and filthy mess tins. We had been expecting the usual ersatz, but it seemed that the time for that had long gone by. As a special gesture, they were serving us 11 o'clock soup early. The burning hot mixture made us feel much better. A Hauptmann stared at us as he walked by, and then turned back, obviously looking for our unit leader. The lieutenant who filled this position got up and walked over to him. "Kamerad," the captain said, "you and your men have been given this opportunity to clean up. I think you should make the most of it." "Jawohl, Herr Hauptmann." The lieutenant ordered us over to the vats, which were standing under the eaves of one of the huts. We looked enviously across at the fellows who were going to get into hot showers. At least 300 men were waiting for an experience which seemed like a blessing from heaven, so close to the front. Those at the front of the line had more or less undressed, and were scratching the lice which had settled in a ring at the belt line, when we were suddenly ordered to prepare for immediate departure. For me, at least, this was a reprieve. Stripping in that icy air had begun to seem impossibly difficult. I much preferred to keep my lice relatively warm between my grey undervest and my stomach, which was rumbling with hunger. I was certainly ill again. I no longer had any doubts. I couldn't stop shivering, and felt cold right down to the soles of my feet. We piled into the open trucks, overloading them as usual. But no one complained. No matter how squashed we were, it was better than walking. However, I was soon caught in a grotesque predicament. The trucks rolled off down a road which the rains had transformed into a swamp. The truck behind us gave off 2 sprays of liquid mud as steady and uniform as the sprays of a municipal fountain. I was strangely reminded of the retreat from the Don. Was Russia nothing but a vast sea of mud? As always, we were driving toward a northern horizon marked by dark forests. The echoes of occasional explosions drifted to us on the wind, but they didn't sound serious. The sky was overcast and threatened rain. Huddled between 2 companions, I swayed to the slow rhythm of the trucks struggling through the mire. I felt more and more uncomfortable and ill. My lips and face seemed to be burning, and the slightest motion of the air felt like ice against my skin. My stomach was griped by a brutal pain, which travelled outward through my body in waves of violent shivers. At first I thought this must be an after-effect of the hard times we'd been through, especially as I had never entirely recovered from my illness at Konotop. I knew that I must look more cadaverous than ever. My intestines were twisting themselves in knots. Naturally, no one gave a damn, and besides, I was certainly not the only one with a pain in my gut. Then my pain became so imperative that I tried to double over, despite the crowding and all my gear. The fellow beside me noticed my restlessness, and leaned his hairy face toward me. "Take it easy, friend. We'll soon be there." But he clearly had no more idea where we were going than I did.
I've got a hell of a pain in the gut, and this is a hell of a time to crap."
Suddenly, I realized what was the matter with me. My stomach was churning with increasing violence and threatened to explode. I certainly couldn't stop a military convoy because my guts were about to turn inside out. I had to laugh at my predicament, despite my shivers and cramps and salivating mouth. But I also had to try to think of a solution. The convoy was now in the middle of a forest where there was no reason to stop. And even if we came to a camp, I couldn't just leave my group the moment we arrived, without any apparent motive. If I did that, they might even shoot me as a deserter. But could I hold out much longer? I tried desperately to think of something else, but failed. My pains increased, and I broke out in gooseflesh. Finally, my gut simply opened.
"Move over, little fellow," I said, grimacing. "I've got terrible diarrhea, and I can't wait any more."
The truck was making a lot of noise, and no one seemed to hear me. I shoved with my elbows and shouted louder. The fellows on either side of me moved back about 4 inches, but paid no further attention. I could feel myself blushing with embarrassment. I tried to undo my clothes, jostling one of my neighbours. "What's the hurry?" he said. "You'll be able to crap when we get there."
"But I'm sick, damn it!"
He muttered something and moved one of his feet, although there was really nowhere to put it. No one laughed. In fact, everybody seemed entirely indifferent to my plight. I struggled desperately with my clothes, but in the cramped space, encumbered with all my equipment, I was unable to free the lower half of my body. Finally, I realized there was nothing I could do. My bowels emptied, pouring a stream of vile liquid down my legs. No one seemed even to notice my condition, which left me in a state of indescribable misery. My stomach was knotted with pain, and I collapsed into a stupefied torpor which prevented me from appreciating the ridiculous aspects of my situation. In fact, the situation was not particularly funny. I was really seriously ill, and my head was spinning and burning with fever. This was the first attack of a chronic dysentery which has plagued me ever since. Our journey continued for a considerable time, during which I suffered 2 further attacks of uncontrollable diarrhea. Although my state of filth was scarcely aggravated by these eruptions, I would gladly have exchanged 10 years of my life for a chance to clean off and fall asleep in a warm bed. I was shaken by alternate fits of shivers and burning heat, and the pain in my intestines grew more and more intense. After what seemed like an eternity, we arrived at our new camp, and I was dragged from the truck for roll call. My head was swimming, but although fainting would have guaranteed the quickest route to the infirmary, I struggled to remain conscious. Somehow, I managed to stay upright among my comrades, each preoccupied with his own fate. However, my ghastly appearance did not escape the attention of the inspecting officer, and my gasping replies to his questions interrupted the regular rhythm of roll call. "What's the matter with you?" he asked.
"I'm sick. I
was barely able to stammer a reply, and saw him only as a blurred and shifting silhouette. "What's bothering you?"
"My stomach. I have a fever. Could I please go and wash?
Take him to the medical service as an urgent case," continued the officer, speaking to a subordinate. The latter stepped forward and took me by the arm. Someone was actually trying to help me. I could hardly believe it.
"I've got acute diarrhea, and I have to clean off,"
I groaned as we tottered off.
"You'll find everything you need in the sanitary block, camarade."
At the infirmary, I stood in line behind some 30 other men. The pains in my abdomen tore at my entrails with an intensity which made me scream. I knew that my gut was about to pour out some more filth. I staggered from the line, trying to make my step firm, and followed the signs to the latrine. When that series of intestinal explosions was finished, I hesitated before pulling up my revolting trousers. Although I was in an incredible state of filth, I noticed that my excrement was streaked with blood. I went back to the infirmary to stand in line for another half-hour. Then my turn came. One after the other, I peeled off my nauseating rags.
"My God, what a stink!"
exclaimed one of the orderlies, whose outlook was probably identical with that of the motto over the gate of our training camp.
"Ein Laus, der Tod."
I looked at the long table where members of the sanitary service were sitting like judges. The only plea I could possibly make was guilty.
"Dysenteric diarrhea,"
muttered one of the judges, obviously shocked by the shit which ran down below my knees.
"Get to the showers, you pig,"
the other said.
"We'll look at you when you're clean."
"There's nothing I'd like better. You don't know how long I've been dreaming of a shower."
"Right over that way,"
said the first fellow, who was clearly anxious to be rid of me. I threw my coat over my bony shoulders and went across to the showers. Luckily, no one was there but a bewildered-looking boy who was scrubbing the floor.
"Any hot water in the showers? Do you want hot water?"
His voice was gentle and friendly.
"Do you have any?" "Yes, 2 big vats for 16th Company laundry. I could let you have some, though. The showers only run cold."
Through my fever, I saw him as another bastard who'd do a favour for cigarettes or something else.
"I don't have any cigarettes." "That doesn't matter. I don't smoke."
I stood where I was, considerably surprised.
"Well, then, could you do it right away?"
But the fellow was already hurrying off.
"Go in there,"
he said, pointing over his shoulder to an open cubicle.
"You'll be more comfortable."
2 minutes later he was back, carrying 2 buckets of steaming water.
"Were you at the front?"
he asked. I looked at him, wondering what he was trying to find out. He was still smiling his foolish smile.
"Yes, and I've had enough of it too, if you want to know. I'm sick and disgusted. It must be terrible. Feldwebel Hulf says that pretty soon now he'll be sending me off to get killed."
I went on with the extraordinary relief of washing off my backside, but looked up at him with some surprise.
"There are always fellows like that, who enjoy sending other fellows out to get it in the neck. What do you do?" "I was called up 3 months ago. I left Herr Fechter, and after basic training in Poland was enrolled in the Gross Deutschland."
That's a familiar story, I thought to myself.
"Who's Herr Fechter?" "My boss. A little strict, but nice anyway. I've worked for him since I was a kid." "Your parents sent you out so young?" "I don't have any parents. Herr Fechter took me straight from the orphanage. There's a lot of work on his farm."
I stared at him. Someone else whose luck had been a little thin. He was still smiling. I clutched my stomach, which once again felt as if it might explode.
"What's your name?" "Frösch. Helmut Frösch." "Thank you, Frösch. Now I must try to get into the infirmary."
I was preparing to leave when I noticed a short, thick-set figure standing in the doorway watching us. Before I could say a word, the man shouted, "Frösch!" Frösch spun around and ran back to the wet rag he'd left on the floor. I went out slowly, trying to pass by unnoticed. But the Feldwebel in any case was concentrating on Frösch.
"Frösch, you left your work. Why?"
"I was only asking him about the war, Sergeant."
"You were forbidden to talk during punishment fatigue, Frösch, except to answer my questions."
Frösch was about to reply when a sonorous whack cut him short. I looked back. The Feld's hand, which had just given it to Frösch full in the face, was still raised. I took myself off as fast as I could, as a torrent of abuse poured over my unfortunate companion.
"Bastard!"
I shouted silently at the Feld. At the sanitary service, the aide looked at me without enthusiasm. I understood immediately that he was one of these fastidious fellows for whom a day of filthy scarecrows like myself was less than a pleasure, especially as he received no fees to encourage civility. He fingered all my parts, poking me a little all over, and concluded his examination by sticking his finger into my mouth to check the condition of my teeth. Then he added a string of numbers and letters to a card clipped to my papers, and I was sent down the line of tables to the surgical service. 5 or 6 fellows there checked my documents and asked me to remove some of the clothes I'd thrown over my shoulders. A brute, who must have been a wild man of the woods in civilian life, gave me a shot in the left pectoral muscle, and I was taken to the hospital hut, where there were beds for the officially disabled. My papers were checked once again, and then, like a miracle, I was shown to a bed, which, in fact, was only a simple pallet covered with grey cloth. There were no sheets or blankets, but it was nonetheless a genuine bed on a wooden frame in a dry room protected by a roof. I collapsed onto the bed to relish its comforts. My head was ringing with fever and filled with a host of half-realized impressions. I had grown so used to sleeping on the ground that the degree of well-being a soft, clean mattress can induce struck me with astonishment. The room was full of cots like mine on which fellows were lying, whimpering and groaning. But I paid no more attention to them than one does to a hotel carpet which is not entirely to one's liking. I felt almost light-headed with well-being, despite the pain which tore at my entrails. I took off some of my clothes and spread my filthy coat and ground sheet over my body instead of blankets, burying myself in them and in the sense that I had been saved. I lay like that for a long time, trying to control the cramps which knotted my guts. After a while, 2 orderlies arrived, carrying a cumbersome piece of equipment. Without a word of warning, they pulled off my covers. "Turn over, camarade, and let us have a look at your ass. We want to clean out your gut." Before I understood what was happening, they had administered a copious enema and moved on to the next patient, leaving me with some 5 quarts of medicated liquid gurgling painfully in my distended abdomen. I don't know anything about medicine, but an enema has always struck me as a strange treatment for someone who is suffering from excessively frequent evacuations. The fact is that 2 repetitions of this operation enormously increased the misery of the next day and night, which I spent tottering to and from the latrine. This was situated some distance from the infirmary, which meant fighting the strong, icy wind which blew continuously. Any benefits I might have received from this amount of time ostensibly resting in bed were thus reduced to almost nothing. 2 days later, I was pronounced cured and sent back to my company on rubber legs. My company, the one which had been organized as an assault group, was stationed in the immediate vicinity, only 5 or 6 miles from divisional headquarters, in a tiny hamlet which had been half abandoned by the Russian civilian population. Despite my intense joy at reuniting with my friends, all of whom were present, including Ollensheim, my condition remained as precarious as it had been the day before I went to the infirmary. My close friends, Hals, Lenson, and the veteran, made a special effort over me, and did everything they could to help me get well. Above all, they insisted on pouring large quantities of vodka down my throat, which, according to them, was the only reliable remedy for my complaint. However, my precipitate visits to the latrine continued despite these excellent attentions, and the sight of my bloody excrement worried even the veteran, who went with me on these trips in case I fainted. Twice, on the urging of my friends, I tried to re-enter the hospital, which was inundated with wounded from the Battle of Kiev. But my papers, stating that I had been cured, presented an insuperable barrier. I began to look like a tragic protagonist, made of some curious white diaphanous substance, instead of flesh and blood. I no longer left the pallet which had been given to me in one of the izbas. Fortunately, a reduced service requirement allowed me to stay where I was. Several times my friends took guard duty for me and did the other jobs which would ordinarily have been required of me. Everything was going well in the company, which was still commanded by Westreidow. Unfortunately, we were still in a combat zone, which meant that at any minute we might be sent to some exposed position. Westreidow knew that I would not be able to function in combat conditions, as well as I knew it myself. One evening, about a week after I'd left the infirmary, I became delirious, and was completely unaware of a fierce aerial battle which took place directly overhead. "From some points of view, you're really the lucky one," Hals joked. Hals even went to speak to Westreidow about me, but before he was able to explain himself, Veszprédow stood up and smiled. "My boy, we'll be pulling out almost immediately. They're sending us to an occupied zone at least 60 miles farther west. We'll have a certain amount to do there, but even so it will seem like a holiday after this. Tell your sick friend to hang on for another 24 hours, and spread the news that we're moving. We'll all be better off." Hals clicked his heels hard enough to shatter his shins, and burst out of Veszprédow's quarters like a hurricane. He looked into every hut he passed, shouting out the good news. When he reached us, he shook me from my torpor. "You're saved, Sergei! You're saved!" he shouted. "We'll be leaving soon for a real rest." He turned to a couple of fellows who shared the hut with us. "We've got to get all the quinine we can for him. He has to hang on another 24 hours. Despite my overwhelming weakness, Hals's intense joy communicated itself to me, and ran through me like a restorative balm. "You're saved," he said again. "And just think, with a fever like yours, they're bound to take you in a hospital. And they won't cut off your leave either. You are a lucky dog." Every time I moved, I felt it in my stomach, which seemed to be rapidly liquefying. Nonetheless, I began to collect my things. Everyone around me was doing the same. I put my packet of letters within easy reach. A voluminous backlog of correspondence had been kept for me by the Divisional Postal Service. There were at least a dozen letters from Paula, which greatly eased my illness, as well as 3 from my parents, full of questions, anxiety, and reproaches about my long silence. There was even one from Frau Neubach. Somehow I found the strength to write everyone, although my fever undoubtedly interfered with the coherence of my messages. Finally, we left. I was given a place in a small Auto-Union truck, and we drove to Vinnitsa on roads which belonged to the Carolingian era. Our faltering machines almost drowned in incredible quagmires, whose condition was aggravated by the rain. For a while I thought we had reached the notorious Pripyat marshes, which were in fact not very far away. We avoided them by driving around them, on extraordinary wooden pavements which seemed to be floating on mud. These uneven roads, made of split logs, on which one could obviously not drive very fast, were surprisingly effective in wet weather. However, it took us at least 8 hours to travel 90 miles. The weather was cold and bad, snow flurries alternating with violent bursts of rain, but at least this protected us from Soviet aircraft, which were very active at that time. When we arrived, I was sent immediately to a hospital, along with some 6 others from my company. Diarrhea was a common complaint at that time, and a group of specialists were able to stop mine very quickly. My friends were stationed some 15 miles away, and I knew I would rejoin them once I was well. The doctors had some trouble getting me on my feet again. I was told that because my complaint had not been attacked until late in the day, my intestinal flora had been severely damaged. In fact, it was a good 2 weeks before I was able to eat normally again. Every day I offered my backside to the orderly, who stabbed me as full of holes as a dressmaker's pincushion. Twice a day the thermometer recorded my fever, which remained obstinately at 100 degrees. Winter had arrived, and I rejoiced as I watched the snow falling from behind the panes of a heated dormitory. I knew that for the moment my friends were out of danger, and in a state of blissful ignorance was unaware that over the whole front things were going from bad to worse. Our paper's coverage of news from the front was limited to photographs of smiling artillerymen installing themselves in a new position or organizing their winter quarters, and articles which said nothing at all. Hals came to see me twice, bringing mail. He had managed to get himself made a postal assistant, which allowed him to visit me quite easily. He rejoiced at the slightest occasion for rejoicing, roaring with laughter whenever he missed me in a snowball fight. He was just as ignorant as I of the realities of our situation, which would soon involve us in an agonizing retreat and acquaint us with the depths of horror. When I had been in the hospital for about 3 weeks, I was given some marvelous news. I was told to go to the office to be checked for discharge. There an orderly inspected me and told me that, since I was making a good recovery, he was going to authorize a leave for me. "It occurs to me," he said, that you would rather complete your convalescence at home than here in the hospital. I replied that I would, restricting myself to mild assent, lest I offend that kindly angel with excessive exuberance. As a result, I found myself with a 10-day pass, a little shorter than the first one, which would go into effect as soon as it had been stamped. I thought immediately of Berlin and Paula. I would try to get permission for her to go with me to France, and if that was impossible, I would stay in Berlin with her. Despite the weakness, which still limited me severely, I was overjoyed. I got ready in record time and left the hospital grinning broadly. I also wrote a note to my friends, excusing myself for not having visited them before I left. I thought they would surely understand. My polished boots moved noiselessly across the snow as I walked to the station. I was so overflowing with happiness that I even nodded and spoke to the Russians I passed on the way. My linen and uniform had been cleaned and mended, and I myself felt neat and new. I forgot my bygone sufferings, and felt only gratitude to the German army and to the Führer for having made me into a man who knew the value of clean sheets and a watertight roof, and of friends who had nothing to offer but devotion, and offered that without reserve. I felt happy once again, and ashamed to have been despairing and afraid. I thought back from a great distance to some of the hard times I had experienced during my youth in France, which had sometimes made me think sourly of life. But was there anything that could sour me now? What disappointment could possibly darken things for me? Perhaps if Paula suddenly told me she no longer cared for me? Yes, perhaps that. But I felt as though I were now cured of a great many things. During some of my worst moments, I had imagined certain personal disasters, the death of my mother, for instance, and told myself that I could accept even that if only the firing would stop. I had asked the pardon of every supernatural power for harbouring such thoughts, but was prepared to pay that price if it would cut short the carnage by even a little. The war seemed to have turned me into a monster of indifference, a man without feelings. I was still 3 months short of 18, but felt at least 35. Now that I have reached that age, I know better. Peace has brought me many pleasures, but nothing as powerful as that passion for survival in wartime, that faith in love, and that sense of absolutes. It often strikes me with horror that peace is really extremely monotonous. During the terrible moments of war, one longs for peace with a passion that is painful to bear. But in peacetime one should never, even for an instant, long for war. The station was at the end of a cul-de-sac. In front of the esplanade, which took the place of a platform, 3 wide-gauge Russian tracks ran for a short distance, and then were regrouped into 2 switchings. A third section of the track vanished after 500 yards, without any apparent reason. The soft snow deadened all noise and made everything still uncovered look cold and black. A few wagons and a few empty boxes lay scattered across this peculiarly empty place. Beside the principal station building stood a neat pile of boxes marked WH. Inside, next to a hot stove, 4 or 5 Russian railwaymen sat absolutely motionless, as if they had died of boredom. There was no sign of a train in any direction, except for a large stationary locomotive, which appeared to be near death after a century of hard use. I no longer remember the name of the place. Perhaps it didn't have one, or perhaps the signboard had been stuck off in some odd corner so that we Europeans shouldn't catch sight of its unreadable characters. The prospect of a train passing through seemed as remote and uncertain as the first day of spring. Despite the slip of paper in my pocket entitling me to a leave and warming my whole being like a glowing stove, I suddenly felt extremely lost in this huge, heavy country. Instinctively, I went to the main station building, where the Russian railwaymen had seemed more profoundly sunk in inertia than any postal worker in France. I knew that it would be almost impossible for me to make myself understood, because even if one of them knew some German, I still spoke it so badly that my fellow soldiers were often hard put to it to make me out. I walked past the door several times, hoping that someone would see me through the pane of glass set in the heavy wood and give me some information. As no one moved, I pressed my nose against the glass. Inside, I could see 4 railwaymen, identifiable only by the filthy armbands they wore on their sleeves. Otherwise, they were just civilians, and seemed paralyzed by inertia. Not one so much as looked in my direction. I was astonished to see a grey-haired soldier sitting beside them, apparently infected by the same immobility. I looked again, to make sure I wasn't dreaming, but there it was, a soldier of the Reich, fast asleep beside 4 citizens of occupied Russia. Outraged, I shoved violently against the door and entered the room, where a heart-warming heat instantly inflamed my cheeks. I clicked my heels as loudly as I could, and the noise resounded like a gunshot through the calm heat of this remarkable place. The Russians started, and slowly stood up. My half-countryman and fellow-soldier only shifted one of his legs. He looked about 50.
"What can I do for you, comrade?"
he asked, like a shopkeeper greeting a potential customer. I stood there for a moment, astounded by such casualness. "Well," I said finally, becoming more German than the Germans, "I'd like to know when the train to the fatherland will be coming through. I'm going home on leave." The other soldier smiled and slowly stood up. Then he walked toward me, bracing himself against the table like a rheumatic.
"So you're going home on leave, young fellow?"
His voice sounded as though it might break into laughter at any movement, which irritated me.
"A fine time to take a vacation."
"When will there be a train?" I was hoping to cut short the conversation I knew was coming.
"You have a strange accent. Where are you from?"
Unmasked again. I felt sure that I was blushing.
"I have French relatives," I said, almost angry. "My father, in any case, I grew up in France, but I've been in the German army for nearly 2 years now."
"Are you French?"
"No, my mother is German.
In cases of that kind, it's the father who counts, though."
He was getting angry, too.
"Look at that,"
he said to the Popoffs, who apparently hadn't understood a word.
"They're even taking French kids now."
"What time will there be a train?"
"Don't worry about trains. Hereabouts they come when they can."
"What do you mean?"
"There's no timetable, you know. What do you expect? This is no Reichsbahndienst."
"But after all—"
"Trains come through from time to time, naturally, but you can never predict them."
He smiled and gestured vaguely.
"Have a seat here with us. You've got plenty of time."
"No, I haven't got plenty of time. I've got to get out of here. I'm not going to sit here gassing with you."
"Suit yourself.
If you'd rather walk around outside and get cold.
Or you could hike over to Vinnitza. Trains go through there more regularly. Only, I warn you, it's 40 miles through thick woods, infested with the friends of these fellows here."
He nodded toward the railwaymen.
"Who aren't exactly in agreement with Adolf, and who might very well put an end to your leave."
He looked at the Russians and grinned. They smiled back, without any idea why.
"What do you mean?"
I asked.
"Partisans, for God's sake."
"You mean those bastards are around here, too?"
This time it was his turn to be astonished.
"Of course. And in Romania, too, and in Hungary and Poland. Maybe even in Germany." I was flabbergasted. "So, sit down, young fellow. It's a big mess that really has nothing to do with you, and you shouldn't be mixed up in it at all. It would be crazy to get killed just for the sake of a few hours. I managed to get hold of some real coffee, and it's here in this kitchen, nice and hot. There's a fellow at the commissary with a good heart, who's just about fed up with this war himself."
He came back, carrying a big army coffee pot.
"We drink enough coffee here to send us right up the walls," he said, looking at the Popoffs, who were still smiling.
I felt somewhat disconcerted.
"Would you mind telling me what your job is?"
"Hell!"
he said in irritation.
I'm supposed to be guarding that pile of boxes." He nodded at the neatly stacked crates outside. "And these poor fellows here. Who the hell do they think I am? Nearly 60 years old, and they bring me here to play sentry. I spent 30 years of my life working for the railways in Prussia and Germany, and this is the thanks I get. Specialization, that's what it is. No useless efforts. Everyone in his place. An efficient force. Sieg Heil! I can tell you, I'm fed up." By the time he finished, he was shouting. He slammed the coffee pot down on the table. We might have been in a Paris bistro. I felt as if the world had suddenly turned upside down. "That coffee pot is army property, and you just took it," I said, clinging to the thread of my first idea. The fellow looked at me, and slowly put down a cup which he filled with steaming liquid. Then he held it out to me. "Here, young fellow, drink this." There was a moment of silence, and then he began talking again in a calm, serious tone, which one could interrupt only with difficulty. "Now you listen to me, my boy. I am 57 years old. I fought in the cavalry in 14–18, and was a prisoner in Holland for 2 years. Now it's been 3.5 years since they put me back in the army again. I have 3 sons fighting on 3 of the fronts which our beloved country has decided to defend. I am an old man, and even if I once felt fiery about political principles which have long since been altered by time, the politics of today leave me cold, and I don't give any more of a damn for them than I do for this coffee pot. So drink in a little of the heat it offers you, and take this chance to forget for a few minutes that you're mixed up in all this mess." I looked at him, astounded. "I'm not a Spieß, or an officer, or the Führer, but only an old railway worker who was forced to change uniforms. Sit down and relax, and drink your coffee." "But what you just said is outrageous. After all, every minute of the day soldiers are dying for our country, and if our country needs something from me, I'll postpone my retirement for a couple of years." But... I felt as if I were choking. I couldn't find the words to express the intensity of emotion which German idealism created in me. I had already suffered a great deal from the war, but couldn't conceive a life other than the one assigned to me. I felt that this man was somehow missing the point, and that I was unable to express it adequately. Perhaps I was too young to understand it. "I don't agree with you at all," I shouted, beside myself with rage. "If everyone thought the way you did, nothing would be worth anything. Your way of thinking strips life of all its meaning." His gun was lying in the corner of the room. "Your friends might pick that up," I said, nodding at the gun, and then at the Popoffs. "Did that ever occur to you?" I thought he was going to throw me out. But his attitude was inconsistent. Perhaps he was a little afraid of me. "I'll take the coffee pot back when we're through with it," he said with a bitter laugh. "Would you like a little more?" I held out my cup, feeling pleased with myself for putting a fellow soldier back on the right track. I waited for more than 9 hours, and had almost given up hope, when at last a train arrived and took me away. 11. Cancelled leave. Partisans. On the train from Vinnitsa toward Lvov and Lublin, I was travelling with soldiers who'd been at Cherkassy and Kremenchug. They told me about the hellish fighting which had taken place near those towns, now lost to us or slipping from our grasp. Everywhere, the crushing numerical superiority of the enemy was finally overwhelming our positions, which we defended with desperate determination, paying an appalling price in casualties. All the fellows on the train were going on leave too, but, despite their joy, they seemed crushed by the experiences they had just lived through. The train came into Lublin station at dawn on a winter morning. The ground was covered with snow, and the Polish cold felt much sharper than the cold in Russia. Even though we were used to sleeping outdoors, no one had been able to rest on the train,
and we greeted the morning with turned-up collars and grey faces. Despite the early hour, the station platforms were crowded with soldiers walking up and down to keep warm, dressed and equipped for the front. There were many new recruits, easily distinguishable by their boyish, rosy faces. Military police had been stationed at intervals of 10 yards down the length of the platform for incoming trains. I had overestimated my strength. As I obeyed the orders barked over the PA system and jumped down onto the platform, I was shaking with sleeplessness and cold, and my legs were buckling under me. We lined up parallel to the train and marched into the big hall which stood at one end of the station. As we tramped toward the hall, the gasping locomotive pulled the empty train onto a secondary track. In the hall, we were each given a cup of steaming ersatz and 2 spoonfuls of a curious jam. As we ate, several officers climbed onto a wheeled platform, equipped with a loudspeaker. Military policemen were standing watchfully on either side of them, and at the foot of the platform. First, the amplifier crackled and buzzed for a moment, and then a nasal voice roared unintelligibly until someone adjusted the mechanism. The principal thrust of the officer's speech struck all of us like a slap in the face. Leaves must be cancelled. We thought we must have misunderstood him, but then the familiar series: necessity, difficulty, duty, supplementary effort, victory, brought it home to us that this was no dream. The crowd buzzed angrily, and a few fellows even shouted their outrage. But the loudspeakers were already blaring the Deutsche Marsche, drowning our fury in martial music. As the hopes and plans of several thousand men crumbled, the music grew louder. The jam we were swallowing suddenly seemed tasteless, and the ersatz bitter. Before we had time to feel sorry for ourselves, the MPs were herding us toward a train which was ready to leave for the east. 3 cars were loaded with supplies for the troops, and we were ordered to line up beside them. Because our nervous exhaustion and disappointment were so evident, and the desire to desert was so clearly stamped on so many faces, we were closely hemmed in by police. We were issued fur hats, like the hats worn by Russian troops, crudely made overvests of reversed sheepskin, cotton gloves with woolen linings, and enormous overshoes with reinforced cork soles and felt uppers. A few boxes of tinned food were added to this voluminous issue, and we no longer entertained any doubts as to our fate. We were obviously being shipped back for another winter in Russia. Most of us were ready to cry with disappointment. The train was crammed to the bursting point. Some of the passengers were young boys about to go into combat for the first time. Others were veterans returning from leave, who were scarcely any happier than we were, and others, like myself, had been suddenly obliged to replace their plans for leave with the sinking apprehension which all men, no matter how brave, feel as they are about to confront a highly problematical fate. We rolled east for a considerable time before we finally grasped what had happened to us. I was dumb with disappointment, remembering Magdeburg and my despair when the scope of that leave was abruptly limited. This time Berlin wasn't even on my route, and there was no chance of encountering Paula. There had been no period of grace at all, not even 24 hours. As I thought about it, the weight of what had just occurred seemed to increase, dragging me down into a black depression. However, I still had one hope. As soon as I had returned to my unit, I would have my status as a convalescent officially verified. Why hadn't I thought of explaining that to the police at the station? But, of course, no one in his right mind should ever expect anything decent from a military policeman. My last chance was that once I got back to the company, Westphredel would be able to arrange things for me. As always, the trains for the front were moving at top speed, unlike westbound trains, which often made long, inexplicable stops. Ours was no exception to this rule. Nevertheless, an important incident broke our momentum. The locomotive had just refueled and resumed the speed which was to carry us through to Vinitsa. The station where we had stopped had bristled with signs bearing the names of towns no longer accessible to us: Konotop, Kursk, Kharkov, names which evoked unbearably painful memories. About 15 minutes out of the station, the train braked so violently that all the carriages shuddered, and we nearly left the rails. Inside, men and boxes were flung to the floor, and the air rang with angry curses. We all thought we had, in fact, been derailed. Soldiers in long coats were running down the length of the tracks, answering our shouted questions by waving ahead.
"You were lucky we could stop you,"
one of them yelled. About 500 yards to the east, the track, which ran between two walls of sparse woodland, was blocked by a chaos of overturned cars. We jumped down to the ground to find out what had happened. Partisans, dynamite on the track, train loaded with munitions, 150 soldiers killed, reprisals, patrols, pursuit. The immediate work had already been divided among 300 unhurt soldiers. One group remained on the spot to help the wounded, and another left in pursuit of the partisans, who had not been content simply to derail the train, but had opened fire as our men struggled to get free of the wreckage. Officers were blowing their whistles, and at least 3,000 men from our train climbed down. We were divided into 3 groups. The largest of these, about 2,000 strong, was sent out in pursuit of the enemy. I was included in this section. The second was sent to help our wounded comrades, while the third was deployed in the immediate area to ensure the protection of the train. The bulk of my belongings, like everyone else's, remained on the train, and at the blast of the whistle we dog-trotted off into the countryside, which lay under a foot of snow. Running through snow isn't easy. In less than 2 minutes one is lathered with sweat, and after 20 it is almost impossible to breathe. Within an hour, one's lungs feel bruised by the pressure of one's ribs, and everything is dancing with coloured lights. The weather wasn't very cold, and the effects of our gymnastic efforts nearly suffocated us. The non-coms and officers who had followed us eventually grew tired of sustaining a zealous performance and resumed a walking pace. An hour and a half after leaving the train, we slogged into a large peasant village, our heads drooping with fatigue. Almost all the houses had thatched roofs and attached sheds made of woven sunflower stalks for storing winter supplies. When we arrived, the place was already full of German soldiers, and the snow-covered central square was tightly packed with civilians, men, women, and children, gesturing excitedly and talking. Loudly. Soldiers, some of them with Spandaus ready to fire, were stationed all around the square, and toward the centre other soldiers were shoving their way through the mass of civilians, roughly driving some of them off to one side. To the right, beside a building which probably served as the village hall, a third group of soldiers were standing with drawn guns over a dozen Russians lying on their stomachs in the snow. At first I thought they were dead. "Partisans we caught here," explained one of the soldiers standing beside me. Were they really guilty, or were they only suspects? None of the questioning was up to me. The interrogations lasted for at least an hour. The Popovs lying on their stomachs must have had frozen guts, but that was true for our machine gunners too. An SS section had been included in the pursuit group. I had the honour of being assigned by them to a smaller group of 100 men who, like me, were returning to duty. Their attention was undoubtedly drawn to me by the edge of my left sleeve with its Gross Deutschland inscription. The SS preferred to use men belonging to elite divisions. Without explanation, we were loaded onto SS trucks, ignorant of the fate of the civilians lying on the ground. We drove for about 20 minutes over very hilly country. Then we were ordered to leave the trucks. An SS Hauptmann in a long, dark leather coat addressed us briefly. You will fan out to the right and move into those woods, taking every precaution. A factory which you can't see from here is situated about 3/4 of a mile to the west. The Russian informants who are accompanying us have indicated that this is an important center of terrorist operations. We must take them by surprise and wipe them out." He appointed squad leaders, and we moved off. What a splendid convalescence! I would have done better to stay in the hospital at Vinnytsia. After a short time we saw a series of metal roofs, which must have been part of the factory. But before we had a chance to give them a second look, a burst of machine-gun fire broke the silence. One of the SS men shouted, "We've got you, you bastards! You might as well give up!" It looked as though the Russian partisans we'd caught in the village had given this place away under pressure. There were some more shots, and then the familiar clatter of Russian machine guns coming from the edge of the buildings. Another fellow and I threw ourselves down under a small tree whose snow-laden branches touched the ground. We heard whistles ordering us to advance, but for the moment I stayed where I was. It would be too stupid to get knocked off by a handful of terrorists. The other fellow muttered in my ear, "The bastards! We've really got them this time. Now we'll teach them to blow up trains." After 5 minutes of hard fighting, German soldiers began to stand up all around us. We had taken about 10 more Russian prisoners. Some were singing a Russian song of vengeance, but most were begging for mercy. About 30 SS men were herding them toward the truck, already beating them and shouting questions. We thought everything was over, when the SS captain blew his whistle to fall in. "Those bastards," he said, gesturing at the sobbing prisoners, "claim they're the only ones here. Maybe they think they can fool us and protect their friends who are still hiding inside, but I want you to clear the place." He pointed at the factory buildings. "We've got to take the whole bunch, and all the weapons they're hiding there." Of course, there was no question of argument. With dry mouths, we moved forward into the factory buildings, which were littered with hundreds of large objects, ideal for snipers, and as bad as possible for us. The relatively large size of our force was in no way reassuring. Even if we overwhelmed the partisans in the end, each bullet they fired was bound to hit someone, and if I should happen to be the only casualty in a victorious army of 1,000,000 men, the victory would be without interest for me. The percentage of corpses, in which generals sometimes take pride, doesn't alter the fate of the men who've been killed. The only leader I know of who finally made a sensible remark on this point, Adolf Hitler, once said to his troops, "Even a victorious army must count its victims." What was made in this factory, lost in the wilderness? Perhaps they processed timber. The first shed housed a large bandsaw, and farther on we passed several others, as well as a kind of dredging machine with a string of rusty scoops. The first 2 sheds were empty. Perhaps the prisoners had been telling the truth. But our orders were to check the whole place. Our group surrounded the entire factory complex, and then began to move toward the center. We passed through a series of enormous barn-like buildings which seemed to be on the point of collapse. They had never been painted, and every iron fixture was half eaten away by rust, like the old anchor chains at a port. The wind was blowing hard, and the buildings echoed with sinister creaking sounds. Otherwise, everything was quiet, except for an occasional clatter made by one of our men deliberately shoving aside some metal object, or overturning a pile of crates. About 8 of us had moved into the darkness of a building littered with a jumble of miscellaneous clutter. There were no windows, and consequently there was almost no light. Then we all heard a series of clicking sounds. But the wind blowing through the building filled the air with the bangings and clickings of loose boards and tiles. Although everyone understood that theoretically each moment might be our last, no one really accepted that idea, and no one took any special precautions. Outside, the SS must have cornered several Russians. We heard a series of shots and cries, and sounds of running and shouting. Suddenly, our shed was filled with the noise of explosions. 5 or 6 flares, thrown from a room or closet in an upper story, lit the darkness, and almost simultaneously 4 of our companions screamed with pain. A moment later, 2 of them had collapsed onto the dusty floor, while the other 2 staggered toward the open door. The rest of us looked hastily for shelter, stumbling through the darkness, uncertain of where we might find cover. There were several more shots, and somewhere to my right 2 more soldiers howled with pain. My gun shuddered violently in my hands. A bullet had struck it in the butt, taking a piece with it, and missing me by inches. The 2 fellows trying to get to the door were both hit again, but neither of them fell until they had reached a drift of white snow which the wind had blown over the threshold. Outside, more soldiers had run up, but they stopped at the door and fired a few shots, which were far more likely to hit one of us than any partisan. There were 2 of us still unhurt, and we began to shout as if we were 50. Some idiot might think of tossing in a grenade, which would finish us off along with all the Russians. Luckily, someone heard us in time to think of another tactic. While our comrades outside tried to break through the corrugated iron walls, the Russians inside were firing at every detectable movement. The bullets, which pierced the flimsy walls, were as dangerous to our men outside as they were to us. I was half dead with fright. Was I going to be the last German soldier left in that damned shack? I knew that at least one other comrade was hiding somewhere. I felt even more caught in a vice of terror and danger than I had at Belgorod. I bit my lips to keep from screaming. Our men outside were pressing in, about to blow the building apart, while inside the Russians were perched in the rafters as silent as spiders. From where I lay, I could see nothing. Suddenly, I heard a scratching noise behind me, somewhere between a haphazard pile of objects and an upright support. I froze as still as the large glazed pipe behind which I was hiding. The uproar outside prevented me from distinguishing anything clearly. I tried deliberately to extend my hearing beyond the limit of its capacity, and caught a series of scratching sounds, some very faint, some a little louder. I held my breath until my lungs were on the point of bursting, and tried to stop the pounding of my heart. My brain was teeming with horrible possibilities. I saw myself dead, or a prisoner of the partisans, who would use me in an attempt to escape from our noose. I was overwhelmed with an intensity of panic greater than anything I had ever felt before, which was suddenly replaced by a savage passion of self-preservation. Trembling with terror and rage, I abruptly stopped thinking. Some supplementary sense informed me that danger had drawn very close. Had I been a millionaire, I would have staked my entire fortune on the certainty that someone was moving on the other side of the barrier which concealed me. I felt very much alone and desperate, and determined to defend myself at any price. Suddenly I saw a man no more than 5 yards from me. I felt my skin crawl. Then a second man appeared behind him, crawling toward a pile of sacks. Although they had both been in shadow, I had seen enough to recognize civilian clothes. The one nearest me was wearing a large cap. His silhouette remains indelibly stamped on my memory. He was tall and looked strong. He froze for a moment and appeared to be inspecting the shadows. Then he moved a few steps away from me. As slowly and silently as sand running through an hourglass, I raised my gun until it was pointing at him. I knew that there was still one bullet left in the barrel, so I didn't have to move the bolt. Tightening every nerve, I tried to suppress the trembling which made my gestures uncertain. I knew that at the slightest sound the other fellow would let me have it. Luckily, there was plenty of noise outside, which divided his attention. My gun was now level, and my finger lay nervously against the trigger. Then I hesitated for a moment. It isn't easy to kill a man in cold blood, unless one is entirely heartless, or, as I was, numb with fear. The man changed his course a little, and began to move slowly toward my hiding place. His companion was scarcely visible now, and must have been some 20 yards away from us. I could hear this man breathing as he approached. For a moment, perhaps, he distinguished a figure crouching in the shadows, or glimpsed a dull, metallic gleam. For a tenth of a second, perhaps, He hesitated. Then a sudden glow of brilliant light blinded him, and he collapsed in the dust, his belly torn open by the shot fired from the weapon which still quivered in my sweat-drenched hands. The other Russian had run off, leaving his companion dead at my feet. I felt as if my skull enclosed a black void, and that a nightmare enclosed me, like a fever. As the noise outside grew louder, I felt myself sinking into a pit of unimaginable depth. I was torn between the desire to flee and my paralyzing fear. I stared at the corpse lying face down on the ground in front of me. I couldn't really believe I had killed him, and waited for the tide of blood which would soon begin to seep from beneath his body. Nothing else mattered to me. The weight of the drama which had just occurred was so overwhelming that I could only stare at the motionless body. Suddenly a piece of the wall collapsed. The soldiers outside had managed to pull off a section of corrugated sheeting, and the glare of full daylight somehow diminished the importance of what had happened. The sight of other German soldiers entering the building snapped me from my lethargy. I even distinguished the SS captain, who had just joined them, ducking down behind a piece of crumpled metal. He was facing me, at a distance of about 20 yards.
"Anyone still alive in here?"
he shouted. I waved a hand, and he saw me. I knew that there was still at least one Russian in the building, and didn't want to attract too much attention to myself. Another German, who must have been as terrified as I was, shouted from somewhere deeper in the ruins,
"Over here, Kameraden! I've got a wounded man, too." "Don't move yet," the captain shouted back. "We're going to clear out the rest of the Popovs." He had just spotted the dead man, lying almost at my feet. We heard the sound of an engine, which was rapidly growing louder. From my hiding place, I could see a black machine-gun carrier rolling across the snow. A moment later, it was thrusting through the hole in the wall, with an SMG pointing from its turret. A powerful headlight lit up the shed, and soldiers crouched beside the vehicle were aiming their guns at the interior. The beam of light passed over me for a moment, and a shiver ran down my spine. I could almost imagine the faces of the waiting Russians, contorted with terror. In the doorway, beside the two German bodies, I could see other German soldiers regrouping. The Hauptmann shouted, "Surrender, or we'll shoot you down like rats!" There was no answer. Then a cry of terror rang out from the dimly lit rafters, like the cry I had fought back in myself a few moments before. The heavy machine gun began its slaughter. Each explosion echoed through the shed as if it would blow it apart. The bullets themselves were explosive and ripped open the roof, letting in new streams of daylight. All the German soldiers outside were firing into the rafters, where some 15 Russian terrorists were still hiding. I doubled over onto the floor and pressed my hands against my ears, trying to deaden the sound. Directly overhead, I could hear Russian machine guns. Once again, there were blood-curdling screams, and a body fell to the floor with the heavy thud of a quarter carcass thrown down onto the butcher's block. The SMG demolished the rest of the roof, and full daylight flooded in, destroying the partisans' last hope of invisibility and escape. Another fell to the floor, as the rest began a frantic attempt to scramble away through the twisted metal supports overhead. Some dropped to the floor, others clung to the rafters. In the end, all were killed, and our deaths on the train were avenged. The place filled with German soldiers, and I was able to leave my hideout. I was covered with dust, and even found pieces of debris between my belt and my coat. We marched back to the village singing, "Märkische Heide, märkischer Sand, sind des Markers Freude, sind mein Heimatland." We were still the masters, and no one under heaven could judge us. The SS took over the few prisoners who had surrendered before the massacre and loaded them into their trucks, which then drove off down the road that had brought us here. We were ordered to fall in by threes. By the time we reached the village, the crowd that had watched us leave was gone, which was a relief. The SS task force gave each of us a slip of paper to explain the delay in our return to our units. We were advised to rejoin the wrecked train immediately. No one regretted leaving that place, with its miserable memories.
Unfortunately, a final spectacle, as depressing as anything we'd seen in the shed, was unfolding just as we marched by. A firing squad was performing its duties. 4 consecutive salvos rang out, each one disposing of 4 partisans. Their bodies were left on the snow, and the squad marched back to the village. Not one of us said a word. At least 100 of our soldiers had been summarily killed in the derailment and the disintegration of some of the cars. An officer spoke to us briefly about the tragedy we'd just witnessed. The partisans were held responsible for everything that had happened. Also, partisans were not eligible for the consideration due to a man in uniform. The laws of war condemned them to death automatically, without trial. We spent the night on the motionless train. I was able to sleep only fitfully and with difficulty. Each time I closed my eyes, I was caught in a hideous nightmare. A huge stone rose up in front of me, and from beneath it a flood of dark, blackish blood flowed toward my feet, burning them as it touched. The next day was piercingly cold. We joined another train which came to our rescue farther down the line, and settled down to listen to the penetrating clang of the wheels on the rails. We stared out at the tundra, buried under deep snow. From time to time the monotony was broken by a distant horizon, marked by pine-covered hills. Once again the vastness of this countryside, untouched by any human life, filled us with a sense of constraint. The idea of space, the conception of immensity, could not be more perfectly expressed than by this scenery designed for giants. Could anyone possibly control this country? Could we? Could the NKVD? We arrived at Vinitsa that evening. An air raid alert had disorganized the traffic, and the station was overflowing with soldiers in long winter coats. At that time, the Gross Deutschland Division was partly based in the town, and the military police were able to direct me to its command post. I was surprised by the efficiency of divisional organization. With only the name and number of my company, they were able to give me its precise location. I was horrified to learn that we had returned to the front, and, along with 20 other companies, were occupying a zone some 300 miles from Vinitsa. I was given a precise district and the number of the sector. I had mentally prepared myself for a reunion with my friends, huddled around some blazing Russian hearth, discussing my cancelled leave and the possibilities of getting it revalidated. Instead, we were destined to meet in some frozen trench, in conditions of misery and danger. This misfortune overwhelmed me with the force of a stupefying blow. I stood, motionless and stunned, in front of the Stabsfeldwebel, who had just checked my name on the list. He would have paid me no other attention, but was suddenly struck by something about my appearance. "What's the matter?" he said. "Are you sick?" I was too numb to think of a suitable answer, so I told him the truth. "I was just beginning a convalescent leave, Herr Stabsfeldwebel, and it was cancelled at Lublin." "The fatherland is living through a time of serious trial, young man," he answered after a short pause. "You are not the only one to be deprived of a well-earned rest. The men who have gone through here before you, and those coming after you, are all in your situation." I was about to remark that this was in fact my official convalescence, when he came on the paper from the SS Hauptmann. "I see that you recently distinguished yourself in an encounter with partisans," he said. "My congratulations. I shall include that information in your dossier, and your company commander will undoubtedly promote you." Despite my nervous exhaustion, I smiled for a moment. "I am very pleased, Herr Stabsfeldwebel," I said, in a semi-sincere, semi-official tone. "And I am equally pleased for you," he answered, holding out his hand. I left with some 30 others in the same plight as myself, my mind torn by conflicting thoughts and feelings. However, we were to spend the night in a warm and comfortable house which had been turned into a military dormitory. There weren't enough beds, but every room was heated and the floors were thickly carpeted. We all slept well, despite our anxiety about the immediate future. We had all learned to use waiting periods for sleep whenever we could, simply to stop thinking and lapse into unconsciousness. Reflection added nothing to such times, except increased awareness of the misery that weighed on the world. Sleep, on the other hand, helped in many ways. It blotted out the present and revived one's strength. It seemed most unfortunate that one couldn't store up a surplus of its benefits to use in future emergencies when sleep would be impossible. We spent most of that night and the next 24 hours, asleep or dozing, interrupting our rest only for meals. During the second night, we were finally dragged from our torpor by a non-com who led us to the trucks which were to take us to our positions. The brutal winter cold fell onto our backs with the shock of a poorly regulated shower. Winter had arrived in full strength, coating everything with a bluish glitter. Roll was called, and we boarded the trucks. Before daybreak, we arrived at a village of huts which had been built by the engineers. We were ordered out of the trucks and offered an ersatz drink, which was kept hot through the day in 3 large kettles. The cold was piercing, and revived all our memories of the previous winter, the shivering mornings, the cold, which became an almost unbearable torture, the impossibility of washing, the lice, and the 1,000 other elements which made life insupportable. Everything smelled of the war, and every face was stamped with urgent anxiety. Large holes, which suggested air raids, also implied that matters were not entirely under control in this sector. About 50 of us were rejoining units in sectors separated by as much as 40 or 50 miles. We were divided into 4 groups, each of which was given mail and the supplies requested by particular companies. Then we were shown our approximate routes, and a non-com informed us in a tone of triumph that we would have to cover at least 20 miles. We began our march through a chain of long, snowy valleys. A network of heavy defences extended for about a half-mile around the centre we had just left. Anti-tank guns, minefields, which we were careful to avoid, and innumerable nests of machine guns. Beyond us, wild, empty country stretched out into infinity, hardened by winter, and favourable to any kind of hostile surprise. As soon as we left the last line of defences, we knew we were on ground which belonged to whoever was walking across it at any moment, and which could change hands from day to day. The front in this sector was never precisely drawn, but was more like a piece of lace embroidery, with a multitude of recesses which sheltered ambushes, and encounters more or less foreseen, and unpredictable clashes. One of the men in our group was a new recruit, very young and tall and stringy, like a weed that has grown too fast in a spell of damp weather. His enormous gazelle-like eyes stared at the anonymous vastness of the landscape, which he was clearly incapable of absorbing. He was visibly affected by the loss of his native dimensions. The short vistas of the Rhineland had never led him to suspect that such a huge scale was possible. A year ago, I had felt the same way. The cold, which had turned dry after 10 days of snow and cloudy skies, made the landscape into a white screen against which darker objects were startlingly visible. The wind of the preceding days had swept across the snow, piling it up against every barrier, filling in hollows, and leaving brown patches of bare soil in other places, like great stains. As long as we didn't have to make any excessive detours, we preferred to follow the bare patches. Every hour we stopped for a short rest. 5 or 6 planes flew by to the south. We froze for a moment, trying to discern their purpose, but they vanished over the horizon before we were able to distinguish whether they were Yaks or Me-109s. By lunchtime, we were still unsure of our bearings. The non-com responsible for getting us to our destinations claimed that we were moving in the right direction, but his face and voice betrayed his panic. Country on such a vast scale cannot be trifled with. One can play explorer in the forest of Fontainebleau, but not on the tundra, where one feels too small and trivial for games. The hostile indifference of nature seems so overwhelming it is almost necessary to believe in God. We walked for a long time, and finally came to a line of telegraph poles stuck unevenly into the ground. They were following the edge of a road which we could see was in use, as it was deeply marked by fresh ruts. The non-com decided we should take the road to the south as the quickest way of finding our unit. This seemed odd, as it was clear that we would be proceeding perpendicular to our previous direction. However, no one hesitated. We had long ago learned that it was useless to argue points which had lost all meaning. We also felt heavily oppressed by the prospect of a night in the open, the first of a long series which would require all the patience and endurance we could muster. For a fraction of a second, the thought of my wrecked Lee flared through my consciousness like a shooting star in the night sky. I swallowed hard, and everything sank back into uniform grey. The weedy young recruit remained speechless. His astonished eyes moved from the snowy steppe to the faces of the experienced veterans we seemed to be. Trusting us as a shepherd trusts the stars, he plodded dutifully on. We suddenly caught sight of a massive object buried in the snow about 500 yards ahead of us. A long gun barrel poked through the white crust, and we realized we were facing a camouflaged tank. Of course, it was one of ours, otherwise we would all have been dead. The Panther was buried up to its turret, and behind it 2 or 3 bulges indicated bunkers. Suddenly a fellow appeared on top of the tank, wearing a sheepskin vest over his black tank corps uniform. He jumped down and walked out to meet us, shouting his name. We did the same, according to the custom of the times. He told us that when his tank had broken down, he had been ordered to half bury it and turn it into a blockhouse. With considerable difficulty, he and the 8 other men with him had carried out the order. Separated from their armoured unit by the force of circumstances, they had been standing guard over this vast, empty panorama for 3 weeks now. Once in that time some Russians had come by, but the tank's 2 SMGs had forced them to pass far to one side. This accident had transformed them into an official surveillance post, and they were due to be relieved in 2 weeks' time. They had been there for 3 weeks already, and admitted that it was difficult to sleep really soundly at night. "Where is the front?" our non-com asked. "More or less everywhere," the other said, "and mostly mobile units. In the evenings, convoys come through on the track. They never have their lights on, and every time it scares us to death. A plane knocked our radio out, so we're completely cut off. It's enough to drive a fellow mad." "We're supposed to be rejoining our units," the non-com explained. "Do you think we've still got far to go?" "Well, the front is certainly 5 or 10 miles east of here, but it's very fluid. It's impossible to be exact." We all felt extremely perplexed. "Let's go along that way," our guide said finally. "We're bound to find something." The tank crew watched us go with regret. With darkness, which fell earlier than we had expected, accompanied by a heavy fog, we arrived at the precarious approximation of a front which existed in that sector. A few arbitrarily disposed packs emerged from the darkness, and a sentry, green with terror, shouted, "Wer da?" in a trembling voice. The same terror made our non-com squeak an incomprehensible reply. Our preservation from the guns of our own men could only be laid to a simple collapse of vigilance. A frozen, ill-tempered soldier led us to the company commander. "The Russians come through this way from any direction," he said as we walked along. "It's pretty demoralizing, and unless the front is stabilized again, it'll go on this way, as far as I can see. Anyway, the regiment you're looking for isn't around here." We ran into the company commander, a captain, coming up from a candle-lit hole. He looked old and ill. His long overcoat was thrown carelessly over his shoulders, and his chest was covered by a thick, pale scarf which stood out against the grey-green of his uniform. He wore a forage cap instead of a helmet. We snapped to attention out of habit. The officer studied our map, trying to find some helpful directions he might give us. He seemed bewildered. The map included very few details, which made it almost as easy to get lost on paper as it was on the ground. He made some deductions in the light of a pocket flashlight, and decided to send us to the northeast. As the regiments were disposed, ours must be in that direction. This seemed a long way from the orderly procedures of the Großdeutschland office in Vinnitzer. Despite the exhaustion of the long, painful march on which we had been engaged since dawn, we set off again into the icy, foggy darkness. 3/4 of an hour later, some fellows in a company buried in that white desert huddled a little closer in their shelter to make room for us. We had to stop, or we might have been lost for good. The acid, almost palpable fog burned our throats and made every effort excessively painful. We managed to fall asleep despite the cold, which, as always, was much harder to bear at the beginning of the season, before our bodies were used to it. Outside, in the trenches, the sentries were stamping up and down to keep from freezing on their feet. The veil of fog wrapped them round completely, cutting them off from everything that lay beyond their parapets. We spent a harassed night of half-sleep. Despite the lamp heaters and the canvas stretched across the mouth of our shelter, the cold, still only relative at the beginning of the season, was severe enough to make us feel half frozen. The thermometer must have fallen to as low as 15 degrees, and the fog poured in, almost as thick as outdoors. The troops passed the time as best they could, either sunk in sleep despite the discomfort, or playing scat, or writing home with a pen precariously balanced between numbed fingers. The candles, on which they had been ordered to economize as much as possible, were stuck into empty tins which caught the melting wax, prolonging their lives by as much as 4 or 5 times. The memory of those bunkers, buried in the wildness of the steppe, still haunts my memory, like a legendary tale heard in childhood. The demoralizing dawn cold greeted us as we left the hole. Silently, we resumed our march and our search. Everything was quiet, as if paralyzed by the cold, as dangerous an enemy as the Red Army. For a long time we walked parallel to a frieze of barbed wire coated with frost. The fog, which had not yet lifted, clung to the wire in minute drops, which froze instantly. Toward the end of the morning, 2/3 of our group at last found their regiment, whose officers were able to tell us the approximate positions of the other 2 regiments we still had to find. More precisely, for the 16 of us still at loose ends, we were looking for 2 regiments and 3 companies. The young recruit and I, for example, belonged to separate companies, and the weather was no help. The inescapable necessity of trial and error added a considerable number of miles to our progress. We grew increasingly angry. How could our instructions have been so vague? Organizational failure of this kind were particularly hard on German troops, who were accustomed to the utmost efficiency. In fact, the centers of responsibility had practically ceased to exist. The extraordinarily tight army organization, which had functioned so superbly in Poland and France and all the smaller countries invaded by the Wehrmacht, was lost in the immensity of Russia, where the front was nearly 1,500 miles long. Our rapidly dwindling transport capability further complicated the situation during the terrible winter, which was to be followed by only one more. Our group of 16 men was made up of 14 fellows belonging to one unit, myself attached to another, and the tall young recruit who was looking for still a third. To be exact, he and I belonged to 2 separate companies in the same regiment. Just before dark, the main group of 14 ran into their unit unexpectedly, as had the others. The young fellow and I were left to fend for ourselves on the icy track already packed hard by endless comings and goings. Feverish with anxiety, we pursued our tentative route, passing through a half-deserted hamlet. The few soldiers occupying it, dressed as they pleased, or as they could, stared at us in silence. We felt embarrassed and frightened. According to our instructions, we were to keep on to the northeast. As long as there was any light, we tried to fix reference points on the slightest hollow or hump in the ground, on features more imaginary than real, which we projected onto the infinite monotony. We kept the earthworks and trenches of the front on our right. However, the fog soon reduced the possibilities of navigation to nil. Despite my youth, it seemed that circumstances required me to assert myself. The other fellow was looking at me with wild, questioning eyes. I suggested digging a hole deep enough to cover with our 2 canvases to make a shelter for the night. This idea terrified my companion, who wanted to keep going.
"Our regiment must be quite close now," he said.
"You're crazy," I said. "We can't keep on like this. We'll only get completely lost, and then the wolves will eat us."
"Wolves?"
"Yes, wolves. And there are plenty of other things about Russia even worse than that."
"But they could come after us right here, too."
"Of course, if we're in the open. But once we're under canvas, they'll leave us alone. And then, if they do come, we'll shoot them."
"Well, then it comes to the same thing, and by tomorrow we won't remember any of the directions."
"We're following a sort of track, aren't we? We'll keep on with it tomorrow, and that's that. Believe me, it's the best thing to do." I finally persuaded him to do as I said. We had just begun to attack the rock-hard ground with our picks when we heard the sound of an engine.
"A truck!"
the young fellow shouted.
"A truck? You're crazy. Don't you hear the treads?"
He stared at me.
"A tank? Is it a German tank? How the hell would I know? But we're behind our lines, aren't we? Oh, for God's sake, of course.
I hope so." People who need long explanations at moments when everything depends on instinct have always irritated me.
"What are we going to do?" he asked.
"Get the hell off the track and try to hide in the snow." I was already moving back. The noise had grown terrible. The tank was nearly on top of us, and was still totally invisible. I know of no other experience which twists the guts harder than that. We waited for what seemed an eternity before we perceived a squat silhouette sliding smoothly over the ground. The noise was overwhelming. I stared through the darkness, trying to catch some distinguishing details. Finally, drawn by an inexplicable force, I got up and moved forward cautiously, leaving my astonished companion to his own devices. After a moment he joined me, staring at me with anguished, questioning eyes.
"It's a tiger. One of ours. We've got to try and catch it. Let's run after it."
"We have to be careful, though. They might think we're Russians."
"But if we catch up with them, they could take us along."
"Exactly." We began to shout like madmen, running after the tank with some anxiety, but as hard as we could. The noise of its engines drowned our voices, and it passed us by.
"Grab your things,"
I yelled at the recruit.
"We've got to gallop behind them. We've got to catch them."
We began to run along the ruts left by the treads. Although the tank was moving slowly, it was still going faster than we could run. We were already gasping for breath. I quickly realized that we were never going to catch it, and that we would have to take a chance. I grabbed my Mauser and fired into the fog, into which the tank had almost disappeared. This, of course, was extremely dangerous. The tank crew might think they were being attacked and let us have it with their machine guns. The tank stopped. They must have heard the shot. We shouted, "Kamerad!" as loudly as we could. The engine was idling and making much less noise. We heard someone from the turret.
"Was ist da?"
We rushed forward, drawing on all our strength. We were now very close. The fellow in the turret must surely have had his finger on the trigger.
"Only 2 of you?"
he yelled when he could see us.
"What the hell are you doing here?"
"We're trying to find our unit, Kamerad. We're lost."
"I'm not surprised. We're lost too."
We noticed with relief that he was wearing a white helmet stenciled with tiger stripes, which meant that he belonged to the Großdeutschland. We explained our situation, and they pulled us into the tank.
"You're both Großdeutschland?"
"Yes." The interior of the tank, which seemed to be painted with orange lead, was filled with the dim, yellowish light of a metal mechanic's lamp which hung from the ceiling. There were 2 fellows in the turret, and probably a couple more up front. The engine made so much noise that it was almost impossible to talk, but it warmed the air agreeably, and filled it with the smell of hot oil and exhaust. Despite the ample dimensions of the turret, the steering gear and ammunition cases took up so much room it was a squeeze to fit us in. The tank commander was keeping his eyes and ears open, thrusting his head from the turret at closely spaced intervals. He wore a thick winter hat which looked quite Russian. The tank crew told us that they too were looking for their unit. Some engine trouble had held them up for nearly 2 days. Now they were trying to orient themselves by the batteries and companies they passed, a dangerous business because a solitary tank is like a blinded animal. They didn't have a radio, and their group leader seemed to be doing nothing about them. Maybe he had already classified them as missing. They also told us that the new Panzers were coated with a magnetic anti-mine paste and exterior fire extinguishers. The most dangerous weapon for them was still the rocket launchers which the Russians had perfected after encountering our Panzerfaust. They said that none of the Russian tanks could stand up to our Tigers. In the spring, on the Romanian frontier, we would see the Tigers in action for ourselves. The T-37s and KW-85s discovered the Tigers' superiority for themselves, the hard way. An hour later, the tank stopped. "A signpost!" shouted the commander. "There must be a camp near here." It had begun to snow, large, feathery flakes which clung to every surface. A post bristling with signs loomed unexpectedly out of the darkness. One of the crew brushed the snow off the signs with his gloved hand and read out the directions. It seemed that the company the young recruit was looking for, along with 3 or 4 others, was somewhere to the east. The rest of the regiment was to the northeast, which was the way the tank was headed. The young soldier who was arriving at the front for the first time had to say goodbye and walk off alone into the darkness. I can still see the expression of terror on his white face. 20 minutes later we ran into my unit, and the tank crew decided to stop for the night. I jumped down and went over to a cluster of wretched izbas to ask directions. The long, peaked roofs rose from the ground like large tents. In the command hut, a non-com was sitting at a rough desk made of a couple of boards propped up on boxes and lit by 3 candles. As there was no heat, he had thrown a blanket over his coat. He was able to tell me roughly where I could find my company. I found myself moving through a succession of bunkers, foxholes, and trenches, as on my first visit to the front, only these were far more precarious and much shallower than the ones on the Don. The engineers, who were spread very thin on the ground in this sector, had done what they could, but most of the work had been left to the picks of the exhausted infantry. Winter had begun in earnest. The ground was frozen hard, and from now on things could only get worse. I kept asking questions, and finally a fellow from Liaison took me to our officer's bunker. The sentry at the entrance inspected me narrowly before pulling back the canvas, astonished to see an ordinary soldier escorted like an officer. Vesrydel was not asleep. A short pipe which had gone out jutted from the high collar which hid most of his face. He was bareheaded and seemed to be studying a map. 2 lamp heaters lit the hole, but didn't have much of an effect on the cold. At the back of the dugout, a man was lying on the ground, dead asleep. A lieutenant, sitting on a pack, was also sleeping, with his head in his hands. Captain Vesrydel looked up to see who had come in. I was about to announce myself when the telephone rang, probably some unimportant report. A moment later, I began again. "Gefreiter Sage, Herr Hauptmann." "Back from leave, my boy?" "Not exactly, Herr Hauptmann. My leave was cancelled." "Ah, but you're well now? How do you feel?" I wanted to tell him how disappointed I was, and how much I still hoped to have at least a few days off, but the words stuck in my throat. I suddenly felt the full strength of my attachment to all the friends who must have been very nearby, an emotion which struck me as both idiotic and profound. "I'm all right, Herr Hauptmann. I can wait until my next leave." Vesrydel stood up. Although I couldn't really see his face, I thought he was smiling. He put one hand on my shoulder, and I felt myself tremble at his touch. "I'll take you to your friends. I know that being with friends can make up for the lack of a comfortable bed, even for the lack of food." I felt stunned. Herr Hauptmann led the way out, and I followed him. "I always try to group my men as friends," he explained. "Wiener, Hals, Lenzen, and Lindbergh are covering a pack position. They'll be glad to see you again." Vesreidau's tall figure strode through the ghostly fog, which drifted against the darkness in white patches. As we passed, fellows stupefied by sleep stumbled to their feet, and non-coms signalled that everything was calm. We came to a hole which was somewhat deeper than the others, and which seemed to be occupied by 3 hunched-up sacks and 2 figures leaning against the parapet. I recognized the veteran's voice immediately.
"Welcome to our hole, Herr Hauptmann. We'll be able to talk tonight. Everything's quiet."
The familiarity of that voice astonished me. Vesreidau said,
"Here's Saget, who's just come back." "Saget? I don't believe it. I thought he was living it up in Berlin."
"I felt lonesome for you fellows," I said.
"That's a good boy," the veteran answered. "You're quite right, too. Here we sometimes even have fireworks, and in Berlin it's total blackout. I remember that from the last time I was there, over a year and a half ago."
I could hear Hals grumbling sleepily.
"What the hell's going on up there?" "Wake up, step boy," Wiener shouted even louder than before. "Herr Hauptmann is here with our dear friend Saget." Hals jumped up as if he'd been shot. "Saget,"
he said.
"But he's crazy to come back here?"
Vesreidau felt obliged to make a formal intervention. "If I wasn't aware of your courage in combat, I should be forced to assign you to a penal battalion, Gefreiter Hals." Hals was suddenly fully awake.
"Please excuse me, Herr Hauptmann. I was half asleep."
"Your sleep is pessimistic, Gefreiter Hals." The veteran answered for him.
"The day before yesterday, the Don. Yesterday, the Donetsk. This morning, the Dnieper. You must admit, Herr Hauptmann, that even an elephant hide would find that somewhat discouraging."
"I know," Vesreidau answered. "It's just what I've been afraid of ever since we came to Russia. But if we lose our confidence, everything will be much harder."
"It's territory and men that we're losing, Herr Hauptmann, much faster than confidence.
The Russians will not be able to cross the Pripyat, for absolute geographical reasons. Believe me."
"Where could we retreat to after that?"
Lindbergh asked stupidly.
"To the Oder,"
the veteran said. The cold seemed to strike all of us in the vitals.
"God keep us from such a catastrophe,"
murmured Herr Hauptmann.
"I would rather be dead than see that day."
Probably Vesreidau believed in God. In any case, his prayer was granted. 12. Red Tanks. The Second Front on the Dnieper. It was now 10 days since my return, which we had celebrated according to the circumstances. In the windowless Izba we were assigned for rest periods, we had emptied a 5-quart container of ersatz. No vodka, no biscuits. But then, that's war. In any case, we had reserved the ersatz for me and my friends. The rest of the company might as well have been in limbo. Beyond the boundary of our friendship, and indifferent to it, they washed their dirty feet in large dishes of faintly warmed water, or attacked their lice or organized lice races to pass the time. For a brief moment, we felt a sense of occasion, but that quickly faded. One can tell the same stories only a certain number of times. We very soon sank back into the torpor characteristic of soldiers at the front. Nothing was new to us. We had been through it all before, and even on days when our morale was relatively high, we felt constrained by the inevitable anxieties of the front. For 10 days we shuttled back and forth between our hole in the ground and the Izba where we rested. Every 12 hours we tramped the half-mile which lay between our outpost and the shattered remnants of a village overrun by war. During the day we stared vacantly at the empty, frozen country beyond our hole. At night the fog limited our vision to 10 or 15 yards at most. We weren't yet trying to stop the enemy. Their front was still extremely fluid. From time to time, a few attempts at penetration, always motorized, forced us to open fire. And once, since my return, enemy tanks had appeared and fired at our frozen batteries. Otherwise, we had all the time in the world to observe the crystal structure of snowflakes against our infantry half-boots, which became as hard as wood during our 12 hours of duty, and softened again in the stable-like warmth of 60 bodies huddled together in the Izba during our 12 hours off. Fires, of course, were streng verboten, as smoke would give away our position. Vesreidau often visited us. I think he felt especially warm toward our group, and with the veteran able to speak directly, as man to man. We young ones listened to them talking, the way boys listen to their elders, and what we heard was always alarming. Our exhausted troops had abandoned Kiev, which, in spite of everything, remained a center of combat. We were still trying to hold the Dnieper, but even that famous barrage seemed to be doing us very little good. From Cherkassy to Kremenchuk, the Russians were on both banks of the river. They also held both banks of the Desna. At Nedrigailov, victory was no longer a possibility for us, and our men were faced with a choice of captivity or death. Fortunately, as our front was extremely precarious and shallow, we were only supposed to be covering the southern wing of the fighting. The area we were holding was as flat as a billiard table, and a strong defence would have been difficult even with adequate supplies. On the 12th day after my return, we were attacked by Russian planes, which cost us many casualties. Later that day, a column of German soldiers straggled over the horizon, partially made up of troops pushed from Cherkassy. 7 or 8 ragged, famished regiments, overloaded with wounded, descended on us like a plague of locusts, ravaging and plundering our reserves. The intensity of the battle they had just survived could easily be read on their shaggy, exhausted faces. This fragment of the Wehrmacht, with worn-out boots, empty packs, and eyes glittering with fever, preceded by 4 days the Russian thrust which began at Kherson and pushed through to the west bank of the Dnieper. At precisely this moment, winter also began to attack in earnest. The thermometer suddenly plunged to 5 degrees below zero. On an evening of savage cold, the enemy reached our lines. The noise of their arrival preceded them, carried on the wind to the shivering bundles of rags and blankets waiting behind frozen parapets. We listened, as animals at bay listen to the pack closing in. For at least 2 hours we lay with straining ears, our enormous eyes staring fixedly through frozen films of protective tears. Although we could see nothing, voices kept announcing, "Here they are!" Our tense imaginations invested the visible edge of our defences with 1,000 imaginary movements, and 1,000 thoughts and visions whirled through our heads, our distant homelands, our families and friends, and our desperate, passionate loves. We imagined every possible outcome to the imminent fighting: surrender, captivity, flight or death. A quick death, to be done with it all. Some grasped their weapons all the more firmly, dreaming of a heroic defence which would push the Russians back and hold the line. But most of us were resigned to death, a resignation which often created the most glorious heroes of the war. Simple cowards or pacifists, who had been opposed to Hitler from the start, often saved their lives and the lives of many others in a delirium of terror provoked by the accident of an overwhelming situation. Faced with the Russian hurricane, we ran whenever we could. But often we had no choice, and became heroes without glory, who were somehow able to conjure up a strength superior to the enemy's. We no longer fought for Hitler, or for National Socialism, or for the Third Reich, or even for our fiancés or mothers or families trapped in bomb-ravaged towns. We fought from simple fear, which was our motivating power. The idea of death, even when we accepted it, made us howl with powerless rage. We fought for reasons which are perhaps shameful, but are in the end stronger than any doctrine. We fought for ourselves, so that we wouldn't die in holes filled with mud and snow. We fought like rats, which do not hesitate to spring with all their teeth bared when they are cornered by a man infinitely larger than they are. Although we were already beaten 10 times over, our terror became a fortress of despair, which the Russians found difficult to breach. We lay huddled against the frozen soil and listened to the growing tumult of their approach. We began to hear distinct, separable sounds. The black potato sack, which was Hals, changed shape and moved toward me.
"Do you hear that?"
he whispered.
"They've got tanks."
At first I heard nothing but tanks. Then there was the sound of singing, too, a Russian victory song. It was their turn now to feel the infectious enthusiasm of advancing troops.
"A year and a half ago, we were marching on Moscow, and I was singing just like that,"
muttered the veteran. The night wore on. The noise of the Russian advance changed in quality and intensity, but never stopped. The men who had been resting in the izbas came back to their forward positions. Everyone was now in the line. Even the auxiliary services had been organized to defend the village. The front was long and thin. Our division alone held some 60 miles, with the regiments standing elbow to elbow. There were a great many of us, but at least 30 times as many of them. Our anxiety hovered over us like a pessimistic exhalation, trapped by our heavy steel helmets. Our breath condensed on our nostrils and lips, and on the upturned collars of our coats. For a long time now our hands and feet had been hurting us. For the moment, stiffened by cold, they seemed detached and separate from our general nervous tension. On other evenings, the fellows moved about in their holes to keep from freezing. This evening, however, our cumbersome overshoes had been tossed aside, and everyone was still. The biting cold passed over us like a silent dream, depositing a film of frost on the earth and on us. Periodically, we had to clear our weapons, and every time the touch of the icy metal struck us like an electric shock. To the east, the Russian troops were silent. All we heard from their side was the disquieting roar of their engines. Occasionally, we heard a horse whinnying, one of our starving beasts protesting the onset of death. The desire for sleep weighed on us as heavily and oppressively as our fear and the cold, and kept overwhelming us for 5 and even 10 minutes at a time, despite our wide-open eyes. Then we would jolt back to reality, to wait for the first hours of morning, a time when men and animals often die of cold. The Russians were taking their time. Since we had caught the first sounds of their new front, a full day had gone by, but nothing more had happened. Had we possessed sufficient strength and equipment, a counterattack would almost surely have been successful. But our orders were simply to resist and hang on. We were operating on a system of 4 hours on and 4 hours off, organized so that a maximum number of men was in the line at any given moment. Many men fell asleep beside their guns, to wake suddenly, badly frozen. We were steadily losing sick and wounded men, who withdrew on foot or on horseback, and no reinforcements were arriving to fill the gaps.
"It's a racket,"
grumbled the veteran. At dusk we found Lindbergh naked from the waist down. He had gone off a short distance, supposedly to crap, and stayed that way for nearly 3/4 of an hour. By the time we found him, he was crying like a baby, and he wouldn't have lasted much longer. Hals blew up at him, and let him have it on the backside and thighs with the strap of his gas mask. By the next morning, the Russians had still not attacked. We had grown steadily colder and more nervous, and it was difficult to seem calm. One of our planes flew over and dropped 4 sacks of mail. I had 4 letters, 2 from my family and 2 from Paula. All were very out of date, particularly one of the letters from France, which was more than a month old. I devoured Paula's letters, which seemed filled with sadness. She had been sent to a small factory out in the country, some 40 miles from Berlin. She said that life in the capital was no longer possible. What was I supposed to think? What could I imagine? My parents' letter, with the standard 2-line refrain from my father, irritated me by its tone of unjustified complaint. I mentioned this to Vina, who replied, "That's all the French know how to do. Complain." My mother's last letter astounded me by its lack of realism. The poor woman begged me to take care of myself, to avoid showing off, to do my duty, but nothing more, to protect myself from meaningless risks. This sort of advice seemed so irrelevant that, for the moment, I was staggered. I looked up from the letter, yellow against the snow, to the whiteness which veiled the appalling danger threatening us from the east. The pathetic futility of my mother's attitude made my eyes fill with tears. Everyone seemed to be reading a letter whose contents were so unexpected that fellows far older than I were overcome by tears. Others jumped to their feet, screaming like madmen. A close relative or friend had been killed in an air raid. "This mail is only upsetting everyone," said a tall fellow next to me, as he looked at a friend who was weeping like a child. It seemed we were to be spared nothing. In the afternoon, some patrols were sent out into the whirling snow. Our command had grown tired of waiting, and had decided to test the enemy. We heard a few shots, and then the patrols came back, reporting that they'd seen a heavy concentration of Russian materiel. I and my comrades were wakened just before nightfall. With pounding hearts, we ran to our forward positions. The Russian tanks were rolling through the storm, and we could feel the vibration of their treads against the frozen ground. Our anti-tank gunners and men with Panzerfausts kept their eyes glued to their telescopic sights, which they had to wipe continually. A few anti-tank trenches had been dug, but these were ludicrously inadequate both in number and size. We knew that if our anti-tank defences gave way, we were lost, and we nervously clenched our fingers around the anti-tank grenades and magnetic mines which had been distributed. At the pack we were protecting, Ollensheim, Ballers, Freiwitz, and others were ready to work the gun. Our visibility had been seriously reduced by falling snow. To the north of us, an SMG had just opened fire. The rumbling of tanks was louder than ever, but the tanks themselves were still invisible. To the north, fighting had already begun, and we could see flashes of light despite the thickly whirling snow and the rapidly growing darkness. Short bursts of anti-tank fire lashed the plain, producing a curious muffled echo. As the roar of tanks grew louder, we felt our lungs lift. Long flames ran the length of the horizon, while others rose vertically, illuminating at different levels the whirling masses of falling snow. Then the sound of tank engines in full acceleration shattered the night and our eardrums. 5 vaguely defined monsters loomed out of the darkness, rolling parallel to our line of defence. Our anti-tank crew was already firing. Wiener calmly steadied the butt of his FM against his shoulder, and I felt myself stiffen with 1,000 indescribable terrors. Flashes of yellow light burst against the lead tank in the group of T-34s, whose turrets were pointed toward our line. 5 shells had already left white traces on the huge machine, which otherwise appeared to be unaffected by the efforts of our anti-tank gunners. A tank was roaring past us, at a distance of about 10 yards. We heard a howling sound, and a shell from a Panzerfaust burst against its side. The monster immediately reduced its speed, and thick black smoke began to seep from every joint, to be lashed to the ground by the wind. The hatches opened, clanging back against the heavy metal plates. We could hear shouts and cries, which were quickly drowned by a powerful explosion. The turret disintegrated, leaving fragments of human beings suspended from the shattered metal, in colours ranging from purple to gold. But there were no cries of triumph from our position, only the barking voice of our pack. One of our shells hit a joint on the back of a second tank, and it too began to pour smoke. Then the cartridges were running through my fingers. Everyone who escaped from the immobilized tank was shot down without mercy. For a moment we breathed more easily. By now our surroundings were lit by flames, and we were able to see the Russian tanks before they got so close. One of them had actually crossed our lines, and as it drew near us we could feel our hair stiffening with terror. The anti-tank crew were working as fast as they could. Within 3 seconds, their gun was facing this new threat, and a shell, fired at the earliest possible instant, was bursting against the enemy's front apron. At the moment of impact, the engine stopped, and then began to scream, as if it had been thrown out of gear. Simultaneously, somewhere to our right, we were aware of 2 brilliant flashes, and heard a long drawn-out explosion. Another tank began to fire at us, and large pieces of frozen earth hurtled into the air. I no longer knew what was happening. The tank to our right burst into flames, groaning at all its seams.
"Für den Panzerfaust! Sieg heil! Heil!"
someone shouted. Our gunners were now firing at the second tank which had penetrated to our rear, and which seemed to be having mechanical difficulties. Then its left side disintegrated in a prolonged explosion. But our attention was drawn to a hallucinating spectacle farther to the rear. A T-34 had driven over one of our positions, crushing our men under its treads. One of our half-tracks, armed with an anti-tank machine, was chasing it from behind, firing as rapidly as it could. Our anti-tank crew were in trouble. Frievich was wounded, perhaps even dead. We fired our machine guns at the Russian monster, which never slackened its speed but continued to make for its lines as fast as possible. 2 shells, fired by other tanks, exploded beside our half-track, and a third disintegrated it right in front of us. But the enemy tank, believing it was still pursued, vanished into the whirling snow. The Russian armoured assault was over. It had lasted for about half an hour, and had clearly been testing our defences. A certain number of tanks had been disabled or destroyed. Their losses were visibly greater than ours. Unfortunately, these losses counted for nothing compared to the vast armada regrouping opposite us. For us, although quantitatively our losses were smaller, the destruction of 4 anti-tank positions in our sector was extremely serious. For the moment, the tension dropped somewhat. Trench telephones rang, asking for reports, and voices shouted for the stretcher-bearers who were running and sliding across the icy ground. The veteran slid to the bottom of our hole and lit a cigarette, despite the ban. Hals jumped down and joined us.
"I just heard that Westreidau's bunker was crushed by a T-34,
he said, gasping. We gaped at him, waiting for more information.
"Stay here,"
the veteran said finally.
"I'll go and see." "Achtung! Zigaretten!"
warned Hals. "Danke." The veteran extinguished his butt and tucked it into the cuff of his sleeve. He reappeared half an hour later.
"We had to dig for 10 minutes before we could get Westreidau out," he told us. "He's all right, and so are the 2 other officers, just a few scratches. But the fellow from liaison outside was killed. He must have panicked and tried to get inside. We found his body in the rubble." We quickly suppressed that mangled vision to rejoice that our Hauptmann was safe. We all felt very attached to him and dependent on his survival. By next morning, the snow had stopped. The plain was strewn with the carcasses of wrecked tanks, which the storm had not entirely covered, at least 20 in the immediate vicinity of our position. Parts of these huge black cadavers, still warm from the fires which had burned over and through them, had turned red in the intensity of the flames. It seems that the Russians had attacked our line at 4 points, separated by intervals of 15 miles. One of those had been centered directly on our position, which was held by 6 companies. The other 3 were farther to the north. We went back into the line at 8 o'clock. Everything was motionless and muffled, under a low, dark sky as opaque and heavy as a lead roof. Nowhere else have I seen skies quite like the skies of Russian winter. We used to stare up, amazed by the oppressive solidity. The diffused light, seeping slowly downward, made everything look unreal. Our reversible winter overalls stood out against the immaculate new snow, a dingy piss yellow. A great many men were already wearing all the winter clothes we'd been issued, coat, vest, sheepskin, etc., which made their movements slow and clumsy. As the overalls had not been cut to cover so much bulk, they often tore.
We looked like a collection of filthy, tattered pillows. Despite our sense of inferiority, we all felt much less tense. The carcasses of the Russian tanks looked, to our otherwise pessimistic eyes, like the slaughtered beasts of a triumphant hunting scene. We all knew that it had not been a serious attack. Nonetheless, we had managed to hold off the enemy's most dangerous machines. The possibility that the Russian tanks had been ordered not to advance any further occurred only to the veterans among us. All the younger men preferred to believe that we had stopped them. A few bottles of alcohol, theoretically reserved for wounded men, were opened by the captain himself, and that evening we celebrated in the izbas. In our hut, we particularly honoured our Panzerfaust team. In the dim, wavering light of 7 or 8 candles, we drank to the healths of Obergefreites Lenzen, Kellermann, and Dunde. Grenadiers Smelens and Prinz touched glasses with Herr Hauptmann Westreidau, who wore a large dressing on his left hand, and 2 others on his face. There were also 2 wounded men lying on stretchers, to whom we gave as many cigarettes as they wished. Hals, exuberant as always, was describing the battle, miming certain scenes with sweeping gestures of his left arm and hand, which held his glass, while with his right he vigorously scratched his armpits, which swarmed with lice. Lindbergh, as always when things were going well for us, was in a state of high excitement. Cowardice had affected him more than anybody else, and his face, although it looked as young as ever, bore the traces. Several men had fallen asleep, despite the noise. Everyone who stayed awake was soon quite drunk. As always at a German celebration, several fellows began to sing marching songs, because we knew hardly any others. In the shadowy light of the izba, the scene looked fantastic and unreal. The veteran began a Russian song. None of the rest of us understood him. We didn't know whether we were listening to a revolutionary song or a song from the friendly Ukraine, although the distinction no longer mattered, as our Ukrainian days were over. Everyone was singing whatever he liked, as part of a continuously increasing uproar. Hals had been twisting my arm to sing something in French, and I obliged, despite a growing desire to vomit, adding the Sombre et Meuse and a series of more or less obscene songs to the general discord. Hals, who was as tight as a drum, burst out laughing and shouted, "Here come the Franzosen to the rescue! Hurrah, Pobieda!" Then something disagreeable happened. Lenzen stood up, stiff with drunkenness. "Who the hell is talking about the Franzosen? What can anyone expect from a bunch of lousy milk toasts like that?" He was shouting at Hals, who was dancing heavily like a bear. Hals grabbed him by the arm and tried to pull him into a waltz. "Shut up, you idiot!" Lenzen yelled. "Go stick your head in the snow instead of belching out such crap." Hals, who was almost a head taller, went right on dancing. Then Lenzen let him have it with his fists, shouting at him louder than his minuscule superiority of rank gave him any right to do. "Still gestanden, Gefreiter!" he yelled. "Who the hell do you think you are? Are you telling me to shut up?" Hals was trying to stare at Lenzen through eyes clouded by drink. "Still gestanden," Lenz repeated, "or I'll give you something you won't like." "But you're forgetting Sarge," Hals shouted, waving at me. By now he was purple-faced too. "He's half French, and he's lived in France all his life. And anyway, the French are with us now." He'd obviously been reading the same stories I had. "You damned fool! Where the hell did you get that?" "But it's true," someone else shouted. "I read it in Ostfront." I no longer knew which way to look. "Wake up, you Dummkopf! So what if a handful of those milksops have come over to us? It doesn't mean a damn thing. And anyone who thinks anything different is no better than they are. Goddamned black-haired guitarists whining over their goddamned love songs." I knew that Lenzen was talking about the fundamental discord which has always existed between South Germany and Prussia. "You're forgetting, Lenzen, that my mother grew up just outside Berlin," I said. "Well then, you've got to choose. Either you're German like us, or you're one of those worthless, feckless frogs." I was on the point of saying that after all I didn't really have much choice. "And you were asked to make just that choice in Poland, even at Chemnitz. I remember. I was there."
"But he did choose,"
Hals shouted.
"And here he is, in the same boat as you and me and all the rest of us."
"So, he doesn't have any more goddamn connection with the French." Lenson, who was unquestionably brave, had been awarded the Iron Cross after destroying his 7th tank. I suddenly felt overwhelmingly depressed and vulnerable, and incapable of ever attaining anything like Lenson's record. As always, I found the war almost totally paralyzing, probably because of my soft French blood, which Lenson despised so much. I was really almost as bad as Lindbergh. He wasn't a true German either, but came from somewhere near Lake Constance, one of Lenson's typical black hairs. A joyous group had begun to sing Marienka, and general drunken revelry took over again. This time, though, I stayed on the sidelines, sunk in thought. All the pride I had felt when I had sworn my oath at Camp F, all my joy in feeling that at last I was the equal of my companions, for whom I felt an unquestioning respect, all the struggles and miseries undertaken and endured with the burning faith of a true believer, all of these had been once again cast into doubt by Lenson's drunken outburst. I had always sensed a certain scorn on his part. However, once in Poland he had come to my defence, and I had jumped to the conclusion that he held nothing against me on account of my origins. Now I knew the truth. Despite all my efforts, and all the suffering we had been through together, my comrades rejected me. Would they ever think me worthy of bearing German arms? Inwardly, I cursed my parents for having brought me into the world at their particular crossroads. I felt angry and sad and incredibly alone. I knew that I could count on Hals and Vina and maybe a few others, but even they had started drinking and singing again beside their blood brothers. I would never again be able to sing with a light, casual spirit those German songs I enjoyed so much. And someday, maybe very soon, I might die in a position not much better than that of an adoring black slave at his master's side. That vision of things was unbearable and increased the nausea brought on by alcohol. I went outside to vomit and take a few breaths of icy air. My drunkenness prevented any further thought, and when I returned to the hut, I collapsed onto a heap of packs, to scratch at the lice biting me under my belt. The next morning, the Russian front began to move again. First, they sent over a few rounds of artillery. They had been keeping us in a state of expectation for several days now, undoubtedly preparing a definitive offensive, with the slowness characteristic of their organization. During the day, we were reinforced by an artillery column, which meant digging new trenches and blistered hands for all of us. All along the front, our troops were ordered to break up the Russian positions. That afternoon, we pounded the enemy with our big guns. They remained obstinately quiet. As soon as it was dark, certain sections loaded with ammunition left our trenches and advanced across the snowy ground. We had resumed our push to the east. Scheisse. In a state of considerable apprehension, these groups fell on a motorized Soviet regiment, whose mass of vehicles seemed immobilized for all eternity. The night stillness was broken by the sound of our FMs and grenades, the cries of the Russians, surprised by this sudden and unexpected display of aggressiveness, and the roar of incendiary bombs, which must have consumed a costly quantity of materiel. Then our men made a half-turn, before the Russians were able to muster an organized reaction, and ran back to our trenches, bathed in transitory glory. We had, in fact, aroused the anger of the Russians, who decided to retaliate as soon as it was light. As at Belgorod, the whole horizon burst into flame, with the sudden, total involvement of the opening bars of a Wagner opera. Our frantic dash to our positions assumed a tragic quality, as the rain of fire was so dense that a quarter of our men fell before they'd reached the line. Then we relived scenes and experiences very like what we'd known before. The sight of comrades screaming and writhing through final moments of agony had become no more bearable with familiarity, and I, despite my longing to live or die a worthy hero of the Wehrmacht, was no less of an animal stiff with uncontrollable terror. Fortunately for us, the Luftwaffe, on which we could no longer rely, made an unexpected appearance and somewhat reduced the force of the Russian blow. But the next day this intervention was answered in kind, and Russian planes did what they could to knock out our artillery. As a result, our artillery was withdrawn during the night, leaving us to do the honours unsupported. We held our positions for 4 more terrible days, in spite of continuous infantry attacks supported by armour. Whenever possible, we buried our dead in the holes where they fell. 83 names were scratched off the company list. Among these, Ollensheim, who had recovered from a serious wound at Belgorod, to receive his coup de grace here, on the west bank of the Dnieper, where tranquillity was to have been assured. The Russians had finally regrouped for their supreme effort, and were delaying only to complete last-minute preparations. Their artillery, which seemed to be growing stronger by the hour, pounded our positions and the countryside for a long way back. The veteran had just been wounded, and was waiting, along with some 100 other men, for evacuation to a hospital, or at least to a quieter zone in the rear. A brusque sergeant had taken Wiener's place, and I continued to feed ammunition into the Spandau, operated by someone considerably less expert than my friend. The night which followed was so horrible that I retain only a confused and fragmented memory of it. Fresh supplies of ammunition were often slung into a length of canvas and carried across the trenches by 2 or 4 fellows. The night of which I speak was, of course, total by 5 in the evening. Time in Russia is like that. In the summer there is almost no night, and in the winter no day. We had just withstood 2 or 3 major assaults. From the screams of anguish to our left, we concluded that a great many of our men had been killed. We had emptied 5 magazines and were warming our fingers on the hot metal of the machine gun. Our 6th and last magazine had been attached, and we were anxiously waiting for fresh supplies. The night was continuously lit by the explosions of thousands of Russian shells, which made movement extremely difficult. Our trenches, which in any case were not deep enough, extended only to certain positions. The others had to be reached by leaps and bounds, alternating with plunges to the ground, and writhing on our stomachs across dozens of yards of snow mixed with chunks of frozen earth. From time to time we could see 4 figures moving toward us, jumping from crater to crater, carrying shells for our 50mm mortar and magazines for the Spandau. They were still about 40 yards away when their shadowy mass was surrounded by a flash of white light. We never heard any cries. A few minutes later, I was sent out to crawl to the point of impact. The sergeant ordered me to bring back at least 2 magazines. I had just arrived at my destination when I heard the Russian assault cry, followed by a shower of grenades and mortar shells. The ground shook beneath me in a manner which defied all prediction. I felt like a pea inside a ferociously beaten drum. I was lying flat on the ground among the bodies of comrades killed only a few minutes before, unable to see any of the supplies I'd been sent to fetch. Then I heard the sound of a tank. The darkness all around me was broken by streaks of light and large pink and yellow explosions. In a momentary beam from some headlight, I could see a small sign marked S157. I opened my mouth wide, as prescribed, because I could hardly breathe, and lay where I was, frantically groping for something to hang on to in that diabolical setting, where horizontal and vertical alternated to the rhythm of the lights which slashed the darkness. I thought that I could recognize through the uproar the crackle of the weapon I had operated with Wiener and had left only a moment before, and felt that my sanity might be close to collapse. I could see no escape from my situation, and lay glued to the ground with my head down like a trussed animal, waiting for the butcher's axe. 100 yards to my left, the pack, with its barrel marked for 11 kills, was fleeing into the striped darkness with its ammunition and gun crew. I heard the terrifying roar of a tank rising above the general tumult, and a headlight wavered and leapt through the undulating darkness. It had obviously driven through our defences, and was now passing within 20 yards of where I lay. I saw it suddenly burst into flame, and despite the intense cold, a wave of hot air almost asphyxiated me. Half unconscious, I could hear the trample of running feet all around me, and, despite the noise of guns and explosions, cries which sounded more like curses than anything else, and were certainly neither French nor German. I thought I could distinguish 3 or 4 pairs of boots thumping past me. Everything happened so quickly at that moment that I am no longer sure of what, in fact, I did see. I could still hear the sound of a machine gun, and then there were hundreds of shouting voices. The tank exploded a second time, showering steel fragments all around me. Some of our soldiers must still have been firing. Then there was a period of relative calm which lasted for about 3/4 of an hour. Exhausted by nervous tension, I managed to pull myself out of my torpor enough to take a few steps toward the position I had left 20 minutes earlier. But nothing remained of it, except smoke and motionless bodies. Furthermore, the entire sector, as far as I could see, was veiled in smoke. I turned back again, heading for our rear lines, and, too late to stop myself, tripped over a corpse. I realized that I had no weapon, and grabbed the dead man's gun, which was lying beside him. Then I began to run. I heard 4 or 5 shots. The whistling flight of the balls made me think of hell. I knew that I might faint at any moment, and between 2 spasms of nausea fell into a hole where 3 fellows in roughly the same state as myself were staring fixedly at the dark, sombre east. Literally crumpled into the bottom of the hole, I attempted to order my thoughts. My retina still bore the imprint of 1,000 darting, luminous points, which prolonged my sense of vertigo. For a long moment I stayed where I was, wondering where to head for next. Then I heard the other fellows in the hole exclaiming with astonishment. Far to the south, the earth seemed to have caught on fire, and the sky rang with the sound of thunder. 20 miles to the south, the second Dnieper front had given way in the face of irresistible Russian pressure, and thousands of German and Romanian soldiers met an apocalyptic end. Some 20 regiments had been unable to disengage in time, and had laid down their arms, to be rewarded for their bravery by captivity and degradation. For the rest of us, the war continued. In a rush, I decided to leave the hole which had received me a few moments before. Doubled over, I ran like a madman to another defensive position, where a group of soldiers were clustered around a motionless figure who was being bandaged. A fellow I didn't recognize hailed me by name. "Where have you come from, Sergei?" My head was still pounding to the rhythm of the bombardment. I stared at him. "I don't know. I don't know any more. Everyone back there is dead. I ran away through all the Russians." Behind us we could hear the roar of an engine. A tractor was pulling a heavy anti-tank gun into position. Then we heard the burst of the exhaust a moment before each shell exploded. Our overwhelming weariness was now affecting us like a drug. Russian shells were coming over in profusion. For a moment we watched the storm closing in. Then, with a cry of despair and a prayer for mercy, we dived to the bottom of our hole, trembling as the earth shook and the intensity of our fear grew. The shocks, whose centre seemed closer each time, were of an extraordinary violence. Torrents of snow and frozen earth poured down on us. A white flash, accompanied by an extraordinary displacement of air and an intensity of noise which deafened us, lifted the edge of the trench. None of us immediately grasped what had happened. We were thrown in a heap against the far wall of the hole, wounded and intact together. Then, with a roar, the earth poured in and covered us. In that moment, so close to death, I was seized by a rush of terror so powerful that I felt my mind was cracking. Trapped by the weight of the earth, I began to howl like a madman. The memory of that moment terrifies me still. The sense that one has been buried alive is horrible beyond the powers of ordinary language. Dirt had run down my neck and into my mouth and eyes, and my whole body was gripped by a heavy and astonishingly inert substance, which only held me more tightly the harder I struggled. Under my thigh I felt a leg kicking with the desperation of a horse between the shafts of a heavy cart. Something else was rubbing against my shoulder. With a sudden jerk, I pulled my head free of the dirt and of my helmet, whose strap was cutting into my windpipe, nearly strangling me. Some 2 feet from my face, a horrible mask pouring blood was howling like a demon. My body was still entirely trapped. I knew that I was either going to die or lose my reason. My throat burst with screams of rage and despair. No nightmare could possibly reach such a pitch of horror. At that moment, I suddenly understood the meaning of all the cries and shrieks I had heard on every battlefield. And I also understood the marching songs, which so often begin with a ringing description of a soldier dying in glory, and then suddenly turn sombre. We marched together like brothers, and now he lies in the dust. My heart is torn with despair. My heart is torn with despair. Once again I learned how hard it is to watch a comrade die, almost as hard as dying oneself. During the night, the Russians made 9 attempts to break through our lines and failed. If they had persevered once or maybe twice more, they would surely have been successful. I watched, 3/4 buried, for about 20 minutes, while a hurricane of fire broke over our rear, destroying what was left of the village, and killing something like 700 men in our regiment alone, which, at the beginning of the offensive, had numbered about 2,800 men. I scratched at the ground with my hands, and somehow managed to free myself. 2 men were lying beside me in pools of blood. The dying man had been buried under more than a yard of earth, and could no longer hope for anything but the mercy of heaven. A fellow beside me, who had been wounded, was groaning with pain. He was buried almost as deeply as I had been. I dug him out as fast as I could, and helped him to crawl through the explosions toward the rear. On the way, I saw a gun lying on the ground and picked it up. The rest of the night was consumed by a series of almost insuperably difficult problems, as if we were caught in a terrible game with all the odds against us and our lives at stake. At dawn, in the first faint light of a dark winter day, the front grew quiet. The scattered remnants of our regiments collected as they met among the craters and shell holes. A cloud of stale smoke hung over the snowy ground, which was littered with Russian and German dead. The wounded who had not yet succumbed to the bitter cold were still groaning, filling the air with a chorus of misery which our exhausted ears heard as they might have heard a winter wind howling over the roof of an izba in an isolated hamlet on the steppe. Sections were organized to help the stretcher-bearers with a job of impossible magnitude. As always, the Russians left all rescue efforts to us. Their wounded were left lying where they fell, with the possibility of either dying on the spot or of being picked up by one of our first-aid teams. Their supplies of materiel seemed to be increasing daily in quantity and quality, but their medical services barely functioned. As our army grew more and more disorganized by retreat, we became increasingly unable to care for the thousands of wounded soldiers, whose number was continuously growing. The Russian wounded could hope for very little from us. While the medical service tried to deal with the wounded, some 12 of us settled into a half-covered bunker back of our former sleeping quarters, which had been entirely destroyed. Herr Hauptmann Westreidau, who had just arrived, was one of the group. Despite a general sense of foreboding in the face of disaster, we all felt a surge of joy whenever a particular friend appeared. Hals, Lenzen, and Lindbergh were all there. I was helping a wounded corporal bandage his severely burned right hand when the captain announced that we would retreat. He sent us out to help the non-coms count off and regroup our decimated company before moving camp at dawn. I went with Lenzen to help him find what was left of his section. The Russians, who had also taken a beating, were catching a moment's rest before demolishing what remained of our front. For the moment, everything was quiet in the eerie half-light of December. Lenson couldn't quite grasp what had happened to me. For him, the simple fact that I had survived the Soviet thrust was extraordinary. My explanations that at the time I had understood nothing made no difference to him. He simply supplied his own scenario. My winter overalls had entirely disappeared, leaving me with nothing but my singed overcoat. During my flight, I had picked up a gun which proved to be Russian. For Lenson, it was all clear. The Russians had overrun my position, and had either failed to notice me or had taken me for dead. In a desperate man-to-man struggle, I had managed to wrest a weapon from one of them, and, with his gun, had fought my way to our lines. "You're still stunned," he insisted, "but I'm sure you'll remember later. I don't see any other explanation." Lenson's version certainly had its advantages. I myself retained nothing but a chaotic impression of flashing lights and thunderous noises, over a sense of such total disorientation that I had no longer been capable of distinguishing east from west or up from down. Perhaps Lenson was only trying to compensate for his attitude during our evening of celebration. At dusk, which fell in the middle of the afternoon, the German army abandoned the Second Dnieper front. While the immense Russian thrust, whose fringe had swept over us, was pressing with its principal strength against German and Romanian units further to the south, our depleted columns withdrew from their positions, abandoning all materiel which was no longer usable or transportable. Our Gross Deutschland regiments, half of us on foot, left in relative silence, our backs bent by the weight of our burdens, hoping that the grey skies would hold back for a while longer the rain of metal and fire which the pursuing enemy was bound to send after us. 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 Send after us.